500.
$500. Welcome. 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 Raging loop. Raging. Straighten. Gaming. It's showing. There you are. I'm gonna turn sound redeems off. It's off. Just so you know. No. Just so you're aware. Alright. So we are in the, I guess, the first real feast. Because the first feast wasn't very real, but this one is. This one is very much real. So this is the first real feast. So.
やっぱりまずチエミについて考えたい。なんであんなことになった？ヤスナ、考えはあるか?
First of all, let's talk about Chiemi. What happened to her? Got anything, Yasunaka? Takumi-san started out by giving the lead to Yasunaka-kun, who readily accepted it. They'd probably decided on this during their secret talk. He gave several ideas. Chiemi could have accidentally wandered outside on some errand. She also could have not returned home for some reason. And lastly, Chiemi could have been killed by wolves who wanted to make it look like the corruption did it. That was when Takumi-san mentioned that you couldn't stay awake even if you wanted to, and Yotsusuke-kun vouched for that. With that, everyone agreed that it was unlikely that she'd accidentally gone outside. Their talk was similar to the one we'd have when talking about Mamiya-san's death last time. However, unlike this time, it had been given that Mamiya-san had returned to her room once, so we'd reached the conclusion that she, a person who didn't end up sleeping, was a wolf. The idea that Chiemi didn't return back home to begin with had me forming a certain theory. According to Chiemi from the first loop, you could be outside until 8 in the evening. Yesterday, I'd woken up at about 10 PM, meaning that anyone in their rooms between 8 to 10 PM would go to sleep. Or rather, be forced into sleep. That was when the wolves would be woken up, yet in the wolf outfit they were given during the night, and do their deeds. From what I could tell, the humans would stay asleep. That was why they were always killed without putting up a fight. After that, the wolves would return to their homes and be forced to sleep again. Then the wolf outfit would be picked up, they would wake up from the following morning. The Feast of the Yomi Purge wouldn't work without the sleep function. However, I knew for a fact that people could die by just being outside their rooms. The first time it had happened to Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san, who'd wanted to spend the night in their van, while Yotsusuke-kun was torn apart because of his own recklessness. Last time, if you excluded Mamiya-san, a wolf, Yotsusuke-kun suggested going outside right after everyone went to bed. The first time, he'd probably gone outside long before everyone was forced to sleep. Basically, if you were in a room at a certain time, you would be forced to go to sleep. That was probably the true meaning behind the shelter taboo. It was just a prerequisite for the main factor in controlling the feast, dreaming, or in other words, sleeping. That was why those who didn't shelter would be eliminated by the bringers of the corruption. Looking at it that way, I felt I could see the cunning, logical truth behind Great Lord Shinai. Anyway, the main matter right now was Chiemi. I had no idea how she could survive outside until she committed suicide, but I would just assume she did. I also didn't know if she was waiting for the wolves or just happened to encounter us when we went to the dorm. However, it was clear that she'd been outside the whole time. Yasunaka-kun also believed that and said so to everyone. His own idea that it was actually a murder made to look like a rule violation was dismissed because Chiemi's futon wasn't even spread out in her room. That meant that she hadn't even intended to dream last night.
つまりやっすんは理由はよくわかんないけど、ちえ姉が死んだのは事故みたいなもんで。
So you're saying that you don't know why, but Chiene's death was like an accident.
狼は誰も殺してないってことを言いたいのかな?
And that the wolves still haven't killed anyone, right? Yes. After Yasunaka-kun explained his position, Mochi interjected. He was a passive participant, but really good at it. Most of his few words were on the mark. He was also the monkey, so no one had to worry about him trying to mislead people.
つまり狼はやっぱり殺すのをためらったってわけか。
So you're saying that the wolves themselves hesitated to kill?
僕はそう思う。
That's what I think. That misinterpretation was actually good for us. Though we didn't plan for it, we got rid of a human and there wouldn't be a hanging today as retaliation. At least, a part of me hoped so. I don't think so. Kanto-san argued against it, of course.
どうしてです?
Why? It's too good for the wolves. Sharp.
その危惧はわかります。が、そういうためには、ちえ姉がどうしてあなたかわからないと。
I see where you're coming from, but we must know what really happened to Chiemi before we can say that. It's the other way around. Say it, Yasu. Huh?
夜に人が死んどる。普通は狼の仕業じゃ。そうでないなら、はっきりと示さんか。
Someone died at night. Normally, it's the wolves doing. Just say it.
でもあれは汚れだと。タイバーや狼じじいも言ってたじゃないですか。
But Teiba and the old wolfman said it was the corruption.
私はそう思ったがね。でも難しいことは。
That's what I thought, but it's difficult.
狼が来る。
The wolf is coming.
こんなもんで確証になるか。
Ain't good enough for me.
じゃあ、ちえ姉が布団を敷いてなかったのはどう説明するんですか?
Then how do you explain why Chiene's futon wasn't spread out?
大したことじゃねえ。
It don't matter much.
大したことですよ。
Yes, it does.
てめえ、ヤス、ちょっと黙れ。
Yasu, shut up. Kanto-san's words were full of irritation, if not anger. It brought a change to everyone's expressions. I was the only one who could see this rationally. After all, I was the one who caused this. I presented him with an unproven personal matter between me and a deceased girl, maliciously giving him several ways to view it. One of them led to the conclusion that Yasunaka-kun was a dirty cheater who played both Chiemi and Haru-chan. Oh! Oh, that's why he's angry. Interesting. I led Kanto-san to that convenient idea without putting myself at any risk. I wasn't expecting us to avoid today's lynching to begin with. Thus, I would instead gain their trust by just leading them to the truth.
もう一つ可能性があります。
Here's another possibility.
ちえみちゃんが自殺をした可能性です。
Chiemi-chan could have committed suicide. The idea shocked everyone, but it was actually easy to explain. It was true, after all. Someone who'd commit suicide wouldn't prepare their futon, and since the suicide was enough bloodshed for the night, the wolves didn't kill anyone else. It was an answer that let people combine the idea that the wolves didn't kill, but planned to.
ならどうして遺体があんなにひどいことになっていたんですか? あんな自殺方法があるとでも?
Then why was her body in that state? What kind of suicide leads to that?
自殺死体を 狼が見つけた後、特に何もせずに放置した。それを山の獣が荒らしたとすればどうかな。
The wolves saw her body after she'd committed suicide and just left it there, letting the local beasts have it. Does that make sense? Oh my god, Ember. Okay, hold on. I'll turn it on just for you, Ember, so you can hear your 420. I specifically turned it off because I'm playing this. You get to hear your 420 in a minute when it's off cooldown.
そんなもんこの辺りの山にいるかおやっさん。
You're welcome, Ember. We got beasts that could do that in this area, old man. He wanted to prove that the wolves were out for blood, but his knowledge as a hunter denied the possibility of there being such beasts here. So I helped him out.
こんなことを考えたくはないんですが、化け物、ええ、あるいは神とかそういう存在かもしれません。
This isn't something that I wanted to consider, but it might have been a monster or maybe a god.
考えてもみてください。汚れを与える存在は実在するんです。初日に犬がいっぱい殺されていた。あれは事実です。
Good timing. Oh, die, piece of shit. Cheap viewers. Hell yeah. I am so excited. Where are the expensive viewers at? Think about it. There's definitely something that brings the corruption. There were lots of dead dogs on the first day, right?
あれをやる存在が夜そこら中をうろついてるとすれば、死体を見つけて同じように破壊する可能性はある。
If there was a being that could do that around the area, it could easily find Chiemi's body and do the same.
それは読み人とかムジナとか本物のヨモツオオカミとかそういうものかもしれません。
It could be Yomibito, Badger, or a real wolf.
汚れをもたらすのは確かにそういうものかもしれません。
I wonder if I can do this from my phone. If I can play a sound from my phone. Because I don't want to alt tap every time. Play sound. How do I even go to my own channel? Turn that right off. 500. Oh, I forgot my phone can't do zeros. Well, that's a mess. Send chat. Here we go. And then I can't redeem. Are you kidding me? Play sound. What? No, the right side of my phone is broken. And zero is on the right side of the keyboard. So I have to turn my phone to type zero. Is it on redeem now? So if I send this, is that just
500?
Okay, that was the 500. Well, it is true that there might be something spreading the corruption.
恐ろしい。
Oh, how terrifying.
フサイシさん、いたずらに不安を煽らないでくださいよ。
Fushaishi-san, please don't needlessly frighten people.
いや、そのつもりはないんだ。ただ、何か未知の脅威があるのは確かで、化け物じゃなくても注意すべきだし。
That's not my intention. I actually do think there's an unidentified menace. Dennis the Menace around these parts, and we should be wary of it.
死体が損壊した理由にだってなり得る。それは注意すべきじゃないか。
Have you ever played Dennis the Menace? Dennis the Menace. I made a game of it, I'm pretty sure. Dennis the Menace, didn't he? Dennis the Menace game. Yeah. For the Super Nintendo. Dennis the Menace, a video game for the Super Nintendo. SNES. Known as Dennis in Europe. Didn't even know it was just known as Dennis here. Dennis the Menace. Welcome time. It had the weirdest like villain. Oh yeah, I do see Game Grumps has a video on that. Had the weirdest villain, which was like the old guy who just constantly stared at the screen with like a smug face as he tried to catch you. Mr. Wilson, that's the guy. What a strange fella. It could be the reason why the corpse was destroyed. Shouldn't we keep that in mind?
それはそうですが
Well, you're not wrong.
待てって。仮に千恵美が自殺だったとして、それで狼が殺す気だったかってのもわからねえだろ。
Wait, even if that was a suicide, there's no proof that the wolves wanted to kill, right?
それに、千恵美は自殺するような玉じゃねえと俺は思うぜ。
Also, I don't think that Chiemi's the type to commit suicide.
そうだ知恵姉は自殺なんてしませんよ
Yeah, there's no way she would kill herself.
まあまあ皆さん落ち着いてください
Please calm down, everyone. So he joined in. How would he handle this?
僕の意見を言ってもいいでしょうか
Can I give my opinion?
どうぞ
Go ahead.
もちろんだ。
Of course. Mm.
僕こんな図体ですが一時は戦地でカメラマンやってましてねいくらか悲惨な現場も見たんですが
I might not look like it, but I used to be a cameraman in a war zone, so I've seen many gruesome things.
マジかよ
Seriously?
うんで専門家じゃないから何とも言えないんですが
Yes, and I'm not an expert, so I can't be sure.
彼女の遺体頭部だけ妙に散乱してて壁の上の方まで飛び散ってるみたいなんですよその写真も撮ってあります
But it looked to me like her head was scattered in a strange way. Some pieces even reached high up the wall. I even took a photo.
銃創っぽく見えるんですよね大口径の銃のチキン弾
It looks like a gun wound to me. A large gun at that, and from point blank range even. Frank West. He's sort of gained a bit of weight, if that's the case. But it might be him. He's definitely fallen off since the other games he was in. Sharp. A few people looked at Kansa-san. It was a fitting reaction considering he had a gun and he grunted in response.
ああいえ牧島さんがどうってことじゃないと思いますよ
Oh, I don't believe it has anything to do with Makishima-san.
どういうことだ。
What are you getting at?
上に吹き飛ぶ状況ってやっぱり口に加えて撃ったのかなって大きな銃ならだいぶやりにくいと思いますが
The only real situation when blood and other things can fly high up is when someone puts the gun in their mouth and shoots it. It'd be pretty hard to do with a large gun.
誰かが殺すなら水平かあるいは上から下に撃つ方がありそうですから
Welcome, Woe. I was just thinking. So I bought this drink here. It's from a company called Effect. I bought a few of their drinks. One of them was bubblegum, and it actually tasted exactly like bubblegum. It was actually quite nice. Then I bought grape mint, which is the one I've got here. This is the opposite of nice. I will become it. I think it doesn't really taste like a minty taste. It tastes more like it was a flower Like it tastes like a flowery taste. Oh, it's crazy. It's wild. It doesn't taste very good though. It doesn't taste very nice. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like one of the worst flavors I've ever had. Well, I guess I've ever had, because I feel like I bought this drink called it's from a company called Effect, and they made a bubblegum drink which I had, and it was quite nice. No, not ass. Ass probably. I guess it depends on what ass. No, it's like a drink, and the flavor is grape and mint. It sounds nice. It doesn't taste very nice. It's probably one of the worst things I've ever tasted. I'll be honest. I haven't tasted a lot of bad things, so maybe it's not. I'm not a good reviewer of bad tasting things. But it doesn't taste very nice. I can definitely say that. It tastes not bubblegum flavored ass. That does sound less nice as well though. A murder would more likely be at an even or downward angle. Now I'm just thinking of like a no. Oh, let's end it there. That makes me think. That makes me think that Fushigi-kun is right, and it was a suicide. Did she have a gun?
いや
No.
聞いちゃいねえな。
The bubble? Yeah, kind of. I was thinking something along that line, and then the ass. Not that I know of.
わしも聞いてはいねえ。いや、資料の免状は取ったと言うとった。
Never heard if she did, but she said she's got a hunting license.
マジか。それじゃあ散弾銃なら持てたはずだな。
Huh? Seriously? Then she could have had a shotgun.
地位は筋が良かった。猟やらすなら地位だと思っとった。
She had guts. If I was gonna have someone go hunting, it'd have been her. Kansa-san's tone grew lower as he displayed an unexpectedly high opinion of her. The story that she was being cheated on must have hit harder than I thought. Chiemi really did have a place here. She must have gotten a license because she thought so herself. That could only mean that the gloomy talk from last time... Oh, flashbang.
ここには私の居場所なんてないもの。
There's no place for me here. Was just nonsense from a wolf.
いや待て、おかしい。それならなぜ銃が残ってねえんだ。ちえみの部屋にも銃弾なんてなかったぞ。
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why didn't she have a gun then? We didn't find anything in her room either. Not even bullets. I was curious about why there was no gun too. But there were no bullets either? Or shells? They were with the rest of her stuff last time. Did they mess up while searching or something?
部屋には鍵はかかってなかったから誰でも入れたわけですよね。
The room was unlocked so anyone could go in, right?
そりゃそうだが。
Right.
一番危惧すべきは狼が銃と弾丸を持ち帰ったということだと思うんです。
I believe we should fear the worst, that the wolves took both the gun and the bullets. That was when Mamiya-san took over.
実在が不確かな銃を必要以上に恐れるのもどうかとは思うんですが。
I do understand that it doesn't make complete sense to fear a gun that, for all we know, might not even exist.
それでもこの後、各自の部屋をざっとでも見て回る必要があると思います。
But I believe we should check everyone's rooms.
それで見つかるように隠すかは怪しいけどどう思います
I'm not sure they would hide it somewhere so obvious. What do you think?
探す姿勢を見せることが大事です。
I think it's important to show that we're willing to search.
やろ
Let's do it.
構わね
Fine by me.
待ちたまえ。うちをそんな理由で荒らされるのは少々困る。古い猟銃が出てきてもおかしくないし。
Wait, I don't think you should look around my house for such a reason. There might be old hunting rifles that had nothing to do with this.
後ろ暗いところがあるんですか？
Do you have something to hide?
でも もまあ確かにおっちゃんは銃とか持って帰らなさそう。そもそも持ってそうだし、ヘタレだし。
Honestly, I don't think he'd take a gun with him. He probably already has one or two, and he's got no spine.
しかも貴様はしかし、ああそうだ、正直死体からそんなものをもぎ取るなど考えただけで吐き気を催すね。
Chikamochi, you... But he's not wrong. In fact, the very idea of taking something like that from a corpse is making me nauseous.
臆病長者が死体が怖えんだろ。それで医者もできねえって聞いたぜ。
Ha, chicken. Afraid of corpses, huh? That's why you can't make it as a doctor.
違う、私は。
No, I...
黙りなさいよ、すぐ。野里さん、どうかご無礼をお許しください。
Stop it, Yususuku. Nosato-san, please forgive him. So he really was afraid of corpses. Man, the guy sure was hard to make use of. Still, there was no reason for us to be afraid here. After all, we weren't the ones who took the gun. I could only assume it was Great Lord Shinai again. Thanks to Hashimoto-san, just about everyone now agreed that Chiemi had killed herself with a gun. Proof was a very important thing. The people of Yasumitsu really had to realize that. By cleaning up the corpses right away, they made it harder to find out the truth. Even Yasunaka-kun accepted that Chiemi had committed suicide. He was now muttering something like, "Chiene, why?" Kanto-san looked at him with extremely intense eyes. Of course he did. He's very angry. If you connected the story from before with the suicide, you could assume that it was the result of a love triangle drama. After all, she'd committed suicide right in front of Yasunaka-kun's room. With that settled, Takumi-san spoke up again.
で、結局、今日はどうするんだ。くくるのか、くくらねえのか。
So, what do we do today? We hanging or not? After a moment of silence... Wait! What the hell? What... Where did this come from? What have I said now? What are you talking about? What the hell? I just get a message from Choco. I'm like, what the fuck? That's fucked up. I didn't even know I said anything. After a moment of silence.
狼が殺したんじゃない。だから約束通り処刑はしないべきだ。
She wasn't killed by the wolves. That's why we shouldn't lynch anyone.
死人が出たらくくるのが約束じゃ。
We said we'd hang if someone died.
狼が殺したんじゃない。
It wasn't the wolves.
よろしいですか。
May I say something?
なんだ、上松。
What is it?
私には芹沢様が雲の精神を発揮されたのではないかと思えてならないのです。
What did you tell Choco? What the hell? what the hell? I believe that Serizawa-sama was acting on the spider's mentality.
なんだそりゃ。
Huh? What do you mean?
汚れをその身に引き取る雲の精神によって
Welcome, Dice.
他の
What do you mean the
皆々
truth?
様が守られたのです。
What the hell? I don't know what you could have told her about bubblegum asses. What did I say? Stop. She just messaged me saying stop saying weird shit to Ember, you freak. I didn't even say anything. She took the corruption in herself. She protected us by acting like the spider.
聡明で勇敢な芹沢様ならばそのような行動に出られるのではないか。
Why isn't
そう
Brave...
思えてならない。
Oh my god, she speaks so slowly. Why isn't brave as she is? Serizawa-sama could easily do something like that.
詳しく教えてください。
Tell us more.
つまり 昨晩自ら進んで血を流し他の加護者の皆様を守られたということならば
Last night she might have drawn her own blood to protect those with guardians among us.
もちろん芹沢様は狼の来訪を目の当たりにして自決をなさったのではないでしょうか
She might have committed suicide after witnessing the arrival of the wolves.
ちいちゃん、あの子は乱暴じゃったが確かにそういうまっすぐな優しい子でもあったんよ。
Chi-chan, she might have been violent, but she was honest and gentle too.
そういうんじゃねえ。知恵ねえは本物の肝っ玉を持ってただけだ。
It ain't that. Chiene just had guts.
じゃあやっぱり狼は殺す気で近づいてたってことなの？考えすぎじゃない？
Then, were the wolves really planning to kill her? Sure you're not overthinking it?
ただな、確かに知恵姉が自殺する理由なんて他に考えられないんだよね。
But honestly, I can't think of any other case in which Chiene would commit suicide.
悩みがありゃその相手を撃つ方が知恵ねえらしいってんだよ。あるね。
I'm this guy down here. I can't hide this guy. The old man who cried wolf. Harane, if Chiene didn't know what to do, she'd shoot someone else before herself. She knew exactly what she was doing here.
そしていつも学校で僕らを体を張って守ってくれたのも知恵ねえだ。
And she always stood up to protect us in school, didn't she?
知恵姉。
Chiene.
どうするんです？処刑をする方向に話が進んでますよ。
What do we do? It's looking like they will want to hang someone today.
最低限するかどうか票を取ってもらいたいな。
I would want to vote on it at least.
橋本さん。
Hashimoto-san.
僕も君も生き残らないとならない。脅威の排除が必要ならやむを得ないのかもしれない。
We must survive. This might be necessary to accomplish that.
でも
But
もしそういう理由ならきっと芹沢さんはカゴ者じゃなかったろう。蛇のカゴ者は生きてて情報をつかんだことになる。
if that was really her reason, then Serizawa-san didn't have a guardian. The snake must still be alive, and he or she has information for us.
加えて皆さんが狼の打倒のために覚悟と団結をできるなら昨日とはだいぶ状況が違うことになる。
And if everyone here can band together against the wolves, then the situation is very different from how it was yesterday.
まあ僕も両親に従って殺人はしない方に一票入れるけどね。結果には
Oops.
従うよ。
I'll still listen to my conscience and vote against killing, but I'll accept the results.
よし、挙手でいいか。
Alright, we'll raise hands for it.
今日くくるものを投票で選ぶことに賛成の者は挙手しろ。
Anyone who's for voting on who to hang, raise your hands. Yo Wolf Guy, Yamawaki-san, Kansu-san, Kiyonosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Rikaku-san, Mochi, Yotsuku-kun, and I raised our hands. The only ones who didn't were Kaori-san, Yasunaka-kun, Haru-chan, Meiko, and the journos. The only ones who didn't. That was like almost half of them. Mochi.
ごめんやっすん。でもなんか知恵姉が敵撃てって言ってる気がしてさ。
Oops. Welcome back. Okay. Sorry, Yasun, but I feel like I gotta avenge Chine.
そうなのかな。本当にそうなら夢ででも出てきてくれればいいのに。
Oh, really? If she really wants that, she could have showed up in our dreams or something. Well, yeah, okay. That's a bit of a stretch. Yeah.
9対6じゃ。ククルモン選べ。
9 against 6. Choose who to hang.
仕方ないな。あ、その場合、一人選んだらそのまま処刑をしてすぐに解散なんですか？
Guess we have no choice. Oh, if we pick and lynch someone, do we just go our own ways then?
どうなんだおやっさん。
How is it, old man?
くくったら
Oops. Did I click
金は
something?
しまいよ。
I did not click something. The feast ends when someone's hanged.
じゃあその前に大事なことを聞いておきたいんですが、さっき言った蛇のことで。
Yes, this is basically Among Us Werewolf social deduction. Then before that, I would like to say something about the snake.
もし蛇が今日狼を見つけてるなら名乗り出てもらっていいのではないかと。
If they found a wolf today, they should come out with it.
そうですね。誰をくくるか選べるし、その後雲に守ってもらうこともできる。
That's a good idea. It would make it easier to choose who to hang, and the spider could protect them.
複数出てきたら嫌ですね。
Hope we don't get multiple.
出てくるよ、複数。昨日織部安永くんが指摘した通り、一人目が名乗り出ればね。
Just like Yasunaka-kun pointed out yesterday, we're bound to have more than one right after the first comes. Yeah, if the real one came out now, I would have to play the fake. But the real one wouldn't come out just yet.
狼を見つけた蛇はいないか。
Hey Snake, you found a wolf. Yes, we do know who the wolf is. We're not a reader, we're a player with this guy up here. And the wolves are me, her, and her. Which is me, Fushaishi-san, Haru-chan, and Kori Oribe-san. Or Oribe-san, whatever. Hey Snake, you found a wolf?
いねえみてえだぜ。
Doesn't look like it.
じゃあ昨日調べたのは人だったってわけだ。
That means that the person they found yesterday was a human.
ふむふむ。ちなみに今日の夜優先的に調べられたいって人はいます？
I see, I see. Now, does anyone here want to be investigated before anyone else? For a moment, I almost ignored that nonchalant question. But a second later, I almost stopped breathing. This was an attack. I had no idea why I thought that. But this was a deadly attack. What was I supposed to do about it? Oh. What's most likely to get me killed? Probably not raising my hand, huh? Let's try not raising our hand. I think that's gonna get me killed. I couldn't let myself be investigated before anyone else. Not when I was a wolf. Let's have a look. Yes, this is the one that kills me. It'd be bad if the snake discovered my identity, and having me become a topic of debate would be even worse. You should have played this game. Rusher, that's literally impossible. You die. The first thing, you die over here. Wait. You have to go through this, and at the end of this... Wait, no, where is it? You die in the beginning. You literally die at the start. Here. You literally die here. This is the very first thing that happens. You can't avoid it. You have to go back here and do this after you... Because you can see, you get the key from O2 here to unlock O2 to go this way. This is the first you die here. Then it would be a like 30-minute game. Yeah, you would have made it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was possible they wouldn't speak up about finding a wolf, but it didn't seem like silence was an option given the situation. Not to sound cocky or anything, but if I were taken down, the rest of the wolves would instantly fall apart. I wasn't supposed to raise my hand, right? And after much hesitation, I didn't. On the other hand, 5 others raised their hands. Kanto-san, Kiyonosuke-san, Shi, Yasunaka-kun, Mamiya-san, Utsuzuku-kun. Shit. When I saw who'd stepped forward, I understood the nature of the trap. I unconsciously glanced at the ones who set it up and found him looking right at me with a smile. Yet another damn blunder on my part. I knew it. It'd be late, but maybe if I raised my hand now. That's it. Why did I do that? That's enough. Shh. Hashimoto-san had me totally beat. That said, I wasn't sure if everyone would understand the point he was trying to make. But when I consider my current position... So that's how it is it? How troubling. Despite his words, Hashimoto-san didn't sound the least bit troubled. Wait, what's troubling? First things first, all of you should want to be investigated. Yeah, I knew that. After all, if we're all investigated, you can gain proof you're not a wolf. Anything you say here can be interpreted as a slip of the tongue and lead to doubt, so all of you should want to prove your innocence. Then investigate me too. I want to be investigated too. Please investigate me. Me too then. Me too. Me too. I don't get what's going on, but whatever, I'm in. Yes, this is the way it should be. Everyone who understood that explanation should have their hands raised now. Only the ones who didn't understand kept their hands down. You can put your hands down again. Everyone did as he said. It was unsettling, like Hashimoto-san possessed some technique that controlled everyone. However, there was one thing that didn't go as expected. Those participants who plan to be passive aside, those of you who want a voice in the feast should want to have their innocence proven more than anyone else. Indeed, Nosato-san and Oribe-san's sons were quick to respond. Well, I can hardly do anything if I'm doubted whenever I speak. Because guys like me look fishy simply for doubting the old hag. Yes, that's correct. Incidentally, those two were designated because they were the secondary wave of those who wanted a voice in the feast. But had they realized that? Naturally, Yasunaka-kun and Kanto-san were the primary wave, and Mamiya-san could be right up there with them this time. However,
この後どう考えてもたくさん喋るだろうはずの方が手を挙げなかったのはどうにも不思議で。
It is quite curious how those who should have had a lot to say didn't raise their hands after. I'm the snake. I am the snake. Shit, what horrible timing. I've been forced to out myself as a snake, and with Takumi-san at that. I just barely managed to avoid falling behind his declaration. That could hardly be called a silver lining right now. Saishi, you bastard.
あなたこそ狼だったのか。
So you're a wolf, huh?
ああ、ちょっと落ち着いて。しまったな。蛇がもう出てきちゃうなんて。
Now, now, calm down. Oh boy, the snake's already come out.
ちょっと待ってください。何ですかこの状況は。
Please, wait, what's going on right now?
俺が手を挙げなかったのは自分で自分を調べる発想が出なかったからだよ。
I didn't raise my hand because I never considered investigating myself.
僕は蛇だから、蛇に調べてもらいたいと表明すること自体、微妙に嘘になるのを気にしていたんです。
And the snakes, I was worried that announcing I wanted to be investigated by the snake would seem like a lie.
少しの嘘も許されない場においてどう振る舞うべきか悩んでしまっただけで。
I was simply worried how to act in a place where even the smallest lie is forbidden.
てめえ、この場でぶちのめしてやる。
You son of a bitch, you want me to slug you right here and now?
落ち着きましょ
Calm down. Shimoto-san rose partially to his feet, exuding a pressure that intimidated even a man certainly built as Takumi.
う。なるほど。お二人ともそういう理由で挙手をしなかっただけで、狼だから調べられたくないわけじゃない。
I see. So you didn't raise your hands for those reasons, not because you're wolves and didn't want to be investigated.
当たり前です。
Of course.
当然だ。
Damn right.
お二人とも誰のことを調べましたか。
Who did the two of you
お
investigate?
前だよ、ヤス。
You, Yasu.
それはありがたいけど、人だったよね。
Well, I'm grateful for that, but I'm human, right?
あ
Yeah. I see. So that was why he'd acted the way this morning and why he didn't out himself as a snake yesterday.
それで、久石さんは
What about you, Fushisi-san?
肝臓さんだよ。彼は人だった。
Investigated Kanso-san. He's human. It may have sounded a bit too good to be true, but he was the only one I could see possibly backing me up. There's also the seeds of malice I'd planted in him earlier.
さて、どうしましょうね。
Now then, what are we to do? I was the one who wanted to complain. The snake had revealed themselves early, but this was a totally different situation from that previous loop where Takumi-san had done so on the first day. Oh my god, Choco. What did you tell Ember? No, what did Ember tell you? And what did you tell Ember? What happened? You have to rat her. She's a rat, Choco. You can rat her out. You can rat her. Yeah, you can. No, you have to. What what did she tell you? This is horrendous. This is awful. This is a mess. What's going on? 500. It was the second day, so not only had the power been successfully used once, but now a liar had been successfully lured out. Sorry about your hardcore Iron Man. How about you say sorry about the lies you're telling Ember? Or Ember's telling you? One of you two are lying. And I don't know who. Well, who's lying? What did Ember tell you? What did Ember... So you're saying Ember's a liar? Aha, I see how it is now. Choco is turning on you, Ember. She's calling you a liar. I'm not the liar. How am I the liar? I'm not saying anything. I didn't say anything. It's Ember and Choco that's saying stuff. Them's the liar. I'm not the liar. This is unbelievable. I haven't said anything. I'm not making false... Ember definitely lied about something because she messaged you. I'm not the wolf. I'm not any wolf. Ember, obviously, you messaged me saying that Ember messaged you. Or, no. Ember said that she messaged you. Or something like that. It doesn't matter who said what. Someone's lying. Someone is lying. And it's not me. It's Ember or it's you, Choco. And you get to choose who's lying. But Choco, you're saying you didn't lie. That means Ember's lying. We've solved the situation here. Ember's lying. No. Yeah, you're saying you wouldn't lie because Ember's lying. Welcome, Captain Windfall. I'm not lying because I never said it. I'm not even part of this. They don't call me a liar, Bear. No one does that. No one has ever called me that. Who says that? I'm not a sociopath. Who says that, Choco? Who's said that? It's not in my name. There's nowhere. Bean says, Choco, you're a sociopath. You're lying. You lied to Ember. Yes, you are. 500. Quirky.
500.
500. My name is Mike. You can see it. It's in the title. Mike. Well, I guess Michael isn't, but Mike is. Choco's not about to cry. She's lying. She's been lying all this time. She's lying to Ember, and Ember's lying to her. It's one big lie. These two are lying. They're both liars. I haven't done anything. You two are the ones who are doing something. What does that even mean? Choco, can you stop role-playing in the chat? No, this is actually a no roleplay zone. You have to join the roleplay world for that. You are role-playing? No, there's no exclamation mark RP command. I'm not being mean. I'm not even. What do you mean break another keyboard? I haven't broken any. There's no exclamation mark RP command. There's no RP command here. There's no fish command. RP mode is RP mode isn't on. There's no RP mode in my chat. The command doesn't work, Choco. I didn't make that noise. There's no RP command either. There's no RP command. Welcome, cow friend. I didn't make that noise. No, that wasn't me. I didn't make that noise. That wasn't me making that noise. No, I didn't make that noise. There's no enable RP command. There's no RP command. I didn't make the noise. That was Ember made that noise. Yeah, it's not working because there's no RP command. I'm not making the elephant noise. There's no RP command, or there's not if you apply test to it. It didn't stop working. It never worked. There's no there isn't a no RP command. There's no RP command. If you add 500 to the RP command, it's not gonna start working. 500. If you type no RP 500, it doesn't work either. Ember made the noise because she used the redeem. 500. This is unbelievable. I don't think there's a 7. Not yet, at least. 7 isn't there yet. There's no 7 yet. I'm accusing you of making the noise. Then why is it on the keyboard? I'm not dodging any allegations because I'm not lying. I haven't lied at all. I haven't done anything wrong. See, I'm over here being really nice. And then Ember lied to Choco about something. And now Choco is here. I'm not a freak. And now Choco is here. And Choco is being evil as well. She's lying. First Ember lied, now Choco's lying. This is unbelievable. And now Roger's joining in on the lies too. There's no freak mode command. Since the village financiers. There's no freak mode? There's no freak mode. No, there isn't. There's not a freak mode. My command, because there's no commands. There's never been a freak mode command. I have never had a freak mode. I have one command and that's birthday. I have that's the only command I have. Oh yeah, actually. There's no freak mode command either. Actually, I think I have the collab thing still on as well. So eventually it's gonna be like, Mike, you're in a collab. I'm like, no, there's no freak command. Stop typing freak command or freak mode, and then no, there's no exclamation mark collab command either. Oh my god, this is okay. Turn this off. I'm not lying. There's only a birthday command. I do care about my streams. What do you mean? Nothing is broken. There's just no freak command. Actually there's 2 commands. There's a birthday and there's a Discord command. But it's not I know what you're doing, Joe. I almost said it, but you didn't trick me into saying it. There's no No, I didn't say that. I never said that. It's my birthday today. You can tell because I have a birthday command. If you type exclamation mark birthday. I'm not fixing the RP command because there's no RP command. There's no RP birthday command. There's no truth mode. There's no collab command.
Nice.
There's a 69 sound though. If you type exclamation mark birthday. No, not exclamation mark RP birthday. If you just type birthday. No, it wasn't. No, it didn't go slaps ass. There's no chumpy bird command. There's no elephant noise command, and it didn't slap ass. It just went nice. I didn't make a slaps ass noise. I didn't make a slaps ass noise. No, that never happened. What do you mean roommate? No, it's not a chumpy bird. There's no chumpy bird command. I don't live with chumpy birds. What do you mean exclamation mark chumpy bird tomorrow? What is that supposed to do? That's not gonna... No, chumpy bird isn't enabled. There's no chumpy bird tomorrow either. No brap mode command. There's no chumpy bird command. There's no brap mode command. All of these commands that you guys are making up, they don't exist. There's 2 commands. There's a birthday command and there's a Discord command. Those are the 2 commands on the stream. The birthday command, no, not RP. Remove the RP from birthday, then it works. Like the 2 first letters in that thing that you wrote. If you remove those, it works. Yeah, see, Captain Windfall gets it now. See, he gets it. No, you don't type exclamation mark. You type the exclamation mark symbol. But it's not my fault. You guys are lying. Everyone's lying. No, you don't type the exclamation mark symbol. You use the exclamation mark symbol. I do care about human life. So what is it? It's exclamation. It's the exclamation mark symbol. The symbol that is an exclamation mark. You post the symbol and then birthday. And then birthday. After it. The symbol and the... Yes, you got it. You've got it, Chogo. That's all you have to do. And then it'll work. What do you mean nothing happened? You didn't do it. You didn't do it, Chogo. I'm not training to lie. The symbol and then... Why did you type question mark? See, Ember got it. Ember got it. Ember actually got it. What is... How did Ember do that? There's no RP command. There's no RP command. What do you mean this doesn't make sense? But there's no RP command because this isn't an RP place. But there's no RP here. It's I don't there's no RP here. There's no bubblegum ass command. Where's the bubblegum ass come from? Is that that's what you said to Chogo? Don't type exclamation mark ERP on my Discord server. I'm not RPing right now. Do you know about Boto's Binded? Yes, I know about Boto's Binded. Why are you asking? What does that have to do with bubblegum ass? You learned about Boto's Binded yet? Wow. Congratulations, Joko. I don't know what else to say. Now, what did Ember lie to you about? Get your pictures printed? You have to tell me. Actually, the fact that Choco didn't deny that Ember lied means that Ember 100% lied. She didn't tell the truth. She lied. Whatever she said, she lied. You two always lie. Roger lies as well. Everyone here lies except for me. I am the least lying liar. I'm the least liar here. What do you mean circular logic? Fucking hell, everyone starts typing when I say that. Welcome, Piranha. It says here on the chart that I have not lied 100 times. I've lied 0 times. I'm not demanding to see the DMs. I'm asking what was said. I haven't lied 100 times. You're the top liar in this chat. I'm not the top liar. There's no 8008. No, it didn't work because it's not there yet. I'm not the biggest sociopath on Twitch. I haven't lied about anything. Yeah, yet. I was gonna add more sounds. The no boop command. But I feel like 8008 is probably a good one to have. No, there's no sex command. There's no Vegeta command. None of those commands. There's no RP sex command. There's no beans command. There's no Goku command. There's no sex RP command. There's no 9000, I think. No, there's no 9000. I think you found 5 of the 12 sounds or something. I didn't take away any commands. None of those commands have ever worked. I'm trying, except there's no exclamation mark play game command. The longer the snake survived, the better. But as a participant, they'd already drawn out more than enough information. There's no play game command. So long as he was acknowledged as the real deal, that was.
俺が本物の蛇だ
There's no RP command, no Piccolo Vegeta give command, no RP command, no play game command. No Mike eating a microwaved burrito, but he drops it when he pulls it out of the microwave. Hebida. Why'd you type that? There's no Mike eating a microwave burrito, but he drops it when he pulls it out of the microwave command. I'm not RPing. I'm the real snake.
僕が本物のヘビです。
I am the real snake.
お二方とも条件は同じ。
You both are under the same conditions.
同じはずがあるかこいつ嘘をついてんだぞ
Like hell, the damn bastard's lying.
あなたの方が嘘つきだ。
You're the liar here. Indeed, without any contradictions between us, neither of us could be selected.
これは二人とも生かして様子を見るべきでは。
Joker, you're not the snake. That guy is the snake. Why don't we let them be and observe how they act? Snake-san reached the conclusion, but...
いや、両方くくる。
No, let's hang in both. Yeah, of course this guy would say that. Guess trying to get him on my side was a bust.
ああそれでも構わね
Yeah, that's fine with me. Wait, what?
え俺はヤスが人だと知ってるしおやすさんもきっと人だろうと思う
I know that Yasu's a human, and I'm sure the old man's a human too.
この嘘つき野郎がこのタイミングで厚かましく仲間の狼を人として出せた気がしねえし
I don't think this lying bastard would be brazen enough. There's no snake command. I can't let Choco be a snake. There's no way I can do that. That's not... Alright, Choco, you can roleplay as a snake. If you would like to be a snake, you are allowed to roleplay as a snake in my chat. There's no exclamation mark cuck command. There's no admin help command. Alright. You are no longer allowed to RP as a snake. That's enough. I've taken your RP permissions away. No takesies. Alright, I guess there's no takesies backsies then. Alright, Choco just killed Ember, you asked for it. You made Choco kill everyone in the chat. No, guys, you don't have to die. Choco, why did you die? Choco, you're a snake. You're the one who killed everyone. You shouldn't die. Oh my god. Alright, guys. You ran out of venom. You don't die when you run out of venom. And the old man Kanso, I know, would have killed himself the moment he learned he was a wolf. I kept wanting to say that wasn't true, but unfortunately I knew nothing I said could convince them. What do you mean, when you run out of toothpaste? That's not how that works. There's no refill toothpaste command. There's no booth-based command. You and Yasu are safe, and besides, Chiemi is already gone. If me and this sly bastard are gone, there's no unrefill your toothpaste command. Then I don't think there'd be anyone dangerous left to take charge of the wolves. I'm not gonna make... How would I make the commands? Refill your toothpaste. There's no refill your toothpaste. There's no toothpaste soup. Where's my soup? I don't have a soup emote. What do you mean I have pregnant energy? I don't have a soup emote. I'm gonna sit down and make a soup emote. That's awful, Roger. The madness... How far along I am? I am... here. So I've done this, then I've done this, and now I'm here. There's no soup command. I'm not 6 months along. I am about 35. Maybe. Oh. No, I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. The madness of the people of Yosemite.
他の連中は狼の頭が務まるほど悪知恵が回る人間じゃねえ。そこは俺が一番よく知
I'm
って
not
る。
third trimester. No one else is crafty enough to be suited as the leader of the wolves. I know that better than anyone.
アミヤさんだけは知らねえが、俺らをうまく回せるような太刀でもねえと思ってる。
There's no Michael Han 1122 soup. I'm not pregnant. I don't know about Mamiya-san, but I don't think she has what it takes to direct the rest of us well. Don't get me pregnant. No one should get me pregnant. There's no fourth trimester command. Are you saying I'm not clever enough? Maybe being that way is a good thing in this situation, but it ticks me off.
違う違う。あんたはあくまでよそ者って立場と振る舞いのままだろ。そうする限り、他の安水の門を率いることはできねえ。
I meant that you're just acting as an outsider. As long as that's true, you couldn't lead the rest of Yasumitsu.
なるほど。じゃあ同意するわ。
I see, then I agree.
つうわけで、
And there you have it.
俺をくくるのはいい。だが、不妻子の方が先だ。
Go ahead and hang me if you want, but get rid of Fushaishi first.
そんな話が通ってたまりますか。正しい蛇が生き残って偽物が死ぬべきなんだ。
Look, hell they'd fall for that bull. The real snake should survive while the fake one dies.
人のために死ぬ覚悟がない奴は狼だ。
Anyone who doesn't have the guts to die for the humans is a wolf.
暴論だ。
That makes no sense.
それ以上は水かけ論でしょう。
Alright. An image. Alright, I'll add this image. I shall add the image. Image. Here we go. I'm gonna add it right here. I'm gonna hold shift. No, control. There we go. It's now on the screen. Can I put it? I could put it in front of my head. Would you want that? Alright, hold on. Here we go. I'm moving it to be in front of my head. Right? It's now in front of my head. There's no exclamation mark Michael Hunt 1122 eating soup command. Any further bickering is pointless.
投票に入ってもいいんじゃないですか。
Start the vote now.
構わねえ。
Go ahead. Damn it. It wasn't even a contest. The vote was 13 to 2 in favor of lynching me, a crushing defeat.
すみません。
I'm sorry, Haruaki-sama. Rikako-san, the only one who'd voted in my favor on the grounds that those who claim to have guardians should be taken lightly, was the one pushing me.
気にしないでください。
There's no bull
むし
mode
ろあなた
command.
も僕の味方だと疑われることを考えたら優しくしてくれないでよかったんですよ。
Please don't worry about it. In fact, you shouldn't be nice to me at all. People might think you're my ally too.
あなたもとはどういう意味かな。
And what do you
不妻
mean
子君。
by two, Fushaishi-kun?
忘れないでください、橋本さん。
Remember this, Hashimoto-san.
あなたが言葉尻を捉えるつまらない罠を仕掛けるから人は本物の蛇を失うんだ。
The stupid trap that relied on pouncing what people said will have cost the humans the real snake.
そうだね。その可能性もあるかもしれないね。
Yes, that may indeed be possible. This man was insane too. His words lacked substance. Perhaps he'd gotten too used to insane situations and taken up a relaxed attitude to handle any gruesome circumstances. It made sense. I'd been a sore loser and slipped up this time. He'd won. Rice nut.
落ちなカレーでいいのかな。
So rise not, is it? I would return. I was hanged and died. I swore I'd return. And when I did, I wouldn't let these people kill me. That thought repeated in my mind until my consciousness swiftly faded into the mist. What the hell? A kill Michael command? Bad ending number 23. Watch hint corner? Yes.
やっちまったな大将。いかにも人狼ゲーム的な失敗をよ。
You've done it now, eh, Chief? Typical werewolf mistake here.
まあ回避自体は簡単だ。一応ヒント言っとくぜ。
Well, avoiding it's simple enough, so let's get to the hint.
今回のバッドエンド23。題して、ただ手を挙げなかっただけで死刑についてだが。
Bad ending 23, lowered hand
ま
lynching.
あ大事がすでに示してるよな。手を挙げれば OK だ。
Well, as you may have guessed from the title, all you have to do is raise your hand.
戻る場所は6暗黒の9挙手の是非はだ。
Go back to
一つ
6.
前だから分かりやすいはずだぜ。
Go back to 6 darkness Q, raise hand. It's only one back, so it's easy to do. Alright.
つうわけで
That was also a very
今回は
boring
ここまで。
hint corner.
次も元気に。
ふむふむ。
Skip, raise hand. As a wolf, I didn't want to be investigated before anyone else. Even so, I raised my hand. Not raising it might have been seen as asking that I do not be investigated. A total of 6 people raised their hands. Kansa-san, Kyonosuke-shi, Yasunaka-kun, Mamiya-san, Yutsusuku-kun, and me. Upon seeing who raised their hands, I instantly understood the nature of the trap. Those who wanted to have a voice in the feast simply had to raise their hands here. Being a proven human was necessary if you wanted to have influence and a voice here. The feast was a game of politics disguised as a game of logic. Since the murders couldn't be scientifically investigated, you had to present possible suspects purely on circumstantial evidence. However, whether the others believed that or not was up to them to decide. And since circumstantial evidence, no matter how much of it, remained circumstantial, it was entirely possible to make a fool of yourself by treating it like direct proof. There was also the fear of death, as well as religious faith. Not many people were capable of deciding everything for themselves in this situation. Those who didn't have confidence in their own decisions left the choice to others, specifically the popular, capable leaders. They were the ones who didn't raise their hands. They were too slow to realize how to react to this because they needed explanation and guidance from their leaders. Those who wanted to be leaders, on the other hand, were constantly waiting for opportunities to consolidate power by proving themselves right.
待ってくれ。どういう意味だ。
Wait, what are you getting at?
例えばムロさん、この場全員であなたを調べることにする。明日同じように狼が出たら名乗り出るように言う。
Imagine that we all agree that the snake would investigate you today, and tomorrow we would ask them to reveal themselves if they found a wolf.
名乗り出がなければあなたは安全。以後下手に疑われずに済む。
If they don't reveal themselves, it would mean you are safe. You wouldn't be needlessly suspected.
ああ、なるほど。
Oh, I get it.
そうだな。
今日も誰かが人だと分かったはずですが、名乗り出ない限り活かせませんもんね。
The snake found a human today too, but until they reveal themselves, that won't be of any use to us.
僕もそれは賛成です。
I approve of this too.
それなら私も調べていただきたいです。
Then please investigate me as well.
あたしも調べてもらってええかね。
Can you investigate me too?
私も調べてください。
I would like that too.
私も。
Me too. Everyone else now raised their hands like the followers they were.
Me?
But besides the monkeys, The ones who weren't raising their hands either didn't understand the situation at all, or missed the right time to hide their hope that they wouldn't be investigated. But we didn't have any of those. Both Haru-chan and Kori-san knew what they had to do. However, my only option in this situation was to raise my hand at the first opportunity. I'd already done something to assert my wish to take political lead. Besides that, I was a newbie who no one trusted, so I was likely lynch target. Everyone probably assumed that I knew my situation. That was why I had to put myself ahead before anyone else. Otherwise, it would have seemed extremely likely that I was a wolf. Hashimoto's... oh, his face. Hashimoto-san slowly looked at everyone. He stopped the moment his gaze was directed at me. It wasn't stern or cold, it was as calm and gentle as always. But I couldn't help sensing a powerful will behind it. The will of a cameraman, an observer who wanted to know the true nature of his subject. This wasn't a battlefield, the wilderness, or some restaurant selling unusual cuisine. But he was, as always, remaining an observer. He stayed at an appropriate distance, blended in with the environment, and focused solely on observation. And if he noticed something crucial, he would simply call it out. It wouldn't be that his words would prompt others, some other event. His attack would be over the moment he spoke. That was just how his precise observations were. Was I being paranoid? No. He was the real deal. A true threat to me. He tested me just now. Suspected me. In that case, what came next would be... sorry about that. Please put your hands down.
そりゃそうだ。後ろ暗いところがないなら調べてもらって安全になりたい。そう思うのは当然でした。
Of course you would raise your hands. If you had nothing to hide, you would obviously want to be investigated and prove your innocence.
でもじゃあ誰を調べるんです？
So who do we investigate?
僕個人としては Q ちゃんを調べてもらえたら安心なんですけどね。
Personally,
外来者で疑われやすいし。
Personally, I would be more at ease if you were first. We outsiders are easy to suspect after all.
ただ、それは僕個人の気持ちであって。
But that's...
そうだな。
But that's just what I want, otherwise...
不採志くんはどうかな。彼はかなり頭が切れるようだし、人の証明があればやりやすいだろう。
What about Fushigi-kun? He seems pretty smart, so it'd be good to know if he's human, right? I actually had to avoid being investigated by the snake.
なるほど。ということは、今日は不採志さんは処刑の対象から外すと。
I see. Would that mean he wouldn't be an option in today's
そう
lynching?
なるね。
Yes. If I wasn't a wolf, this would be nothing but a kindness from a fellow outsider. I wasn't certain if he was doing this on purpose. However, I was certain of one thing. Yudai Hashimoto was my enemy. The most formidable among everyone here, in fact. All that hard work to save him, and now I had to kill him. But I had to do it to survive.
いいですね。ぜひ。と言いたいところなのですが。
I wish I could say that's a good idea.
僕より優先的に調べられるべき人がいる。
But there's someone who should be investigated before me.
ほう、誰かな。
Oh, and who would that be?
匠さんです。
Takumi-san. This was how I'd handle it. It was a setup for a future attack.
匠さんはおそらく今後もずっと中心的役割を果たしていくことになる。
Takumi-san will continue to be an important figure for the entire
彼
feast.
が人か狼かもわからない状況だとみんな判断に困るでしょう。
It will be harder for everyone to decide on what to do if we don't know whether he's human or wolf.
それは
That's
まあその通りだろうな。声が大きい人間ほどよく目立つが、それゆえに疑われることもあろう。
Well, he's not wrong. The outspoken ones often stand out, which draws suspicion.
おそらく優先順位的には匠さんと牧島勘三さんが同等くらいでしょう。
In terms of importance, Takumi-san is roughly on the same level as Kanso Makishima-san.
僕は早々に生存証明は欲しいですが、自分の安全を全体の利益より優先させて後でそれを非難されるのはごめんです。
I do want to feel secure, but I don't want to be criticized for prioritizing myself over the group as a whole.
それでも僕を先に調べてもらえるなら構いません。調べてください。
I don't mind if you're going to investigate me regardless. Do it, I say.
あるいはこういう振る舞いをする僕が疑わしいなら投票してもらってもいい。
Or if I seem suspicious to you right now, you can even vote for me.
僕は皆さんの勝利を願いながらくくられましょう。その覚悟は昨日の晩に済ませました。
I don't mind getting hanged for the sake of your victory. I prepared for that possibility last night.
ちえみちゃんが示した勇気を彼女ほどかっこよくはないけど僕も持とうと思います。
Chiemi-chan displayed impressive courage in what she did, and I would like to follow her example, even if I wouldn't be nearly as cool.
春秋
Haraki-sama.
どう思うモッチー。
What do you think, Mochi?
匠にか。まあ確かにそうだな。
Takumi-ni, huh? Well, he's not wrong.
ねえ、やめない？
Hey, can we just not hang him?
あたしもこの子は狼じゃないような気がするけどね。
I also don't think he's a wolf. That went... well? Haru-chan was kind of overdoing it, but as long as she didn't take it any further, it'd be consistent with her act so far.
なるほどね。それじゃ室匠さんを蛇の型に調べてもらうということで異論はないのかな。
I see, then let's have the snake investigate Takumi Muro-san. Any objections? Silence.
室さん本人もよろしいかな。
Are you okay with it yourself?
ああ、構わねえ。
Yeah, I don't mind.
ではそれで。
Then it's decided. He couldn't push any further. Now it was time to vote.
拉致が開かねえ。植松の、もう票取れ。
What a waste of time. Uematsu, we're voting.
はい。記録をいたしましょう。
Yes, I shall write them down. We continued talking for a short while after that, but it was mostly pointless chatter about what we should do and if anyone had any ideas.
あのさ、どこかにカメラを仕掛けておけば狼が誰かわかるんじゃない？
Hey, can't we figure out who the wolves are by setting up some cameras?
それを今この場で言ったら狼にもバレて意味なくなるんじゃないかな。
If you say that here, the wolves will hear too. It'd be pointless.
そうだね。
Oh, right. Haru-chan did as I told her, displaying dedication towards contributing to the feast. A decent amount of time had passed since we'd started the feast, and it'd probably end right before the evening. Takumi-san was silent. He'd seemed against hanging people on a whim at first, but something had changed him somehow. Chiemi was like a fellow pillar of the community, so it must have hit him pretty hard. At this point, the only one clearly opposed to the voting was Mamiya-san, but even then, she only had a hand on her forehead. And so, the voting began.
最初はあんただ、じいさん。
You first, old guy. ...
聞いてんのか、おい。
You listening?
おめえ。
You...
あ、俺だと。
Me?
鬼みたいじゃ。怖い怖い。
Like a demon. Scary, scary.
そうかよ。次、おやっさん。
Whatever, old man Kanso, your turn.
休み。
One for Yasu. Did I push things too far?
処刑に反対するのがそんなにおかしなことですか？
Is it that weird to be opposed to the lynching?
てめえは頭が回る。そうやって首相なふりしてやがるかもしれねえ。
You got a good head. Could be just an act.
おやっさん、ヤスは敵じゃねえよ。
Yasu ain't your enemy, old man.
横領を聞かんことには納得せん。
Can't trust that without reason.
匠にいいから進めて。
Takumini, it's fine. Move on.
じゃあ次はばあちゃんだ。
Then Bar-chan, your turn.
困ったね。
What a burden.
記者の女の人に。
One for the journalist.
待ってください。私のどこが怪しかったって言うんです？
Wait, have I done anything suspicious?
橋本さんが猿なのはええけどね。あんたはまだようわからん。
Hashimoto-san is a monkey, but I don't know about you.
キューちゃん、落ち着いて。
Calm down, Kyo-chan.
大丈夫です。こういうことも想定すべきですし、ちょっと驚いただけ。
I'm fine. I should have seen this coming. I was just surprised.
次は
My turn?
俺だな。狼じじいに一票だ。こんなこと言いたくねえが、この後に及んで適当なことばっか言ってるてめえは害悪だ。
One for the old wolf guy. I don't want to say this, but if you're just gonna say random stuff even in this situation, you're a nuisance to all of us.
てめえ、他のもんを疑っとるんじゃろ。のか。あ、
Oh, he's expecting someone else, right? You sure, huh?
何言ってんのかわからねえ。次、香織さんだぜ。
I don't know what you're talking about. Kaori-san, you're next.
安永、あなたはどう思う？
Yoshinaga, what do you think?
誰に投票するか先に言ってもいいんでしょうか？
Can I say who I'll vote for before it's my turn?
悪いってことはね。
It ain't a problem.
僕は現状で確証を持った票を入れることができない。
I can't vote with certainty at this point.
だから
With that in mind,
ここまで宴に貢献していない人を選ぶことしかできない。
I can only
僕の意見を鵜呑みにしてほしくはない。
I can only pick someone who doesn't contribute to the feast, so don't just follow me without thinking.
いいから言えや。
Just say it.
狼じじいに投票するつもりだ。ただ、母さんは自分で選んで。
I'm voting for the old wolf man, but Mom, I want you to decide for yourself how to vote.
そう、わかったわ。
Okay, so I will.
じゃあ、植松里香子さんに。
One for Rikaku Uematsu.
構いません。が、理由は伺っても
I do
よ
not
ろしい
mind,
でしょうか？
but may I have a reason?
ちえみちゃんのことをいいように言っていたのが少し気になったから。
I have a problem with how you presented Chiemi-chan's
あの
death.
子が狼だった可能性もあるわよね。
After all, it's possible that she was a wolf, right? Of all people, she was the one to say that? Then again, I was actually planning to mention it too. That was a smart move.
どういうこと？母さん。
What do you mean?
狼同士が仲間割れしたのかもしれないというの。殺すか殺さないかとか、そういう話でね。
I'm saying that it could have been a fight between wolves. Maybe they argued about whether they'd actually kill or not. Wow, it was almost as if she was there herself. Ha. Kanso Shi was nodding. After all, in the feast, it was common sense that humans weren't the only ones who could die at night. By creating the possibility that Chiemi was a wolf, we would mess up their assumptions about how many wolves there were left.
ちえみちゃんは殺したくなかったのかもしれない。それで自殺したのかも。
Maybe Chiemi-chan killed herself because she didn't want to kill.
待ちなさい、織部のご婦人。それだと一人分の血を流したことにはならないのじゃないかね。
Wait, would that really count as a murder for the night?
いや、わかりませんよ。少なくとも、狼が仲間割れも殺しの人数にカウントした可能性は十分ある。
We can't actually be sure, but it's entirely possible that death due to discord between wolves counts.
それで死体はあの場に残って、夫妻さんの言うように獣か何かに荒らされたとかね。
They then left the corpse there, and the beasts or something else came and made a mess of it, just like Fushaishi-san suggested.
そうだった場合、ちえみちゃんは人だったと狼は主張するんじゃないかしら。
In that situation, any capable wolf would want to insist that Chiemi-chan was human, right? he said that while looking at Rikako-san, who'd praised Chiemi's actions on the basis that she was a human. But
違います。私はただ芹沢様の行いを
no, I simply wanted to
美化したかった。
beautify Chiemi-chan's actions. Fully aware that my comment was unnecessary, I took the
自
stage.
殺なんてどうやったって悲しい。どうしようもなくやるせないものです。残された僕らは辛くなる。
Suicide is sad. No matter what, it's hard for everyone left behind.
でもその死が前向きな理由だったなら僕らもまた前向きになれる。
But if you look at it in a positive way, we can stay positive too.
そういう実のところ僕らに対するケアだったんじゃないですか。リカコさんは。
I imagine that Rikako-san was just showing consideration for us all. I took her aside this time. She was an important person with special powers. It was better for her to die later. I couldn't deny that a part of me didn't want to kill her, but I ignored it. After all, following the betrayal, the only one suffering would be me. Right now, the important thing was to pretend to be a human fighting the good against the wolves. Kaori-san was a wolf and would probably be outed eventually. I had to make sure I wouldn't be suspected based on acting in support of her beforehand.
そう思っていました。ただ一番は本当に芹沢様が勇気を
Oh, she speaks so slowly.
盾になられたのだと。
I did think that, but most of all, I simply thought that Serizawa-sama displayed amazing bravery by trying to protect us. I didn't doubt that Rikako-san might have been more traditional than anyone else in Fujiyoshi, but her heart remained good-natured.
わかった。あとは皆が判断する。次、キヨだ。
Alright, I'll let the rest decide for themselves. You're next, Kiyo.
不妻子春明君に1票。
One for Haruaki Fushaishi-kun. Just like last time, he voted for me on the first day.
理由は何でしょう。
Can I have a reason?
君自身が言った通りだ。率先してヘビに調べられることを拒否した時点で君への投票を決めていたよ。
Didn't you say it yourself? I knew I'd vote for you the moment you took the initiative but refused to be investigated by the snake.
なるほど。わかりました。もっと利己的になった方が良かったとは思えないんですが。
I understand, though I don't think I should have been more selfish there.
次。僕はさっき言った通り、狼じじいに投票するよ。
Next, like I said, I'm voting for the old wolf guy. He was the first one to get 2 votes.
近持ちだ。
Chikamochi, you're next.
ハッサンかな。
A son, I guess.
なんでそう思ったの？
Why?
真面目すぎるなって。
He's acting too serious.
どういうことよ。
What do you mean? What does he mean?
いや、ほんとそれだけ。もっとヘラヘラしてる方がハッサンっぽいから。
Nothing really. Hassan's usually more relaxed. That's it. The scary thing was that such random thoughts of his often hit the mark.
よし、どうする？
Yoshi, who are you voting for?
植松に投票する。理由はババアの話が最もだと思ったから。
Matsu, my reason's that I think the hag's got a point.
あなたも自分で考えなさい。
You should think for yourself too.
考えた上で言ってんだ。何より死んだ理由まで長者に利用されるのが俺には気に食わねえ。
I did, and I'm sticking to what I said. Also, I don't like how our village head's using one of our deaths to her advantage.
次、春。どうする？
Haru, you're next.
私も植松さんに入れる。
I'll vote for Uematsu-san too.
なぜ安光の者の死を悲しんだ彼女が疑われねばならんの
Oh,
か
I
ね。
don't like that she votes for her as opposed to him. Why must a woman who grieved for your loss be suspected so much? Is this how you repay her?
もう次行っちまえよ、匠に。
Shut up, let's just get this over with. Takumini,
あんただ。植松里香子。
you're next, Rikaku Uematsu.
織部香織様に
One for Kaori Oribe-sama.
お返しというわけかしら。
Retaliation, I suppose.
はい。 私は人ですから。
Yes, I know I am human and I find your reasoning unjust.
もういいか。じゃあ次だ。
You done?
メイコ。
You're next, Mako.
久幸さん。
Did my... Am I dropping frames? Or no? It's just my chat disappeared. Okay, we're back. My chat started loading, so I was worried maybe I got disconnected. But no, I think it was just my chat. I think the stream's still running. Yep. Fujayuki-san. What?
夫妻子のことか。なんで入れた？
I mean Fushaishi. Why him?
みんなダメ。だけど順番。
Everyone's bad, but there's an order.
何言ってんだこいつ。
Huh? What's she saying?
それが私にも
I do not know
さ
either.
っぱりで。
Wait. Could it be that she was...
みんな、なんとかなの。だから、くくるの。
Everyone needs to, something. It's, hang. Mako was the badger. No way she's the badger. Crap, I couldn't... She's the badger? Crap, I couldn't use her no matter how hard I thought about it. Hell, she could totally give it away and ruin us.
まあいいや。次。
Oh well. Next.
夫妻子の番だぞ。
Fushaishi? Alright. Right now I had 3 votes, as did Rikako-san, and the old wolf guy had 2, while Takumi-san, Kori-san, Yasunaka-kun, and Mamiya-san had 1 each. To survive, I had to vote for Rikako-san or the old wolf guy, and my vote would affect those of the remaining 2, the journos. If they both voted for me, it'd be game over. But if I was right about the nature of Hashimoto-san's actions, he was trying to decide whether I was clean or not. And if he decided that I wasn't, he would have surely mentioned it before the vote began. It was possible that he would vote for someone else. I had no idea if Mamiya-san would follow his vote, but even if she didn't, it wasn't likely that she would vote for me. Basically, if I voted for Rikako-san, she would get 4 votes and most likely be lynched. And if I voted for the old wolf guy, he would have 3 votes, and depending on who the journos voted for, I could end up in the final vote. None of those with just 1 vote were particularly suspicious, so it'd be best to just disregard them altogether. Had to vote between Rikako-san and the old wolf guy. But honestly, it wasn't much of a choice. Kaori-san's words about Rikako-san relied a decent amount on the assumption that the village heads were anti-Yasumitsu, but that wasn't very credible. It would be strange for me to base my decision on that. We already had Hara-chan agree with Kaori-san's word. She didn't even give her own reason. I didn't want to be considered an ally of those who had given up on thinking for themselves. Now all that mattered was who the remaining 2 would vote for. This could lead to another final vote, but I'd think about that then.
僕は狼じじい氏に投票します。
I'm voting for the old wolf guy.
どうして？
Why? I had to say something justified and useful to the humans.
狼じじい氏は多分こうしておられるけど演技だと思う。
You're all well aware of how he behaves, but I think it's all an act. My words surprised everyone.
どうしてそのように思われるので？
Why would you believe that? Naturally, I couldn't say that I'd seen him make a decent play when he was a badger.
ただの地方老人が過去も含めて読み意味の宴を回避できたとは思えない。
I don't believe that a senile man could survive multiple feasts like this one.
返事が返ってこないときは何度言っても返ってこないが、基本的には問いかけには一発で返答する。
He's sometimes unresponsive and doesn't say a word to the very end, but when asked directly, he tends to answer immediately.
そう考えれば、都合の悪いことは無視かでたらめな返答で流してしまえるのだから、非常に良い戦略だと思います。
When you look at it like that, he might just be ignoring or dancing around questions that are bad for him. It's a clever strategy.
ちょっと待ってください。僕も彼に投票しましたが、それはさすがに考えすぎじゃないですか？
Wait a second, I voted for him myself, but don't you think you're overthinking it?
第一、それなら現状こうして彼が疑われる状況になっているのがおかしいじゃないですか。
Also, if that were true, don't you think he'd have avoided being in this dangerous situation?
彼は何らかの抜け道を知っているんじゃないか。
I think he might know a loophole.
抜け道死ななくて済むような
A loophole that doesn't kill you?
はっきりは分かりませんが、彼が寝泊まりしているという家はちらっと見たけど、ほとんどあばら屋だ。
I can't say for certain, but from what little I've seen, the place he sleeps at is basically a dilapidated wreck. Hadn't seen it this time around, actually, but no one would find my claim fishy.
あの家では物意味すら行えない可能性が高い。なのに彼は生きている。
It didn't even look like it qualified as shelter, and yet he's still alive.
そう言われれば。
Now did you mention it?
牧島勘三さん、これまでになかったですか？彼が不可解に生存したことが。
Kanzo Makishima-san, has he ever survived things he didn't seem capable of surviving?
確かにとは言えねえが
Can't say if he did or didn't.
わしはこいつを信用してねえ昔から気色の悪いじじいだった
But I don't trust him. Guy's been a freak for as long as I've known him. He decided to ignore it all, apparently.
もし宴を回避する方法をご存知なのなら、ぜひ僕らに教えてほしいものです。
If you know how to avoid the feast, please do tell us.
それならこの票を取り下げたっていい。
If you do, I'll retract my vote.
誰も山からは逃げられん
No one escapes the mountain.
つまりどうあっても協力する気はないということです。僕が彼に投票する根拠はそれで全てです。
He's basically saying that he won't cooperate with us no matter what. That's the basis for my vote.
わかった。次、あんただ、間宮さん。
Alright, you're next, Mamiya-san.
私は危険でいいかしら。人殺しに加担したくないんですが。
Can I just not vote? I don't want to be complicit in murder.
そうはいかねえ。あんたが誰を疑って誰を擁護するかだって見られてんだ。
We can't have that. We need to know who you doubt and who you support.
わかったわ。じゃあ、あなた、牧島春さん。
Alright then, you, Haru Makishima-san. Huh?
春理由は
Haru, your reason?
大したことはないです。絶対に処刑対象にならない方の中で一番怪しい人を選んだだけ。
It's nothing major. I just picked the most suspicious one out of the ones who would definitely not be lynched
本
today.
当は山脇さんに投票しようかとも思ったけど、報復でいがみ合っても仕方ないし。
I considered voting for Yamawaki-san at first, but there's no point in such petty revenge.
私より春ちゃんの方が怪しいっていうのかいね。あんたは。
You're saying that Haru-chan's more suspicious than me?
あえて言うならですよ。植松さんへの嫌疑を答えずじまいなところとか態度とか別に確たるものじゃありません。
If I have to choose between you, yes. She didn't say why she suspected Uematsu-san. Her general attitude is strange. There's nothing certain there. Saw through Haru-chan's act, huh?
だからこだわりはしないけど、狼は全員とても狡猾で残忍で度胸が座った人物とは限らないし。
I don't have any preferences here, but I don't believe that all the wolves are so cunning, cruel, and
こ
gutsy.
の今も投票されないか心の底で怯えているような人もいるんじゃないか。その問題提起を兼ねて投票するわ。
There could be one who's just cowering in fear of any vote that could come their way. It's a genuine issue to consider, and that's why I'm voting for her.
それだけの理由でひどくないですか？
Seriously? That's it? That's so cruel.
あなたたちがやっていることがそもそもひどいですからね。この程度の嫌疑で目くじらを立てないでちょうだい。
And so is this whole thing you're doing. Please don't make a big deal out of this.
わかった。最後はあんただ、橋本さん。
Alright, you're last, Hashimoto-san.
難しいな。
This is difficult.
難しいけれど。
But even so,
狼じじいさんに入れさせてもらおう。
I will vote for the old wolf fellow. That actually surprises me. It was settled then.
理由を聞いてもいいかい？
Can you give us a reason?
皆さんの人となりがようやく分かってきましたけれどね。
I believe I understand what kind of people you are
こ
now.
こでムロさんを指名するのは おかしい。
And I believe nominating you at this point in time would be strange.
それだけのシンプルな理由です。
That's it, really. A simple reason.
わかった。
I see. Alright then.
今ので4票で
That gives him full votes. It is decided. Bring the rope.
時間が欲しい。
I need time.
黙れ。
Shut it. I'd seen this before. Kansu-san punched the old wolf guy, shucking some people. In the end, upon getting the rope, Kansu-san tied him up and went to hang him on the pine all by himself.
こいつはわしがくくってくる。てめえらはもう戻っとけ。
I'll hang him myself. You go back.
おやっさん、どうした？
Old man, what's gotten into you? The conditions for it were different, but this event unfolded the exact same way as last time. This was just my assumption, but I believe that Kansu-san had some sort of unfinished business with the old wolf guy. I'm just gonna quickly mute and cough. There we are. Perhaps he too suspected the old man would try something strange here. Oh, flashbang. The first time he'd said he needed time, everyone accepted it, and soon he and Mochi, who'd accompanied him, were found dead outside. Was he planning to do something before his execution? That something led to murders and made Kansu-san forcefully drag him into the tree. It seemed significant to me. Dragging my feet in the line heading back to the dining hall, I thought about the old wolf guy. Was there some sort of way to make him talk? Maybe I could loop back and... No, he probably wouldn't react to anything I said. But now, I just had to be glad that I'd survived today's feast. I couldn't show it, of course. If there were any holes in anything I'd said today, it could prove trouble further down the line. Even so, I'd cast aside my doubts and taken a step forward. I could win this. I would win this as a wolf. Like last time, we ended up spending an awkward evening in the dining hall. Tei-san insisted that something bad could happen in the mist again, so she told us to stay inside. After that, Kansu-san and Takumi-san came back. The former ignored all warnings and left again, but everyone else stayed inside. Takumi-san said he didn't see Kansu-san kill the old wolf guy. Just what was happening between them? What if he didn't actually kill him? Was there some secret agreement between the locals where they agreed that the old wolf guy had to live? Was someone hiding him somewhere? No, that couldn't be it. He definitely died the first time. I just didn't get it. Soon enough, we started making dinner. I had to check for poison again, clean up, and then we all went back to our rooms. Another one of us might be gone tomorrow. Be prepared for that at least. After a short silence, everyone gave each other some brief goodbyes and began going their own way. Oh, one last thing. Hashimoto-san stopped them.
間違ってもこの後抜け出して誰かと内緒話をするなどやめましょうね。
I advise against trying to stay outside and have secret
い
meetings.
ると違ってみんなバラバラです。誰が近くに潜んでいてもわからない。
Unlike during the day, we're all spread out. It's hard to tell if someone's nearby.
そんなものか。
That how it is?
でけえのの言う通りだ。まっすぐ戻れ。
Big guy's right, just head back. Crap. I'd hoped to get a chance to eavesdrop. That meant that the secret chat he'd have at noon only happened because he figured out that the wolves couldn't do much during the day. However, it didn't mean that Hashimoto-san had anything concrete. In fact, he would probably deal with the potential eavesdroppers by not saying anything important if he met with someone privately. I was more curious about Takumi-san. The exchange between him and Yasunaka-kun might have been extremely important.
なんですって？
What? Late at night. We passed out and put on the wolf outfits. passed through the beast-filled mist, and arrived at the dining hall again. My injury had healed shockingly well. Healing herb power sure was something. Had to remove the taping to get in the wolf costume, though. That aside,
約束が違うんじゃない？
that's not what we agreed. There was a strange tension between the three monsters here.
それでも今日は安永君や義継君を殺している場合じゃない。
But it's really not the right time to kill Yasunaka-kun or Yotsusuke-kun.
でもそうでないと私は。
But if we don't, I'll...
分かってます。あなたを軽視するつもりはないんです。
I know. I don't mean to ignore your wish, it's just...
誰を殺すっていうのよ。
Who did we kill then?
候補は2人。室匠さんと橋本雄大さんです。
There's two candidates, Takumi Muro-san and Yudai Hashimoto-san.
話を進めるのが上手だから。
Because they're good at controlling the conversation.
はい。橋本さんについては、現状、宴を理性的に進めるために大きな役割を果たしているからです。
Yes, especially Hashimoto-san. He's doing an amazing job convincing everyone to handle this rationally.
それに、彼は見た目よりもかなり頭が切れる。気を抜けば、簡単に正体を見破られる可能性があります。
Also, he's a lot smarter and sharper than he looks. Let your guard down, he'll instantly expose all of us. I told him about how dangerous he was, citing the secret chat thing in the morning and the trick question during the feast.
考えすぎじゃないのかな。それで、匠兄の方は？
You sure you're not overthinking it? And why Takumi ni?
彼は蛇の加護者かもしれない。
He might be the snake.
え？
Huh? I was already suspicious yesterday, but now I'm almost certain.
昨日彼は自発的な処刑対象者はいないかというモッチーの発言にまだ死ねないと答えていました。
Yesterday, when asked whether anyone would volunteer to be lynched, he said he couldn't die yet.
いろいろ考えましたが、彼がまだ死ねないというのは少しだけ不自然です。死ねないだけならわかりますが。
I thought a lot about it, and the yet part really bothered me. Couldn't die on its own would have seemed natural.
加えて今日、彼は安永君と密談を行いました。最初は千恵美の死でへこむ彼を励ますだけかと思ったんですが。
Also, he met up with Yasunaka-kun secretly today. At first I thought he wanted to cheer him up since Chiemi was dead and all.
今日の動き方を見れば、二人が宴に関して何か打ち合わせをした可能性もあるなと。
But looking at how they behaved, it seems like they met up to talk about the feast.
それはそうかもしれませんね。いきなり安永を呼んで話をさせましたし。
That seems possible. It was a bit...
それが一体。
It was a bit strange how he just called Yasunaka to talk. But what about it?
そもそも彼は本質的にはもっとオープンで密談とかは好まないはずなんです。
He's a pretty open guy, isn't he? Not the type of guy to hold secret meetings, right?
安水という狭い場所で秘密が保てるはずがないこともよく知ってるわけですし。
He probably knows full well that you can't keep any secrets here in Yasumitsu.
それで？
And?
それがわざわざ密談を持ったというのは相手のことをよほど信用していないとしないのじゃないか。
And he still took Yasunaka-kun to meet in secret. That requires a lot of trust if you ask me.
つまり彼が蛇で昨日は安永君を調べたのではないかと思うわけです。
That's why I think he's the snake and that he investigated Yasunaka-kun yesterday.
あともう一つ。彼は蛇に調べられたい人が挙手で募られた際、挙手をしませんでした。
Another thing, he didn't raise his hand when we volunteered to be investigated by the snake.
あれ大丈夫だったよね。手を上げ損ねたけど。
Oh, that was okay, right? I didn't raise it first.
それは大丈夫。後で二人とも上げてたでしょ。そのくらいが自然。
It's fine, you raised later and that's natural.
ただ、彼の立ち位置ならば、真っ先に手を挙げて調べられたいと思うはず。
However, considering his position, he should have raised his hand and agreed to be investigated before anyone else.
それをやらなかったのは、自分が蛇で、自分を調べる意味がないことを先入観として持っていたから。
He didn't do it because he's the snake and already figured that raising his hand would have been pointless.
自分も蛇ではなく、他の人と同様の条件であることに気が回らなかったからじゃないかと思うわけです。
I just think he wasn't paying enough attention to act like a normal human rather than a snake.
だから彼は
匠さんを調べるべきだという提案にも反応が遅れ、そしてそのまま反論も推奨もしないまま認めてしまった。
That was also why he was slow to react to the idea that we should investigate him, yet he accepted it without any argument.
なるほど。確かにあの時の匠兄の物言い、なんか引っかかってるような感じだった。
I guess so? It does look like his words were a bit strange back then.
心配があるのは分かったわ。でも、なぜ今日なの？
I understand you're worried, but why today?
匠さんは自分自身を調べたりはしないにしろ、今すぐにこの3人がバレるとは限らないでしょ。
Takumi-san won't investigate himself, but there's no guarantee it would be one of us, right? That was a naive thing to say.
僕は自分をあまり信用していません。
I don't really trust myself. No, it would be me who gets investigated because I was second highest. Like they said, it was either me or Takumi, and then Takumi was chosen, but he can't investigate himself, so he's always going to choose me.
匠さんがヘビで、しかも最初から僕に疑いを持っている場合、あの提案によって逆に疑いを強めたかもしれない。
I don't really trust myself. If he's a snake, and if he was suspicious of me to begin with, my words might have made him even more suspicious. Oh.
あなたの説で言えば、安永は匠さんが蛇だということを聞いたかもしれないのよね。
But if your theory is true, it's possible that Takumi-san told Yasunaka that he's the snake, right?
可能性は、あるでしょうね。
That's possible.
じゃあ、安永もやはり。
Then we should get rid of him first, shouldn't we?
そうですね。彼も早晩殺さねばならないでしょ
う。We should within the next few nights.
わかりました。明日、絶対に安永を狙ってもらえるなら、今日殺す相手は久石さんに任せるわ。
Very well. As long as we go for Yasunaka tomorrow, I'll let you pick today's victim.
私はどっちでもいいよ。
Really don't care which.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. However, if we killed one, we couldn't go for the other one for a while. Today's choice was bound to greatly affect what happened next. Now, which one? Okay. I have a feeling that Yasunaka is the spider. And picking Takumi is the wrong choice. Because Takumi's going to be safe from the spider, which is Yasunaka. However, alternatively, what if Mamiya-san is the spider and she told Hashimoto that she's the spider? And okay, I'm gonna pick Takumi, but I think that's the wrong choice. No, it's the right choice. Okay. Personally, I found Hashimoto-san to be the biggest threat. I didn't see any openings or weaknesses on him. However, I knew full well just how influential Takumi-san was. Though he sometimes lacked confidence, once he found some, he could kill off the wolves through his initiative and popularity alone. Then there was the fact that he might be the snake. I really couldn't ignore him.
室匠さんを殺します。
We'll kill Takumi-san.
わかったわ。ただし。
Very well, but...
はい。明日は安永君を。そのために、春ちゃんにはお願いがある。
Yes, we'll go for Yasunaka-kun tomorrow night. About that though, Haru-chan.
何?
What?
おそらく明日、安永君は再びショックを受けた状態になるはずだ。それを君が必死で慰める。
Yasunaka-kun will probably be in a state of shock again tomorrow, so you do your best to console him.
できるだけ避けたいのは、彼に匠さんは実は蛇で、彼から人の証明をもらっていたと発言させること。
We need to prevent him from declaring that Takumi-san told him he was a snake, and that he confirmed that Yasunaka-kun was a human.
匠さんは殺されているわけで、彼が本物だということは、全員に強い信憑性を持って受け入れられるはずだ。
With Takumi-san dead, most would find his words trustworthy.
それ以後、蛇を語るのは極めて難しくなる。これはわかる？
Pretending to be the snake would become really difficult then, understand?
わかるけど、でもどうするの？
I do, but how would I even do that?
正直私、そういうのうまくやれる気がしないんだけど。
Honestly, I don't think I could pull something like that off.
それは。
私がやりましょう。要は、安永を宴の外で喋らせず、宴でも喋らせなければいいのでしょ？
I'll do it. I'll just have to make sure Yasunaka doesn't talk about that in or outside the feast, right?
それはそうなんですが、できますか？
Yes, basically. Can you do that?
母ですから。親子の会話を持つことは、あまり咎められないでしょう。
I'm his mother. No one would suspect us if we have a talk as family.
それに、匠さんとは、知らない仲でもありませんから。
It's also the fact that, well, Takumi-san isn't a stranger to me.
それで匠さんが蛇だということを聞き出したら、そうね、肝臓さんが怪しいと言いましょう。
Is it smart that she says that? We do wanna get him to hate Kanso, because Kanso hates him. Yeah, that might be smart. If he tells me that Takumi-san is a snake, I will tell him that I suspect Kanso-san.
自分が調べられるのを恐れて蛇を殺したのだってね。匠さんの正体に肝臓さんが気づく可能性もあるわよね。
I say that he killed the snake because he was afraid of being investigated. It's possible that Kanso-san realized what Takumi-san was, right?
ええ、そうですね。みんながいるところで見せた奇妙さですから。
Yeah, now that you mention it, he acted weird in front of everyone there.
よね。それで、あなたがそれを口にしたら狙われるから、黙っていてくれと頼みましょう。
Exactly. I'll also tell him to keep quiet about it because he could be next. I might have severely underestimated her. I'd assumed she was a timid person without much of her own opinion on anything, but oh, was I wrong. I don't know whether she was holding back or just using her imagination and proactiveness in a negative way. But she was really dependable in a situation like this.
狼ゆえに知り得たことや先回りして匠さんが蛇じゃないかということは絶対に避けてくださいね。
Please avoid saying things only wolves can know or claim that Takumi-san is the snake before he does.
あなたが安永君に疑われたら元も子もない。
It won't be good for us if Yasunaka-kun starts to suspect you.
あら、疑われる程度ならいいでしょ。どうせ明日の夜、安永は死ぬんだから。
Oh, but suspicion is no problem. He will die tomorrow night after all. Had to hold back from cursing at her. A mother was intending to kill her own child and it made me feel unpleasant. That was the right thing to feel, wasn't it?
じゃあ、私はいいのね。
I guess sort of. One. I mean, we made it past this fail, this defeat here, and now we're here. And this probably also led to a defeat, but I chose this one because I actually thought this one would lead to the defeat, but this one actually did. Then I won't have to do anything, right?
そうだね。
Yeah.
ひとまずは。
For now. Hehehe. His sudden grin was so out of nowhere I had no idea what to make of it, and neither did Kaori-san. Takumi-san's place was close to the plaza. There was nothing out of the ordinary around it. That meant this would be our first real murder. Our first kill as wolves. Was I really gonna do this? Would the door really open? Would I really open it and carry out the deed? More nervous than I appeared, I put my hand on the door. Click. I felt it unlock. Seriously?
ちょっと他も確かめてきます。
Let me check something.
ちょっと
Huh? Hey. I ran around checking several houses. The detached dwelling where Yotsusuke-kun lived, Meigo's place, Kanso-san's place, Rikako-san's place. All of them were locked.
どうやら最初に手をかけた家のみが開くようです。軽い気持ちでノブに触れない方が良さそうだ。
Apparently you can only unlock the first door you touch. It's best not to touch the knobs without thinking.
なるほど。
I see.
じゃあもう匠兄を殺すしかないんだ。
Honestly, this is a pretty good quote. Oops. This one right here. It's best not to touch the knobs without thinking. Don't touch your knob without thinking. So we've got no choice but to kill Takumini.
そういうことだ。では、開けます。
Exactly, I'm opening it. This would be my first time here since I'd investigated his corpse during the first loop. It was a simple room. There's a futon in the middle and his large body was right there. He was sleeping. Defenseless. He wouldn't wake up, right?
ねえ、どうやって殺すの？
Hey, how will we kill him? I actually was curious if we were going to be provided some means of killing. The murders I'd known of so far had been outside of the norm, but they weren't something beyond human ability. But I also thought that they'd been a bit excessive, assuming their sole purpose was murder. I still didn't know if there was something that compelled them to do that. But apparently, you had to come up with your own method of murder.
この場にあるものを使おう。
Let's use something here. Thankfully, we had lots of options. There were various of old farming tools nearby. The etched ones, sickle, hoe, etc. Looked extremely fitting for the purpose. There's even an axe. It would make it really easy. An axe could destroy a human body in no time.
念のため聞きますが、
I'll ask just in case.
やりたい人はいますか？
Either of you want to do it?
いいでしょう。僕がやります。
Alright, I'll do it. I raised the axe overhead and hesitated. This memory, the fact that I committed murder, would probably stay with me even if I looped. I'd keep this moment, this feeling, until the day I died. That was hardly a problem. My aim was true, and the axe sunk into Takumi-san's neck. Blood burst out of the wound and then started bubbling out ceaselessly. That was definitely lethal. However, the blade wasn't too wide or large. This wasn't a broad axe or anything. Thus I swung it down again. And again. And again. His head left his body before the 10th swing. I took his head in hand. His eyes were open wide. His expression was full of anguish. At this point I wasn't sure if he'd been completely unconscious. I nonchalantly showed it to the two behind me. Applause. They actually applauded me.
お見事でした。
Well done.
ご立派。
Good job. Pure joy and words of praise. My earlier sense of disgust returned. Why? Why did these people suddenly cease to have a conscience the moment they became wolves? This was wrong. They were supposed to show disgust. They needed to. If they didn't, to whose standard was I supposed to adjust my conscience? Sense of right and wrong and good and evil? I tossed the head on the floor. I then held it in place with my foot. Cut it with the axe over and over. Struck it over and over. It was almost completely unrecognizable now. I kicked away the damaged skull, still covered in flesh and hair in places. It was heavy, so my leg hurt, and it left a pool of blood where it rolled. Before even looking at it, I took a random farming tool and thrust it into his torso. I then took another tool and sank it into his shoulder. I open his stomach. I cut up his limbs. That's enough. Stop. By the time someone stopped me, the corpse was in such a state that you'd think the corruption was responsible for it.
ここまでしなくてもよかったんじゃないかしら。
You didn't have to go this far, did you? Not even those words were out of disgust or guilt. They simply thought it was a waste of time.
帰りましょ
Let's go. Still pissed, I went to the exit, not even looking back at them.
みそぎをしないと。
You need to cleanse. I felt some water hit my back, but I was too pissed to even react before leaving. I took off the bloody wolf outfit and just threw it on the floor. I learned yesterday that it was best to wear the costume without any upper clothing, so I was able to relax after just wiping off the sweat and changing my underwear. The room began to reek of blood, but Great Lord Shinai would probably clean all this up anyway. Shit. I was pissed. Even though I knew they'd lose their sense of guilt, I was still pissed. Shit. I just wanted to sleep, but I couldn't really do that with someone knocking on my door. Who could it be? Kaori-san, Haru-chan, Shinai himself? It's late at night, so it couldn't be anyone else from the village. Police, then? That'd be a laugh. I ignored it, though. I was too pissed. More knocking. More ignoring.
おやおやおやおやおや町のお方は繊細でいらっしゃるな。
My, oh my. You certainly are easily offended, city dweller. Now that I couldn't ignore. It's Haru-chan. I jumped up and leapt to the door so quickly I almost tripped. This was the mystery surrounding Haru-chan. The brutalization had distracted me from my primary goal here. I hadn't expected her to come to me. Upon opening the door, I saw something I really didn't expect. This was...
黄泉の匂いに
The wolves cometh
狼は来やる。
to the smell of Yomi.
みそぎ物意味夢見せよ。
Cleanse, shelter, and dream.
牛吉の娘。
Daughter of Fushiyoshi. That was Haru-chan? Now that I got a better look, the physique, hairdo, and even the voice were similar. But why would she wear that? No, forget that. How did she make it all the way here without her wolf outfit?
驚くには値しませんぞ。
No need to be surprised.
こやつらは皆我と同類分身のようなものゆえ。
These are my kin. Consider them an extension of me. Behind her, I felt the beasts closer than at any point today or yesterday. No, I could actually see them. Countless eyes glowed in the darkness nearby. She gently extended her hand. A few of them looked at her, and a few even came close. The weak light from outside the prefab lit them up. Dogs. They really were dogs. Some were white, some brown. Some had long ears, some didn't have a tail. What the fucking Dr. Seuss over here? It was a pack of countless feral-looking mid-sized dogs. All of them had blood and filth on them, as well as severe wounds here and there. Their clenched teeth, furrowed noses, and widened eyes spoke volumes of the rage and perhaps even hatred within them. The girl clad in aged cloth didn't seem to care, standing still even as they surrounded her. Not only that, but she reached out to pet one of them.
3つの神のうち1つはあなたなのか?
Are you one of the three gods?
おう、そうじゃ。そんなところで引っかかっておいでとは失礼いたした。
Oh, yes. Apologies if that did not seem obvious
かく
before.
のごとく獣と触れ合う他によるべもない力なき寂しき神よ。
As you can see, I am a lonely, powerless god who can't do much beyond playing with beasts.
上がってください。
Please come in.
おやおやおやおやおや神を招くなど不用意にも程があられはすまいか。
My, oh my, do you not think it dangerous to invite a god to your home?
神隠しに遭われても知りませぬぞ。
What if I were to spirit you away?
すみませんが、僕はあなたらのルールはわからないんですよ。
Sorry, but I don't understand your
ふむ
rules.
それもまた道理。町のお方々は科学とか申す神を信じておられるのであったな。
Reasonable. You city dwellers worship a god called Science, do you not?
科学は神じゃないですよ。
Science isn't a god.
神でございますぞ。ご存知ないとは。ああ。でも。
Oh, it is? You did not know? Oh, but wait.
貴様は何も信じておられるのじゃな。これはこれは。これはこれはこれは。失礼をいたした。
You do not believe in anything, do you? I truly, sincerely apologize. Okay, this really
こちら
was.
から出ましょうか。
Should I step outside?
それにも及びませぬぞ。その薄汚い装束でこの子供を脅かさねば貴様はこちらにおいでにはなれん。
No need for that. You cannot leave that place without that filthy costume on to all these children.
敷居は結界じゃ。神語りは結界越しになさるがよい。
The edge of a territory is a boundary, and talks between men and gods can be had through them.
そういうものですか。では、いい。
I see. Okay then.
あなたは何者なんですか。
What are you?
それはもう答えた問いであろう。
I have already answered that, have I not?
神。力なき神。それだけじゃわからないんですよ。伝承にはあなたのような存在は。
A god, a powerless god. That's not enough. The legends don't say anything about.
待て
Wait,
よ。無事な。
the badger. For the first time, she simply nodded instead of saying it. It made me uneasy.
不快な呼び名なのでしょうか。
Do you hate that name?
別に正しいことじゃ。
Not at all. It is not wrong in the least.
こうして信頼明神の印をつけて畜生どもの頭目として振る舞っておる我にこそふさわしい呼び名であろう。
It is a fitting name for someone wearing the marks of Great Lord Shinai and acting as leader of these mutts.
かつては別の神だったのですね。
You used to be a different god, right?
衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や神話はよそからの拝借だけじゃなく、政治的な要因も強く影響して変遷していくの。
This might not sit well with some of you, but legends and myths can change not just through borrowing aspects from other legends and myths, but also through political events.
古代、神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは、神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。
There was a time when myths and government were closely tied, so myths had to change whenever the politics
集
did.
落の合体によって、それぞれが報じていた神様が結婚したり、戦争で併合された側の神様が古文や魔物に変えられたり。
If settlements merged, their gods would marry, while gods of places annexed through war would become conquerors' gods, servants of or demons.
あるいは、
Goodness
か
gracious.
つて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。そうやって力関係の辻褄を合わせたわけ。
Or maybe they'd merge separate gods into one. The people shaped them according to the power balances of their day.
強力な神や悪魔ほど、異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。忘れられた信仰がいくつもそこに融合されているの。
That's why powerful gods and devils have many other names, forms, and incarnations. These are remnants of long forgotten faiths.
今日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。だから、多少の矛盾があるのは当然よ。
The legends and myths that have lived to this day survive through countless such changes. Of course, they would have contradictions. A forgotten god. A mountain god besides great Lord Shinai. With the creation of the Shinai faith, she was woven into it as a servant and left mostly forgotten. That was the entity possessing her.
まあそんなものじゃが、我は我の話などしとうてきたのではない。
Well, that is what I am, but I did not come here to speak for myself, of myself rather. Personally, I had a whole ton of questions, but since I didn't want to make her upset, I let her take the lead.
何を聞きたいと？
What do you want to know?
何故あれほど乱心なさったのじゃ。
Why the rampage?
それはわからないのですか？
You don't know?
貴様がこの娘と女に憤懣を持たれたことは分かったが、その色以外はどうにも読めなんだ。
I understand that you are upset with this girl, but I cannot read any other color you display.
殺すのが嫌なら一撃でやめればよろしかろうし、怠慢を咎めるならば獲物を渡されればよろしかった。
If you did not want to kill, you could have stopped after the first hack, and if they did not deem it sufficient, you could have handed them the tool.
危機として大男を切り刻みましたでしょうに。
Yet you joyously cut the large man up into pieces.
二人にはね、まともでいてくれないと困るんですよ。
I need those two to stay normal.
ふむ。
Hmm?
まともじゃない人間の中では、僕はまともになれない。
I can't be normal unless I'm surrounded by normal people.
人間としての芯がない人間なものでね。まともさの定義を入れ替えられると、立ち位置がわからなくなる。
As a person, I lack any kind of real foundation, so I lose myself without some source of normalcy to ground myself with.
自分で立ち位置を変えるのは構わない。他人に強制されると腹が立つ。それだけです。
I don't actually mind losing myself and having to create a new me, but having one forced on me pisses me off.
ふむ。芯がない。
No real foundation, you say?
おかしなことを申される。貴様の芯とは、その他人に勝手にやられると腹が立つが全てではないのか？
How curious. Is that not itself your foundation? That is, a man who is frustrated when outdone by others?
そうかもしれません。
Perhaps you're right.
ならばなぜ我を恐れるのじゃ。
Then why are you afraid of me?
怒りが全てであるものは恐れも敬いもせぬものぞ。
Those seized by anger hold neither fear nor reverence, do they not?
僕はわからないものが怖い。
I'm scared of things I do not understand.
それはどうも正確ではないように思えてならぬ。
That does not seem the truth to me.
ふむふむ。
Humma.
なるほど。
I see how it is.
貴様は恐怖と快楽の区別がついておらぬのじゃな。
You cannot differentiate between fear and excitement, can you?
そして他人によりそれを御されるのが不快なのじゃ。
And you do not like it when others control that, am I correct?
これでおあいこじゃな。
We are even now. She took my displeased expression and silence as a yes and laughed. Ember, there's no RP command. What number do you want? There's no RP number. There's a number between 1 and 705. You can't just type !RP. I can give you 420. Actually, I think we had that one. There's no RP command. Rutger, Ember, there's no RP command. What two redeems? Little instruction and play sound? No. Little instruction. I have this book. It's like, how old is it? Like 14 years old or something? And it has like a bunch of little instructions. They're like a sentence long. And you pick a number and I read that instruction for you and then I pin it in the chat. So you can just pick a number between 1 and 705. And then I'll read you the instruction for you. 241. Alright. Okay. So, okay, before I read this one, because this one's really funny. I'm gonna I'm gonna warn you that some of these are culturally different. Some of them are how would you say that? Chronologically different. So I would say this one might have worked maybe 10, 20 years ago, but I would highly recommend against doing this today. So advice or little instruction 241 tells you to wave at children on school buses. I would advise against doing that personally. I would say probably not a good idea to wave at children on school buses, but you know, I also cannot stop you. Maybe I should put the number as well. Wave at children on school buses. Okay. Oh, I forgot to pin it. And this chat has the thing where, okay, I'm just gonna type it twice then. Veronica, don't worry about it. There we go. Pin. Manually. Wave at children on school buses. That's absolutely incredible. That's a good one. Good pick, Troy. Yeah, good pick, Ember. That's wave to all of the kids on the school buses. That'll, yep. And there's still no RP command. I'm letting you know. She took my displeased expression and silenced as a yes and laughed. You can read minds. I don't recommend doing that. I personally said I don't recommend doing that. No, Roger, I specifically said I don't recommend doing that. I very specifically said that. Disclaimer, no, don't, freak mode, there's no freak mode. I specifically said disclaimer, the little instructions, no RP freak mode. Disclaimer, the little instructions are not my advice. I do not condone anything that says that the little instruction, Life's Little Instruction Book TM, written by H. Jackson Brown Jr., simple wisdom and a little humor for living a happy and rewarding life. I do not condone anything that says that this book tells you to do. Disclaimer. Maybe some of them, but not that one. Specifically not that one. It is a little more than a parlor trick to me. You also read my memories, so you know about my looping. My oh my. You realized it already. I expected to keep it a secret a bit longer. In other words, neither you nor Haru-chan experience what I do. You really think so, Ember? You really think she should change those? Why is the blood on the outside like that? It looks more like jam, to be honest, than it does blood. Because it's like, It's leaking through. I mean, I guess so, but why? She's got it on her, like, thing, like, on her head. And it's not, the head ones aren't even, like, on the skin. It's just, like, floating. Are the head one, are they, like, old pieces of bandage that she's taken off and then put on her head? What is that supposed to do? What? Okay, yeah, forehead cut. But what about the ones on the back of her head, on the side of her head? There's not even any of those on her forehead. Leaked down? Yeah, okay. Poor craftsmanship. It leaked all the way down and even around in a 360-degree circle on the bandages on the back of her head as well. She bleeds that much. Well, that is a good way to look at it. Unfortunately, even I am but a jester dancing atop another god's palm. Yes, you really ought to change those, huh? That's me. I'm the jester. It looks like doctor's handwriting, some of this. The blood. Looks like someone's prescribing her something.
その黒幕だという神について教えてもらえませんか?
Can you tell me about this god, the one behind it all?
それはできぬ。
I cannot. Should change your bandages then. The jester bit? Or the doctor's handwriting?
なぜ?
Why?
それもこれも。
Because I am too weak.
教えていただければ、すべてをひっくり返してみせますよ。あなたの意向を取り戻すことだって。
If you tell me, I'll turn it all around. I'll even help you regain your former glory.
出過ぎであられるぞ、町の方。
Oh, your limits, city dweller. Aghast at her sudden intensity.
勘違いを正して差し上げよう。
Allow me to correct you.
力なき神とは人の役に立てぬということ。人知れず災いを起こせぬということにあらず。
A powerless god is one that is of no use to mankind, not one incapable of calamities. Calamity. Beyond their not knowing.
そして
Calamity time.
無力がゆえにこうして可愛らしく振る舞っておる我という神はかつて誰よりも恐れられたものじゃ。
I am powerless now and I behave like this adorable maiden, but I used to be more feared than any. Holy heck.
我の意向を取り戻
She's
され
getting
る。
evil.
向こう十里の人里を焼き払い人皆くくって我に恵まれるか。
You believe you can bring that glory back? Do you believe you would honor me by burning several nearby villages and hang all the people?
こうして話すはこのつまらぬ夜の不良を慰むため。それ以上の何も得られはしませぬぞ。
Speaking on this dreary night is only meant to ease my ennui. Ennui? There is nothing to be gained from it. I've never seen that word. So this was just a diversion for her. I couldn't consider it significant. Was that what she was telling me?
少々今日が覚めてしまうた。
This has grown dull.
夢夢ご承知の上あくる晩またお会いいたしましょうぞ。
Keep my words in mind. May we meet again on the following evening. She turned around and I felt the beasts rush
待って
away.
ください。
Please wait.
なぜわざわざ僕を訪ねてきてくださったんですか?
Why did you come to me anyway?
そうそう。そういう話なら歓迎ですぞ、町の方。
Well, that is something I will gladly reveal.
まあ、要するに、この娘が少々気にしておったのでな。
Essentially, this girl was concerned about you.
はるちゃんが?
Her-chan? She was?
あんなに激高してどうしたんだろう、夫妻さんは。
Shisi-san was so mad. What's gotten into him?
神内明神の使いとして 黄泉という印を憎みながら、貴様という腹からは気遣っておるのじゃ。
As a servant of great Lord Shinai, and one who detests the mark of Yomi, she was considerate of you, her partner.
理解はできずとも、いたわってやればよろしかろう。無力ゆえに、娘も歯がゆく思っておりますぞ。
Even if you do not understand this, do show care for her. She's powerless as well, so seeing her can be vexing at times.
あなたのことをハルちゃんは知っているのですか？
Does Haru-chan know about you?
どうであろうな。
Maybe. That's a very vague answer.
あなたにことづては頼めないわけですね。
So I can't expect you to pass on a message to her?
我が力のか細きがゆえに。
I am
さ
too
もなくば、いくらでも夢枕に立って差し上げるが。
I'm too powerless even for that. I can try to show up in her dreams, though. What message would I want to
じゃ
give
あ
on?
自分で伝えます。
Then I will tell her myself. I don't know what message he would want to give.
ふむ。
Humu.
ではな。
Farewell.
もう一つだけ。
Ah, one more thing. Just one more thing. Holds hand to head.
なんじゃ？
What?
神様、かわいいですよ。
You're a cute god? What?
なるほど、なるほど。
I see, I see.
おっしゃる通り。ひねくれておいで。
Should I add some Columbo emotes? Is that what you want? Want me to add, I'll add some Columbo emotes. I'll add this one. I'll add this one. This one. Those are the ones you can have. Now you have Columbo emotes, Roger. You truly are as warped as you claim to be. With those words as her last, she disappeared into the night mist. $5:15. The next morning came. As I had expected, the wolf outfit and all the blood had vanished. That didn't mean that it was all a dream, though. Takumi-san's mutilated corpse was soon discovered, shocking the whole settlement. That was when I noticed that the murder scene was full of wet footprints. They were the same as the ones left by the previous wolves, and I now understood why they were there. They'd also wore those wet costumes. They didn't even continue outside the house, though. Apparently Great Lord Shinai took care of the costumes as well as evidence. What a methodical god. I was probably the only one who could be so clear-headed. Tai-san took this especially hard. She refused food and instead just prayed at one edge of the dining hall. Kanso-san was looking really weary too. First Chiemi, now Takumi-san. He was losing people he depended on, one after the other. His reaction was only natural. As you'd expect, Yasunaka-kun had gone pale once more. The person who consoled him the previous day was now gone forever after all. Then there was Kaori-san. She looked shaken and had already broken 2 plates. Everyone assumed her state was caused by Takumi-san's death. They were close after all, and everyone was sympathetic. I knew that she was actually just tense because she was planning to trap her sons and then kill them, but didn't say a word, of course. Breakfast was over, and we finished washing the dishes. Kanso-san prepared to go clean up Takumi-san, and Yasu helped out. said that, which made a chill go down my spine. Chills? I had no idea what kind of info the two would exchange if they had a secret chat. Okay.
待て。
Wait,
俺が行く。
I'll go. This was why Yutsutsuku-kun's words were a big
こんな
help.
ふぬけよりは役に立つ。
I'll be more useful than this empty husk.
来い。
Let's go.
義経、お願いね。
Do what you have to, Yutsutsuku.
ババアはそこのふぬけ野郎に
What did he
よ
say?
く言い聞かせとけよ。
What did that man just say? Ba ba ba. Baba Yaga.
安永、
Oops.
ちょっと来なさい。
Accidentally clicked. Oh, that was just dot dot dot. Come with me, Yasunaga. It was going great. Yuchizuka-kun returned from cleaning and Kansu-san went patrolling, but Yasunaka-kun and Kori-san still hadn't returned. A bit worried, I finished cleaning up and relaxed when...
春明様、少々よろしいでしょうか。
Haraki-sama, may I have a moment? Someone called out to me.
メイコのことなのですが。
It is about Meiko.
Ah.
Oh. That was an issue I'd nearly forgotten. A short distance from everyone else here, around 10 steps away from Tei-san and her prayers, we started whispering to each other.
やっぱり反抗的なんですか?
She's still being rebellious?
はい。前まで着替えも一人でしなかったのが、するようになったのは良いのですが。
Yes, until recently she needed my help dressing up, but now she does not. It might be a good thing, but...
食事も離れて食べてましたね。
She ate alone too, didn't she? It was cute though.
ええ。それで、二言目には、お姉ちゃんをくくる、房幸さんをくくる、と。
Yes, and she always says that Onei-chan and Fusayuki-san should hang.
小さい子が殺す連呼してるわけですよね。どこのドキュンファミリーだ。
A small girl basically saying that she wants to murder. What family of delinquents did she grow up with?
ドキュン
Delinquents?
ああ、いや、外ではそういう育て方をされた子供もいなくはないので。
Yeah, oh, we have poorly raised children outside this village too.
なあ。
Oh my.
しかし、何なんでしょうね。
Still, what's with her?
わかりません。いえ、実は心配が。
I do not know. Actually, I worry that...
メイコは橋本様がおっしゃっていた無地ななのではないでしょうか。
she might be the badger that Hashimoto-sama mentioned there. She'd noticed it too, and she probably wasn't alone.
そうかもしれません。狼におもねった人。だから人をくくれと言ってるのか。
Maybe. A human that sides with the wolves. Is that why she wants to hang the humans?
上藤吉には狼を善とし、他のお使いと休みずは黄泉に属すとする伝えもあります。
In Kamifujiyoshi, people believe the wolves are good, and that the other guardians have sided with Yomi.
それを聞かされて、メイコは寝返った？
Did someone tell her? Is that why she changed sides?
かもしれません。あるいはただ、私や春明様がメイコの機嫌を損ねてしまっただけかも。
Maybe. Or maybe you and I did something to get on her bad side.
心当たりはないな。
Nothing comes to mind.
でも、ひとまずは放置しても大丈夫でしょう。 彼女の言うことが宴の参加者に影響を与えることはまずない。
But I think we can just ignore it for now. I doubt that anything she says will affect the other participants.
そんな楽観視していていいのでしょうか。メイコも宴の参加者として一票を持っています。
Can we really be so optimistic? She has a right to vote just like everyone else in the feast.
よくはないですが、しかしルールに従うなら彼女を宴から除外する唯一の方法はくくることで。
That's not really good, but if you follow the rules, the only way to get rid of her is by hanging.
皆様の宴の機会を奪ってしまうならば、あるいは私が。
That saves us one of the feasts. Perhaps I should. That would be good for us.
やめましょう。それは人の票を無駄に一票減らしてしまいますし、第一残酷に過ぎます。
Please don't. It'll be a waste of a human vote and just cruel in general.
わかりました。メイコにお慈悲をいただきありがとうございます、春明様。
I understand. Thank you for showing mercy to her, Haruaki-sama.
リカコさんはどうしてあの子にそこまで肩入れなさるんです？ただの迷子でしょうに。
Rikaku-san, why do you care about her so much? She's just a lost child you picked up, isn't she?
身寄りのない子供を引き取って育てるのも植松家の役目でしたので。
Taking in children without a place to go and raising them was one of the roles of the Uematsu. Of course it was.
そうなんですか？
Really?
はい。植松家は長者家の中では血筋をさほど重視せず、孤児や身寄りのない者を積極的に迎え入れてきました。
Yes, the Uematsu did not care much for lineage and actively accepted orphans and those without a place to go as their own. I can only assume they needed more bedroom woman servants to fulfill their evening duties.
リカコさんは伝統を大事になさるんですね。
Rikaku-san, you really value tradition, don't you?
はい。そのようなことしかない世界で生きてまいりましたので。
Yes, that's what kind of world I grew up in. This whole area was a separate realm built around the worship of Great Lord Shinai. From my perspective, she was very unfortunate to have been born here. But perhaps from her point of view, being a city boy without the pillars of faith and tradition to support me was far more unfortunate. I couldn't deny a world where the way to live and die hadn't changed for centuries could be easier to live in. A well-balanced aquarium didn't need much to stay stable. It just had to continue following already established processes. However, in the real world, closed systems were extremely hard to maintain. Other animals, diseases, lineage, ideals, the system was threatened by countless things. In liberated societies, however, the people had to develop a strong will, with a blend of common sense and individuality, and constantly conflict with others. Not like that couldn't crumble as a result of outside influences either, but there was no denying that it was tougher than a secluded, happy society. Open societies exchange certain happiness for the practical, universal simplicity we call money. That reasoning was probably a bit shaky. Anyway, this settlement, as well as Fujiyoshi, would eventually fall victim to our aging society. Without a single person here, Great Lord Shinai would, just like the Badger or the nameless mountain god, be forgotten and vanish. The Uematsu, her included, would simply vanish faster than the rest. Thus, what I felt for her right now was merely sympathy for something facing its inevitable end. A worthless sentiment you could have. A worthless sentiment you could have about anything. Cute. None of that had happened. I'd thrown away even Chiemi.
春秋様、いかがなさいました？
Haraki-sama, is something troubling you?
どうかしてましたか僕。
Why would you think that?
怖い顔をなさっていました。
You were wearing a frightening expression.
すみません。
Sorry. I had to keep a tight grip on my conscience. Without deciding what to do about Meiko, I returned to the dining hall where I found Yasunaka-kun and Kori-san. Yasunaka-kun seemed a bit better than before, but only slightly. Kori-san looked the same, though... so I couldn't tell if she'd succeeded in getting Yasunaka-kun to not talk about Takumi-san.
お昼の準備を始めましょうか。今日もすぐに宴でしょうから。お釜洗ってもらえるかしら。
Let's prepare lunch, shall we? The feast will start soon. Can you wash the pot for me?
わかりました。
Of course. I opened the metal pot I'd grown used to using, and found a piece of paper inside. Takumi didn't tell Yasunaka anything about being a snake. He simply consoled Yasunaka about Chiemi-chan's death and talked about how they could proceed with the feast. Maintaining my poker face, I brought the pot to the sink and filled it with water, getting the paper all wet. The fountain pen letters quickly became unreadable. I then used a scrubbing brush to quickly tear it apart, rolled it into a ball and threw it in the trash. Was Kori-san aware just how risky that was? Anyway, that info just now was extremely important. Takumi-san hadn't told him about being a snake. What was I to make of that? The first time Takumi-san had revealed he was the snake on the very first day. Why would he be so careful now? What if he wasn't the snake? What if Yasunaka-kun lied to his mother as a precaution? Crap, Kori-san's note didn't tell anything about how she'd asked about it, or the nuances of the replies. But this could definitely be a good time to come out as the snake. What was I to do now? I thought about that for every second of lunch. I did think I kept a normal expression on my face at least. I took far too long to decide that, regardless of circumstances, I need to claim a role.
今日の宴を始めますよ。
Let's begin today's feast.
匠を殺した狼は絶対にくくらねばならないからね。
She's angry. We need to hang the wolves that killed Takumi. Prayer time was over for her. Her sadness and confusion had become hatred of the wolves. Everyone displayed approval of her words, including us wolves. We might have been the one terrorizing them, but it wasn't hard for us to act like powerless resistance. First of all, Yasunaka-kun said that Takumi-san's death rendered the snake's power meaningless. His tone seemed authentic, so it was hard to believe he was just hiding that we'd lost the snake.
となると、この時点で人だと確定しているのは、未だにモッチーと橋本さんの2人だけ。
That means that the only confirmed humans so far are Mochi and Hashimoto-san.
知恵ねえと、狼じじいと匠兄がいなくなって、この場には13人。未確定者がまだ11人もいる。
With Chiene, the old wolfman, and Takumi now gone, there's only 13 of us now, with 11 being unconfirmed.
ここから一人、一番怪しいものを挙げて処刑するか。なんとも苦しい事態だね。
And we must choose only one to hang, huh? That is quite difficult. What are you saying now, Choco? What the fuck? What's happening now? What did Ember lie about now? Tell me what Ember lied about. Tell me what Ember has lied to you about now. What did Ember lie about? I'm not advocating that. Wait, no, I'm not advocating that. I specifically said I'm not advocating that. What are you saying? Dude, that was Ember. Ember picked that one, and I specifically said I'm not advocating for that one. Oh my god. Not this again. Dude, Ember. That was Ember. I pinned it because I do that. I do that for that redeem. I pin that redeem. I type the redeem thing and then I pin it. Yeah, I wrote it. Ember picked the number. Ember picked 241. What do you mean a boarhead? What do you mean blah blah blah? Ember, okay. You can see here, Ember picked redeem a little instruction, Ember, RP, and then she was like, "Oh, what is that? Is that the same as the other one?" I was like, "No, Ember, it's I read from this little book I have." And then Ember was like, "Oh, okay, I picked 241," and I'm like, "Okay." I open my little book and I go through the pages and I go to 241 and I'm like, okay, Ember, you have to listen to this. This book is quite old. It's like 12, 14 years old. They're quite old, these ones. I would not recommend all of them. There are some that might be good. Some of them are not too bad. But this one I would not recommend in today's society because culturally and chronologically it doesn't quite fit. It's quite a different era. It's not very good at that point. And then Ember's like, no, just give it to me. Just tell me what it says. And I'm like, okay, Ember, you have to remember this is an old book. You can hear I'm smacking the book. You can hear me smacking the book right here, right? You can hear the book is being smacked. That's me smacking the book. And I'm like, Ember, you have to remember that book is old. It's an old book, right? Culturally, things are different now. No, I'm not slapping ass. I'm not slapping ass. I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. I don't know where you're getting that from. That's the second time you asked me that, Choco. First time being with redeeming 69 for the play sound.
Nice.
I'm not slapping ass. I'm not slapping my ass. Nice. And I said to Ember, I said, Ember, this is an old book. I didn't do it. I didn't do it again. What do you mean I did it again? I didn't do anything. I'm like, Ember, this is an old book. Why are you rolling your eyes? What's that supposed to mean? I'm not slapping my ass on stream. You are the snake. You were allowed to roleplay that. Joko, you are allowed to roleplay the snake. Pick who's the snake. Pick who the snake's looking at tonight. That'll leave just 10. If we're to consider the order, Naka-kun was giving me a sideways glance. It should be you, Ni-chan. You talk a lot, so... It should be you, Ni-chan. You talk a lot, so people start to think you're suspicious. Yeah, I imagine the old fart would talk shit about you. Am I suspicious? Roger, there's no RP command. If you wanna roleplay, you have to take it to DMs. Unless you're Choco roleplaying a snake. That's the only exception to the rule. You and the journal woman were against hanging the first day. There's no goop command. Takumi-ni was against it too. Even you understand why, right? Welcome, Pumpball. I voted for the hanging. Kansu-san began presenting his unreasonable argument. He was basically saying that just about everyone here deserved the news.
まあまあ、実のところ、判断材料はまだ全然足りないんですよ。
Please calm down. We still don't have enough information to decide. There's not going to be any RP command,
判断
Roger.
材料にするのは間違いです。提案したのは猿のカゴ車である僕ですからね。まあ、抑えてください。
There's no be nice to Michael command. There's no RP command, Choco. It's a mistake to use that vote on a basis for hanging. I was the one who suggested it and I'm a monkey, so please control yourself. There's no kill Michael command. Yeah, I let Choco roleplay as a snake because I don't remember why. I honestly don't remember why I let Choco roleplay as a snake. But Choco is allowed to roleplay as a snake. There is no going back. Choco is allowed to roleplay as a snake. It's a mistake to use that vote as a basis for hanging. I was the one who suggested, and I'm a monkey, so please control yourself.
ちなみに楽観論だけど、昨日のおじいさんが狼だっていう可能性はないのかな。
Now, if we were to be optimistic, what's the likelihood of the old wolf person from yesterday being a wolf?
ねえよ。
Zero. Hmm? A certain answer from a place no one expected.
狼じじいは人間だっつってんだ。
Old Fart was a human.
お前、それは。
Are you saying that you?
全員動くな。
Don't move any of you. Sharp words and a sharp sound. He stabbed the kitchen knife from the dining hall into the tatami before him. I am not role-playing as a pig. I am not going to start oinking. Haru-chan gasped while Kansu-san made a stern face and got up. There's no pig RP command.
動くなっつってんだ。じじいでも
There's no
容赦は
oink
しねえ
command.
ぞ。
I said, don't fucking move, that means you too, old fart. Kansu-san could have probably beaten him with 1 or 2 stab wounds in him. He didn't do it though, probably because the hostility in Yotsusuke-kun's voice was highly restrained. Despite his intense words, he was very calm and displayed great determination. It was a silent threat. I am not RPing as a pig. And Kansu-san believed it was worth listening to him. What is it? Say it. He even encouraged him to talk.
俺はカラスだ。昨日くくられた狼じじいは人だった。
I'm the crow. The old wolf guy we hanged yesterday was a human.
もし他にカラスを名乗る奴が出たら間違いなく偽物だから即ぶっ殺す。
If anyone else says they're the crow, they're faking it, and I'll kill them right now.
やめたまえ。そんなパフォーマンスは。
Stop. We don't need such demonstrations.
やめねえ。読み意味の宴なんざ。要は信じるか信じないかの勝負だろ。
I won't stop. The feast's all about whether you believe or not, right?
なら一番本気見せた奴が勝つ道理だ。違うかよ、狼ども。
In that case, the ones who'll win are the ones who show just how damn serious they are, right, you wolf assholes? I'm not role-playing as Jimmy Neutron Brain Blast. Not legally distinct either.
殺される覚悟があんなら語ってみせろや、カラスをよ。
If you wanna die, try saying you're a crow. I dare you. I saw what he was doing here.
結局は信じるか信じないかだろう。読み意味の宴ってやつは。
The feast's all about whether you believe or not, right? They'd both reached the same conclusion because they weren't wrong. Due to the unreliable nature of playing the odds, the feast became, just as I thought, a game of politics rather than logic. In political scenarios, the ones who were in charge were the loudest and most emotional, not the most rational. After all, logic required energy to understand. Basically, it was a pain in the ass. The people who actually enjoyed building complex logical theories were by far in the minority. The majority disliked wasting energy on understanding them, even if they did have that capacity. There's something they all had in common. They all wanted to believe the world was actually easy to understand, the truth was simple, and that someone was just making it more complex than it was. The truth was that any world worked based on complicated mechanism, and it only seemed simple because you wanted to see it that way. However, it was impossible to impress the complexity of the world upon everyone. Thus, people always left certain matters such as science or politics to those considered to be pros. It was a sensible delegation of authority. But to earn trust, you needed to present yourself in a way that was simple rather than complex. You needed a story that the ones who'd cast logic aside could easily swallow. Like Takumi-san back then, or Yotsusuke-kun now, they realized that, so they decided to gamble on it. Discard logic, pick your methods based on feelings and preferences, gamble, and win support. They provided the anti-logic crowd with a convenient lifeboat. It was definitely a good approach, but Yotsusuke-kun had overlooked two things. Doesn't look like there's anyone. Then I guess I'm the real crow, huh? First was his own nature. He was a persuasive person even when there was no basis for it. I actually admired that. Yotsusuke-kun was your generic edgy delinquent to the core. However, he was kind at heart as well as passionate and naive. That much was plain for me to see. It was why everyone could believe him if he took things seriously enough. As long as he stayed honest, no one would doubt him. He was a rare and valuable talent. In a good-natured society, that is.
なるほど。
I see.
じゃあ義継はカラスのカゴ車で確定。狼じじいも人で確定。
Then let's all assume he's the crow, while the old wolfman was a human.
あと10人の中に3人の狼がいるってことだ。
That means we have 10 other people, 3 of which are wolves. That was all he'd earned by revealing his guardian to us wolves. Was it really worth the risk? The other thing he'd misunderstood was that this was something that couldn't be emulated. No one who tried something similar would get the same result. This was because winning via brute force was usually a bad move in this game. He was the exception. It did nothing, and he could only use it once. You should have saved that for the end game, Yotsusuke-kun. Oh, how I wanted to say that. I wanted to put on a shit-eating grin and tell that to him. I really wanted him to understand how harsh the world really was. Thus, I had to survive. Damn it. Had to win this even more now.
義継君の勇気あるカミングアウトに僕は敬意を表したい。
I respect your courage in revealing your guardian.
そして僕も言うべきことがある。
I also have something to say.
何でしょうか?
What is it? If this was Yasunaka-kun's trap, I'd fall right into it. It'd be embarrassing, but I'd just loop back and try again.
僕は蛇のカゴ車です。だから自分を調べるわけにはいかない。
I'm the snake, that's why I couldn't look into myself.
あなたが?
You?
僕は彼ほどの強烈なアピールはできませんが、もし対抗して狼が蛇を名乗ってきたら、
I can't be as intense as he was, but if there's any wolf who wants to be a fake
その
snake,
時は全力で論破してみせましょう。
I will tear them down with facts and logic.
いますか？蛇を語る方は。
Do we have any volunteers? No, of course not. Takumi Muro really was the snake.
どうやらこれで未確定者が9人に絞られたみたいです。
That lowers the number of unknowns to 9, and Yasunaka-kun didn't know that either. Oh, how I wanted to thank Takumi-san, because of how thoroughly he kept his secret. We wolves would be saved.
昨日はあんな言い方をして匠兄を調べることを自分で提案してたんですね。
Is that why you suggested we investigate Takumini?
そういうこと。ただ無駄になってしまったけどね。
Yes, it was wasted though.
そうね。調べる人を明示してしまうのも考えものだわ。調べた端から殺していけば確定者はいつまでも増えない。
I see, so you basically declared who you would investigate, and if the targets are killed, we'll never increase the amount of confirmed humans. Bingo, that was why I suggested we check Takumi-san. I also wanted to see his reaction to help me figure out if he was the snake.
じゃあ、不妻子くんが初日夜に
Then who
調
did you...
べたのは
Then who did... Then who did...
誰だったのかな
You did not say that much! Then who did you look into the first night? I already had an answer to that.
織部安永くんです。彼は人でした。
Yasunaga Oribe-kun. He was a human.
あと8人。
That leaves 8.
もう一つ仮定しておこうか。
Can I suppose another
そ
one?
の可愛い女の子、メイコちゃんだったかな。
That cute little girl. Meiko-chan, right?
彼女はムジナじゃないかな。
Isn't she a badger? I knew he would point that out.
それは嘘をつくとかいう記者さんが言うとったあれかね。
Is that the one you talked about? The one that would lie?
そうです。多分実在したんだと思うんです。
Yes, I think the badger exists. No, I'm the goat. Oh shit, she's the goat. She's bowling. Wolfie bowling. Bowling. She's the goat. Alright.
すみません。よくわからないこと。
I'm sorry that she's being like this.
私もそう思うのです。
But I also think that as well.
そうでもなければ、このように誰もをくくるなどと言う子ではありませんから。
If she is not talking nonsense, she insists we hang someone, which is definitely something she did not previously do.
まあ彼女の立ち位置はよくわからないのだけど、一つ言えるのは、もし狼と合流しているのなら。
Well, I don't know what her role is, but if she has contact with the wolves...
と、静かにしておけと指示を受けると思うんですよね。
I'm sure they told her to keep quiet.
だから彼女も人だということでいいんじゃないかと思うわけです。少なくとも狼じゃない。
Therefore, I believe we should assume that she is human. Definitely not a wolf at least.
もしそれを外せば、残り7人にまで減ります。
If you remove her, that leaves just 7.
肝臓さん。
Katsu-san?
ふざけんじゃねえ。
Quit joking. Silence.
無事なだ。そんなもんおらん。
The badger that don't exist.
カンちゃん、しかしゲンさんもそのようなことを言ってたわよ。
Kanchan, did you forget when Gen-san talked about it?
ゲンの親父は最後ボケとったろうが。そんなもん信じられるか。
Gen-gon senile, then. Not worth believing.
でも、狼なら黙ってるはずって説には説得力が。
But the idea that she'd just be quiet if she was a wolf is believable, right?
これっぽっちもね。狼がガキを見殺しにして目くらましにしとるかもしれんだろうが。
Not at all. The wolves could just be using her as a sacrifice to hide themselves.
おい、ヤスは本当に蛇の加護で人だと知れたか。
Hey, Yasu's really human, huh, Snake?
はい。間違いなく。
Yes, no doubt about it.
それならヤスは甘すぎる。
Then he's too soft.
そんなことは。
No, I just...
チーが死んだ時もくくらんでええと言った。
You said we shouldn't hang even when she died.
ああ、そうですか。僕が信用できないと。
Oh, so you don't trust me. The mood changed. Yasunaka-kun was as stern as he'd been when he was a wolf.
兄貴、黙らせるならやるぜ。
Wanna shut him up?
それは。
Not yet.
ああ、やっすんが怒った。こりゃ早いとこ退散したいな。
Oh man, Yasun's mad. I'd really like to go now.
兄ちゃん、やめようよ。怖いって。おじいちゃんも。
Nichan, stop. You're scaring me. You too, Oji-san.
不妻子さん、さっきは僕を調べるべきだって話になってましたが、それはもう無意味ですよね。
Fushisi-san, we considered investigating me before, but that's meaningless now, right?
そうだね。すでに調べてたから。
Yeah, it's already done.
じゃあ次調べるのはハルちゃんです。
Then investigate Haru-chan next.
私
Me?
私を調べてくれるの？
You'll do that?
ああ、一度調べてもらったら安心だろ。
Yes, once that's done, you'll be safe. I didn't mind that. Now that I'd taken the role of a snake, I could lie as much as I wanted. But why'd he suggest it now? Quit messing around. Naturally, Kansa-san snapped. Investigate me. I'm human. The young one said I'm more important here.
確かに発言量の多い順から調べるのが順当かと思うが。
I also believe it's best to investigate the most influential participants.
馬脚を表したな。
You've shown your true colors. What?
あなたは孫娘の安否確認より自分が宴で選ぶる方が大事なんだ。
You want to flaunt your own importance in the feast instead of ensuring your own granddaughter's safety. Oh shit! I get it, she's dead, so you want to have Haru now, huh? What did you say?
僕はハルちゃんのことはそんな風には思っていませんが。
No! I don't think of Haru-chan that way. Yasunaka-kun was able to finish the sentence because... Oh, wait, wasn't? Or was, because Kanso-san's fist didn't reach him. Yoshizuka-kun had jumped in at just the right time to take it in his stomach. You're scum. Ember, there's no roleplay command! Shut it. Yeah, shut it, Ember. He then sunk his left fist into Yotsusuka-kun's cheek. The teen fell to the ground. The kitchen knife from before was still in the tatami a few feet in front of him. No, it's not an RP moment. Kansa-san had already noticed it, so he beat Yotsusuka-kun to the punch and grabbed the handle. Then prepared to... Oji-chan, stop! Everyone was looking at Kanso-san right now. Cold stares, fearful eyes, judgmental glares. I don't have that number yet, so that won't play anything. Yasunaka-kun's trap wasn't that special. Like he'd said, it was worth investigating Kanso-san and confronting his humanity at this point. However, since he was so rough about it, Kanso-san had gone and treated Haru-chan as Yasunaka-kun's woman rather than his dear granddaughter. That was when he was to retract his statement and stop himself. There were many ways he could have gone about this, like saying that letting Haru-chan be investigated could get her killed, like Takumi-san last night. Or he could have said that he'd made a mistake, that Haru-chan was more important, and let her have her turn. He would have still had everyone's respect then. He could have still been the backbone of the village. But now he turned violent and pointed a blade at the defenseless brothers. Right now, he was just a threat to everyone. Upon coming back to his senses, he seemed to have realized that he'd crossed the line he could never come back from. The crude old man was at a loss for words. Excuses, manipulation, rationalization. All of these concepts were foreign to a character as stoic as he is now. A man of few words, he's going to stab himself. Had little to say after such a catastrophic blunder. However, out of all the words he could have chosen, hang me. I certainly didn't expect those.
Oji-chan?
Oji-chan. I've lost my edge. Yeah, little instruction is only once per stream. That's why I pin it. Yasu's right, I forgot what mattered and pointed a blade at a human. No one will listen to me now, and that's fine. I gotta be gone. What does that even mean, Chogo? But... No, I'll be all alone then. Haru, that ain't true.
そうしとる。
Yasumitsu's your family. It's what they think too. Yasu.
何ですか？
Yes?
わしがいなくなれば狼に勝てる。
You could defeat the wolves, right?
そうせざるを得ないです。
I must.
よしもだな。
You too, Yoshi?
当たり前だろうが。
Damn fucking right.
織部のいい息子持ったじゃねえか。
Oribe, you got some good sons.
そんなこと。
I only...
ああ、一旦落ち着きましょう。いろんなことがごっちゃになってる。
let us calm down for a second. This is a bit too chaotic.
よそ者は黙っとれ。
Shut it, outsider.
しかし、
But...
これは僕らの問題です。
Okay, one doesn't have one either. I think you're close to one, though. I don't remember... There's only like 12 sounds. I need to add more. I will add a lot more. This is our problem.
参ったな。
Oh dear.
カンちゃん、まだ早いんじゃ
The
ない
sound
か
patch.
ね。
Kanchan, isn't it too early?
じじい、ババアから死ぬのが
Elder should die first.
耐えばも覚悟はしとけ。
Taiba, you better prepare too.
おじいちゃん。
Oji-chan.
春、
Stay strong,
達
Haru.
者でな。
Oh man. Were these people brain dead? This wasn't a time or place for this. Personal vendettas, lovers, spats, brotherly union, maturity, generation gaps. This wasn't a situation where you could waste time on something like that, was it? Kansu-san was human no matter how you put it. Sure, he'd sown some discord, but they had to make an effort to fix that. I didn't mind if they got rid of someone who'd made an unnecessary scene, but their decision should have been more calculated and less emotional. Yeah, Joe, what the hell? Why are these people have lives in a video game? What's the point? They should only be doing video game stuff like killing goblins and fishing and hunting chumpy birds. Those who weren't part of the circle just didn't know how to react. Hashimoto-san showed some serious courage trying to intervene. There's no fish command. There's no fish command. However, he'd underestimated how cold Yasumitsu could be towards outsiders. I knew that well, thanks to Chiemi. There's no snake command. Well, not like I objected to this outcome. If these people were going to accept his death and find unity in madness, I'd just play along. I wasn't looking down on them. I just thought they were brain dead. But I had to take that back. Madness was a fearsome foe to face. There's no rat command, no lizard, no dog, no animal, no chinchilla command. I let myself revel in victory once I actually won. And I would definitely emerge victorious. Thanks to my looping, I had all the attempts I needed, and then some. Don't become...
ならないで。
Why'd her face just come back to my head? There's no groundhog, no marmot, no command, no admin help command. None of those, no help command. She'd had nothing to do with this turn of events, right? Not even the last time. What was I not supposed to become? There's no 911 command, no help my wife is leaving me command. Takumi-san and Chiemi were gone now. Thus, the task of tying up, dragging, and hanging Kanso-san had transferred to the Oribe brothers. Ember, is your wife leaving you? Do you need help? Or are you saying that my wife is leaving me and that's why I have the command? Stop typing help. Stop typing help. I'm not exporting war headman. No, don't type it more. What's funny? What's funny? There's no grrr command. There's no help command, Roger. You already tried that one. You're right, Chogo, it is moving. The help command is in fact moving. It's like go in the top left and then in the top right. There's no mute command. The elder brother led while the younger one drank. All the moving pictures. Wow, Chogo. That's good. You're learning a lot, huh? That's good that you're enjoying the moving pictures. Everyone else followed after, singing a saddening version of Prayer to Shinai. There's no jingle keys command. Though perplexed, the journos joined in. The journos joined in too, and they looked a lot like I had back then. There's no keys command. By this point, the feeling that the villagers were crazy had dulled. I was starting to believe that I was the anomaly here. There's no Uno command. There's no stream key command. What do you mean I have to draw? What? I gotta draw? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do I have to draw? Why are you saying I have to draw? What? Huh? Oh. I get it. I thought it was because draw as in like draw art, not draw a card. There's no rules command. The term peer pressure came to mind. There certainly was a way. I think I have one rule, don't I? If you're new to the chat, it shows you the one rule I have. There certainly was a way to use peer pressure to erode people's aversion to murder and reduce them to marionettes. There's no peer pressure command. There's no rules command. By imposing such meaningless repetitive rituals on a group of people enough times, they would eventually be viewed as commonplace events. There's no erode people's aversion to murder command. There's no admin command. It'd be done so many times throughout history in wars, POW camps, or POV camps, cultist sects. There's no imposing such meaningless repetitive... Do I have to read it exactly as you typed it? Because then I need to... Imposing such meaningless repetitive rituals on a group of people enough times, they would eventually be viewed. It'd be done... That's why it's hard to read, because you fucked up the writing on some of them. There's no mcburger command. There's no ERP command. There's no baconator command. And the feast? No. Yasumitsu as a whole was a prime example of that. The local culture was deeply ingrained in their minds. Yes, you are the snake, Choco. Oh. Ember, are you saying maybe she's not the snake? Because she types too well to be a snake? Anyone living here would eventually start to question their own way of life. Huh. Stop question marking me. No, I'm not trying to sow discord. I was asking. There's no internal strife command. So the story I created wasn't far off the mark. Anyone living near a hellish place long enough would themselves be inhabitants of hell. If you looked at it that way, I might have been a resident of hell myself. I'm not trying to sow any discord amongst you guys. Speaking of discord, exclamation mark discord. Now, what did the great lord of the local hell, Shinai Sama, want out of something so needlessly profound? I still didn't know. In fact, I wasn't sure if the god himself knew what he wanted out of this. Why are you saying holy? Yet I said it was a real command. What do you mean? I said that long time ago. What? I said I have two commands. I have birthday and I have Discord. The Discord command is for sewing. No, there's no OnlyFans command. No, I don't gotta fix the other ones because the other ones aren't real commands. I don't gaslight anyone. I said there were two commands. I know how many commands there are. My other commands are not broken. Yes, I have a Discord. I don't need to fix my commands because they're not broken. I don't have a gaslight command. I don't have a giant tits command. There's no giant tits command. There's no piss cord command. Just a thought. An internal dance of murder and concealment shrouded in the densest mist. What do you mean Pisscord doesn't? Yes, Pisscord doesn't work because it's not a real command. There's no Raymu Pits command. There's no Big Guns command. I don't think that's a question for this stream, Choco. There's no feet command. There's no armpits command. Uchi-chan. I already said goodbye. I leave the rest to you. Rise not. Uji-chan. Rise not. Yes, say about your... No, I didn't. When did I do... No, I didn't. I've never said anything like that. Now you're lying. Now you are lying, Ember. I think the only thing we talked about with Rainbow yesterday was Space Station 14. What the hell? Ugh, I'm dead. I have to end stream then. I guess no more stream because I'm dead. I've died. Wait. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Ugh.
Nice.
Alright. Rice not. The brothers extended their hands and the rugged old man's body fell down. I'm not slapping ass! There's no ass slapping. Wait, hold on. In a moment the rope went taut. I heard a sound akin to a frog's croak from down below. There's no ass slapping. I'm so far to the... I guess this is where I normally am, huh? I feel like I normally am more to the... Why can't I move it? Move right. Move to the right. Over here. There we are. No repeat command. No bits to do. There's no amount of bits could get the elephant noise. No ass slap command. The seeds of malice I'd planted had grown and bloomed. I wanted him to live a bit longer and play the role of the antagonistic, hateful old fart, but oh well. No, not 70,000. No oink command. Deciding to kill him would probably haunt Yasunaka-kun until he died. As someone with a strong sense of justice, he would either eventually self-destruct or struggle to find some internal justification for it. No, not 700,000. No, we'd promised Kori-san that we would kill him soon. Whatever the case, there was no problem for us. No, there's no drops command. For now. I just had to be wary of some surprise attacks from the rest. Hope that the last of the Uematsu Rikaku-san didn't have any other secret. There's no free iPhone. And think of how to deal with these two. Hashimoto-san wasn't shaken by the lynching, and as we returned our eyes met. I had no idea what he was thinking. His expression and eyes both were unreadable to me. He, on the other hand, clearly read something about me. That wasn't fair. There's no HelloFresh command. I would not do the elephant noise for 7,000 US dollars. First Yutsuzoku-kun, now Hashimoto-san. Their goddamn superpowers were just unfair. They were the reason why I, a normal talentless individual who didn't stand out in any way, had to take such drastic measures. I couldn't even tell if he actually suspected me or was just slightly uneasy. I felt like I was doing a good job, but since I was now at the forefront, it was more likely that I would be targeted. What would he do next? I was actually kind of excited for tomorrow's feast. Excited? Really? After the feast, everyone gathered in the dining hall. With barely any words, we ate a simple dinner and went our own ways. Takumi-san and Kansu-san were gone now. We didn't even have anyone say it was time to go back. However, it was hard to believe they would just collapse. Hashimoto-san would plan and decide what to do tomorrow, and the Oribe brothers would do something too. I could only imagine what they were thinking of in the window between sheltering and dreaming. Be quiet? What do you mean, be quiet? Just mute the stream. Why would I need to be quiet? 500. Thus began our third secret meeting. Welcome, CV. Bend to my will. What the hell? We would tear their fragile plans to shreds.
さあ、約束を果たしてもらいましょう。
Now let's fulfill the promise. Her voice was calm but stern.
あなたの息子を楽にする。
Let's give one of your sons their rest.
ええ。
Certainly.
どっちをやるの？兄ちゃん？よしくん？
Which are we going for, Nichan or Yusikun? They sure were excited about this. It still pissed me off. Don't become... as did Chiemi's face, which often flashed before my eyes recently.
その前に、もう少し二人とも
Before we do that,
苦しんでくれませんか?
can't you two suffer a bit more? I made a smile and asked that.
苦しむ?
Suffer?
ええ、苦渋の決断ですよね。黄泉から落ちた息子を自分の手で、悲劇的な展開じゃないですか。
I mean, this is difficult for you, right? You're about to send a son back to Yomi. It's a tragedy, isn't it?
はるちゃんなんて、今日、肉親が死ぬのをぬけぬけと見守ったんだよ。
Haru-chan, you just sat there and watched as your own grandfather was hanged today.
これじゃあ、狂人じゃないか。人として、最低じゃないですか。
That's madness, a terrible way for a human to
僕
act.
だって、この力を持って生まれた日から、ろくでもないこともたくさんしてきましたが、
I've done many terrible things since being born and granted this power.
いるべき場所を間違えた方を送り返すには、それなりの共感と同情と罪悪感を持ってやってきました。
Sending people to where they truly belong carries with it a lot of sympathy, empathy, and guilt. Oof, this lie was such a pain at this point. I didn't even have a reason to keep telling it anymore.
僕らが平然としていたら、僕らがやってることの正しさは消えるんですよ。
If we act normal while doing this kind of thing, we won't be in the right anymore.
私たちが苦しんでないとでも?
Do you think we're not suffering? Oh?
苦しんでるんですか?
You are?
ええ。
Of
それは
course.
もう泣いたりわめいたりするのがもう億劫だから
It's a-
頑張って
It's a bother to
狂い続けているだけよ。
It's a bother to cry at this point, so we simply do our best to be insane.
私はあなたに迷惑をかけたくないから。
And I just don't want to cause you trouble.
あなたと違って私たちは狂わないとあなたにはついていけない。
Unlike you, we can't keep up with you unless we go insane.
それでも、普通は狂い方なんてみんな知らないはずなんですけどね。
But people normally don't know how to go insane.
あと、はるちゃんは僕のせいにはするな。香織さんは二人殺した後死んでくれるからいいけど、君は違うだろう。
Also, Haru-chan, don't act like this is my fault. Kaori-san will die after she kills her sons, but you won't, right?
生き残れた時に、君にも罪を背負ってもらわないといけないんだから。
You need to survive and bear this sin.
じゃあ私も死ねばいいのかな。
I can die too, can't I?
そうね。死ねばいいじゃない。
Yes, she can, can't she? I raised my leg and kicked over the bucket. Oh my.
こんな茶番、たくさんだ。
I had enough of this
なら
nonsense.
早く済ませましょう。
And why not get this over with?
そうね。早く
Yeah, like we
済ませよ
should.
う。
The one we kill now means that the other one will survive for longer. I feel like Yoshitsuku is the wrong answer because I feel like since he revealed that he's the crow, there's no kill Michael command. They might want to know if he's the if Kanso was a wolf, so they want to keep Yoshitsuku alive. So I'm gonna kill Yoshitsuku now, and it's gonna fail. We would kill Yoshitsuku Oribe. Killing the crow is a very logical move for the wolves. Let's see if I was right in that I was wrong. I was. Okay. So he was definitely protected by the spider. Even if Kansa-san were alive, I didn't think anyone could imagine Kori-san was a wolf actively killing. I don't think anyone could imagine Kori-san was a wolf actively killing her sons. Still, it was important we had a consistent story.
吉次君でいいですね。
Are you okay with going for Yotsusuku-kun?
吉次。あ、吉次。
Yotsusuku, oh, Yotsusuku.
わかったわ。ようやく。
Alright, I can finally put him to
楽に
rest.
してあげられる。
I was getting pissed off again. Was it because I was twisted and playing the part of the villain, yet the two of them were supposed to be acting like they were the good guys?
香織さん。
Kaori-san.
何？
Yes?
あなたが殺してくださいよ。
Please kill him yourself. Otherwise, the story wouldn't make sense. If the murder was done out of motherly love, the crime needed to reflect that ideology. Because there was no way she could do it. And then she would suffer. Suffer.
わかったわ。
Alright. She shouldn't be alright with it.
私もするよ。昨日は任せっぱなしだったし。
I'll do it too. I let you do the whole thing yesterday.
徹底的にやるんだよ。原型が残らないくらいにね。
Be thorough. Don't leave a semblance of his original shape
なん
behind.
で？
Why?
痕跡を万が一にも残さないためさ。とどめを刺した後なら相手を苦しめることもない。
So we don't leave any traces behind. If it's done after the killing blow, he won't suffer.
なるほど。わかった。
I see. Alright then.
香織さんもいいですね。
Are you good with that too, Kori-san?
ええ。
Yes.
ならないで。
His room was just to the rear of the dining hall. It was a small room used for storage that he'd started sleeping in since 2 years back.
安永が寮に入ったことをずっと気にしていたから。
I was always
寂
concerned.
しいものね。男の子はずっと一緒には住めないから。
I was always concerned since Yasunaka moved into the dorm. It's sad, isn't it? How boys can't always live together. There's no Spotify command. Like I cared.
どうぞ。
Go ahead. I handed her a grass sickle laying nearby.
せいぜい頑張ってください。
Do your best, please. I finally calmed down after watching Kori-san wail as she chopped up her son. There's no skip command. In the end, Haruchan just mostly watched blankly from the sidelines the whole time. By the time we had to carry Kori-san back to the dining hall once she'd collapsed from exhaustion, my irritation had faded. Haruchan took care of undressing her. It would have been hard to redress her, so it seems like she just removed the outfit and put her to bed. Why is this the wrong one? If the spider didn't protect him. Oh, she's back.
つくづく狂っておられますな。
You have gone
町の方。
You have gone completely mad, haven't you, city dweller?
僕は狂ってるわけじゃないですよ。
I'm not going mad.
じゃあなんで香織さんをあんな風に追い詰めて薄笑いなんてできるの？
Then how could you corner Kori-san like that with a faint
安
smile?
心したからだよ。
Because I was relieved.
は？
Huh?
僕は基本的にその場の常識や道徳観念に合わせて生きてるから。それらが狂ってると僕も狂わなきゃならない。
Generally, I live in accordance with the local common sense and sense of morality. So when those go mad, I have to go mad too.
僕は香織さんの中に息子殺しを拒もうという心があったことに安心したんだ。よかった。泣いてくれて。
I was relieved that a part of Kori-san didn't want to kill her son. Seeing her cry was a load off my chest.
あれでノリノリでやられてたら腹立ち紛れに香織さんを殺してたかもしれない。
If she hadn't shown a single sign of remorse, I might have snapped and killed her.
そういうのを狂っておられるというのじゃ。
That is what is defined as going
な
mad.
んでですか？最初に狂った方の責任は一つも取らずにずるいですよ。
Why is that? It's unfair for the one who went mad first to not take any responsibility.
褒めておる。貴様のおかしさは我にもまだようわかりませぬゆえ。
Splendid. I still cannot comprehend your abnormality.
ゆえに惹かれる。
That's what attracts me to you.
僕はあなただけはお断りです。
I think I'll make an exception and turn you down.
ほう。つれなきお答えじゃ。何故？
Oh, what a cold answer. And why?
だってあなたは
Because you're...
何でも
No, never
ない
mind.
です。
おしゅうございましたな。
Reluctant to part, are you?
うるさい。
Shut up. Just now I felt like I was on the verge of realizing what God was, but that sensation vanished like mist and I returned to the prefab with dissatisfaction lingering in my heart. I still don't understand why this one would have been wrong. Oh. Well, I find out now, I guess. I must have been really tired. I awoke to the sound of someone knocking on the door. They were making quite a racket. I opened my eyes and looked out the window to see Haru-chan. Wake up, Fushaishi-san, wake up! I quickly got up when I realized something wasn't right. What's wrong? Kaori-san's lost it. It was dangerous to talk about that sort of thing during the day. I looked around outside in a hurry but couldn't tell if anyone was there in the mist. Still, I invited her in and locked the door so we could continue. What happened? I fucking didn't read. The first thing Kaori-san did when she got up was Ni-chan. It was then I finally noticed Haru-chan's breathing was ragged. There was tear stains on her cheeks. Calm down. There was so much blood. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because I'm the one who pushed Kaori-san that far. But in the end we killed everyone together. You don't have to think it's right. I can't do that. Now wasn't the time to persuade her. I left her behind in the prefab and went outside. I armed myself with a stick to be safe and headed for the plaza, but by the time I got there everything had been resolved. The dining hall was a sea of blood. In the midst of it was a blood-stained corpse that apparently belonged to Yasunaka-kun. Behind the counter I saw the adults, or rather Hashimoto-san, pining Kaori-san down. Hashimoto-san leaned on Kaori-san, leaving her gasping for air, moaning in agony. She must have been hurt. Ushaishi-san, could you bring some rope and help tie her up? I couldn't believe he still had a poker face on in times like this. The spurt of blood on his chest only accentuated the oddity of it all. Not that I was in any position to say anything about it. Alright, Rikako-san. Oh, this way. I took Rikako-san out of the ring of people surrounding Kaori-san and got what we needed. Kaori-san screamed and raged after being bound, but in the end could do nothing as we locked her up in the dining hall. Though we were all present after I brought Haru-chan back, the oppressive atmosphere didn't fade. Are you okay, Haru-chan? Did Hassan do anything to you? Of course not. Don't talk to me. Haru-chan. First she'd lost her grandfather and now the boy who'd been like an older brother to her. There's nothing that could possibly cheer Haru-chan up. Still, we had to do the feast, as well as decide how to handle Kaori-san before that. With Kanto-san, Takumi-san, and Yasunaka-kun gone, Kyonosuke Hashimoto-san and I ended up the biggest influence out of the necessity. I was a little surprised that the two of them had agreed not to torture Kaori-san from the start. Maybe I was the one messed up for finding that surprising, but the both of them were avoiding tormenting a fellow villager. Thus I played along with them, knowing it'd give me an advantage. On the other hand, there was the matter of how to deal with Kaori-san. While the people of Yasumitsu were calling to hang her immediately, Hashimoto-san and Mamiya-san had different ideas. She broke the laws, yes? That means she will automatically be punished later, right? Leaving someone so terrifying is definitely scary, but let's think calmly about this.
私たちはカラスのカゴ車を失い、さらにもう一人の人を失ったんです。遅れを取り戻さないと。
We've lost the crow and another human on top of that. We can't get them back.
ここにいるのは10人で、昨日の牧島さんが狼だとは思えないから、狼は確実に3人残っている。
There are 10 of us here, and Kanza-san seemed like a wolf, meaning there are almost certainly 3 wolves
その
left.
子がヌジナが狼に寝返るならば、狼は4票よね。
それで余裕があるというのかね。もし今日宴で誤って人をくくれば、明日には4対3になってしまうぞ。
If that girl, the badger, has turned to the wolf's side, that means that we have 4 votes. We humans still have the majority with 6 votes. Are you trying to say that gives us some breathing room? If we hang the wrong person today, we'll only have 4 votes against 3.
おとなしく彼女をくくり、5対3の状況を作った方がいいのではないかね。
I think it would be better to hang Madame Oribe and create a situation where we have 5 votes against 3, don't you?
今明らかになっているのは、猿が2人と蛇だけだ。ちなみに不妻子君、蛇の過去の結果は
Only the monkeys and the snake have revealed themselves right now. Speaking of which, what were the results of your investigation for Sheishi-kun?
はるちゃんは人だったようです。
Seems like Haru-chan's a human.
これで4人。さらに、メイコがムジナで、織部香織が狼だったとすれば、残る4人の中に
That makes 4, and if Meiko is the badger and Oribe was a wolf, that means 2 of the remaining 4 are wolves.
2分の1の確率の勝負に出るより、人数差を保ったまま、確実に狼1人を減らす方が大事ではないかね。
Isn't it more important to get rid of one confirmed wolf when an imbalance exists over betting on a 50-50 chance? Logically speaking, he was right. If the snake continued investigating with the spider protecting them, there'd be no more unconfirmed people before long. If the humans could kill a confirmed wolf, they'd have more than half the votes over the wolves and would gain plenty of time until they could secure their victory. However,
ちょっとその時の経緯を知らないんですが、香織さんは本当に狼なんですか？
I don't know the details since I wasn't there, but is Kaoru-san really a wolf?
吉次君があんなひどいことになって取り乱した彼女が安永君を殺しただけってことは？
Maybe she simply lost it after seeing the horrible state of Yotsutsugu-kun's body and ended up killing Yasunaka-kun as a result.
そりゃあないわね。
No, she's...
さっき、香織さんは言いよった。
No, she said it herself.
自分はよもつ狼様の加護を受けた本物のお守りなんじゃと。
She said she'd received the blessing of the Yomutsu Okami-sama, the true guardians.
それで、読み人であるあたしらに救いを与えるんじゃと。息子はあれで救うたんじゃと。
And that we were all Yomibitsu, and thus she'd grant us salvation. She'd saved her son through death. Tei-san's eyes shifted towards the pool of blood, so Kaoru-san had confessed everything. What a handful of a teammate she turned out to be.
なんだか設定がおかしくないですか？
That story doesn't sound right, does it?
そういうお話も上藤吉の方にあるみたいだけどね。
I've heard that version of the story apparently exists in Kamifuji-yoshi,
とに
but
かくくくるかどうかは宴で決めればええ。香織さんは置いていくしかなかろうね。
anyway, all we gotta do is decide who to hang in the feast. All we can do is leave Kaori-san
なる
behind.
ほど。僕も同意ですね。そうしませんか、皆さん。
I see, I agree. What about the rest of you? No one objected.
ではもう、集会堂に移動しましょうか。
Then let's take this to the... Oh.
野里清之助さん。
Then let's take this to the hall. Oh, Kyonosuke no Sato-san?
何かね？
What is it?
さっきの話ですが、もう一人狼が見つかるなら、話は別でしょうね。
You laid out your idea just now, but if we found another wolf, it would be a different story. I had a bad feeling about this.
杯が回った。 宴を始めようかね。
Everyone had a drink. Let's begin the feast.
橋本氏のさっきの続きを伺いたいね。
Hashimoto-shi would like you to explain what you were implying.
あれから考えたんですが、この中に狼が2人いるわけですね。
Been doing some thinking. There are two wolves amongst us, yes? Among us?
僕と鴨志田近持くんは猿、不妻子くんが蛇で、牧島春さんが人、そしてめいこちゃんが多分無事な。
Chikamochi Kamoshida-kun and I are monkeys. Fushishi-kun is a snake and Haru Makishima-san is human. Also, Meiko-chan is likely the badger. No, I'm not. Let that lady
こ
go.
りゃあ狼は大変だろうな。
Man, it must be tough being a wolf.
そうだろうね。小さい子だからみんな処刑をためらう。狼から見れば失いにくい一票キープだよ。彼女は。
You think so? She's a little girl, so many would be reluctant to lynch her. To the wolves, she's a vote that's hard to
まあ
lose.
僕としても彼女を殺す気はないけどね。人が勝てれば彼女も死ななくていいんだろうし。
Well, I have no intention of killing her myself. If the humans win, she shouldn't have to die.
それはともかく。
That aside,
これは失礼。とにかくこの場で正体が確定してないのは山脇さん、野里さん、植松さん、それに Q ちゃん。
what about Mamiya? Oh, that's Q, of course. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, the ones here who haven't been confirmed yet are Yamawaki-san, Nosato-san, Uematsu-san, and Kyo-chan.
この4人の中に狼がいると。
One of those four is a wolf.
一応数字の上では
On paper, anyway.
ここで僕は狼の側になって考えてみたんですが、
At this point, I tried thinking like a
ちょっ
wolf.
と違和感があるんですよね。
I noticed something was off.
橋本さん、あんまりもったいぶらずに。
Welcome, Peps. Well, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us.
もったいぶってるわけじゃないんだ。実のところ、これは違和感に過ぎない。ただの感想だから。
I wasn't trying to keep you in suspense. Honestly, what I consider off is nothing more than an impression of mine.
それで誰かに容疑をかけるとなれば、慎重にもなるよね。
And when you suspect someone, you become cautious. With that said,
織部さんがおっしゃっていたことを僕は結構重視していて、彼女はどうやら善意で殺人を行っているようだ。
I took what Oribe-san said into serious consideration. It appears her killing was well-intentioned.
バカなことを。
Preposterous.
バカなことですか。皆さんと同じですねと僕は続けたかったんですが。
Is it now? I was going to say the same goes for all of us after that.
どこが同じなもんかいね。狼は読み人の棟梁よ。汚れと恨みで人を殺す。
How? The wolves are the leaders of the Yumibito and they kill wolves wielding corruption and
い
grudges.
やいや、そうじゃなくて、皆さんがくくると呼んでいる処刑のことです。
My appearance change has nothing to do with the story. I think Ember redeemed the boar with the head blowing up, and then Roger was like, you should put that over your head. And now it's over my head. I look like the boar with its head blowing up. I didn't turn the... There's never been an RP command. Oh no, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the execution we all call hanging.
あれをやったら救われるっていう考え方なんでしょ。狼に殺されるよりはあっちの方がマシと。
It's believed that hanging someone brings them salvation, right? That it's better than being killed by the wolves.
そりゃあそうよね。
Well, yes.
そうやってご自分の側の殺人行為をおためごかして正当化している点は同じなんですよ。
The wolves are the same in how they also justify their own killings as being for the supposed good of others.
よその方にはわからん。
An outsider would never understand.
橋本さん、それ本来は私の役じゃないですか？いいんですか？
Hey, Hashimoto-san, that was originally my role. Are you sure about this?
失礼。とにかく、織部香織さんは息子のために早く殺してあげたかったという思考で動いていて。
My apologies. Anyway, Kaori Oribe-san acted under the belief that she wanted to kill her son quickly for his own good.
である以上、彼女は当然、真っ先に息子を殺してあげたかったと考えられるわけです。
Thus, the desire to kill her sons must have been the first thing to have popped into her head naturally.
何しろ、今日の夜を待てずに安永君を殺してしまうほどだ。捨て身でね。
And yet she put herself at risk to kill Yasunaka-kun instead of waiting for the
気
night.
になるんだよね。なぜ最初の死人が安永君でなかったかというところが。
Isn't that strange? Why wasn't Yasunaka-kun the first victim then?
最初に死んだのは芹沢だが、あれが狼の仕業でないなら、室のことか。
Serizawa was the first to die, but it was Muro who was the first to die at the hands of the wolves.
ええ、室匠さんです。
Yes, that's right, Takuma Muro-san.
はあ、匠。
I'm not a freak.
どうして？
Oh, Takumi, why?
そんなに妙ですか？彼は常に話し合いの中心にいましたから、そこを崩そうとしたんじゃ。
Is it that strange? He was always at the heart of discussion, so the wolves tried to sabotage that.
それも確かだけど、織部さんはとにかく息子二人を殺してあげたいという気持ちだったろうし、
That's also
そう
true.
主張したと思うんだ。
There's no freak mode on command. That's also true, but my claim was that Oribe-san likely wanted to kill her sons.
それなら安永君を殺すのでも結構狼としてはありだと思うんだよね。
If so, I think it would have made a lot of sense for the wolves to have killed Yasunaka-kun. He had a point. If we'd killed Yasunaka-kun, there was a good chance of us throwing the feast into an emotional and conservative chaos, which meant that Hashimoto-san's argument was,
なぜ狼は織部さんの意見を却下してまで室さんを狙ったんだろうね。
why was it that the wolves would go so far as to reject Oribe-san's opinion to target Muro-san instead?
その時はまだ香織さんは殺しにそんなにこだわってなかったんじゃ。
Maybe Kaori-san wasn't that hung up on killing him at that
そう
point.
だね。それもゼロじゃない。ただ、よりありそうなのは
There's no freak mode activate command. True, that's not out of the question, but there's a more likely possibility.
初日の機会を芹沢さんに奪われ、2日目の殺人も却下されたことで追い詰められた彼女の暴走。
After Serizawa-san stole her chance on the first day and she was denied on the second day, or Oribe-san felt driven into a corner and went berserk. Shit, how'd he know?
どうしてそれがよりありそうだと？
Why do you think that's more likely?
彼女は自分が狼の加護者だと。要は狼だってことでいいんでしょうが、それを自ら口にしましたでしょ。
She said she was a wolf. The point is that she didn't have a problem with that, but she admitted it herself, right?
もしこの騒ぎが他の狼の承諾のもと狙って起こされたものなら、これは絶対言わない方がいい。
Had she caused that commotion with the approval of the other wolves, I don't think she would have ever said
く
that.
しくもさっき、不妻子君が言い出した。単に気が触れてことに及んだって疑惑。あれを言い張れるからね。
Curiously enough, I think Fushisi-san had it right. She could say it because she'd simply lost her mind and gone on a
彼
rampage.
女がただの狂人のふりをしてれば、僕らは今頃、もっと悩むことになってい
There's
た
no
で
freak
しょう
mode
ね。
initialize command. Were she simply feigning madness? I think we'd be worrying about it more right now.
なるほど。
I see.
つまりムロさんの島では狼側の計画通りだったけど、織部香織さんは承服していなかった。
So what you're saying is that everything went according to plan for the wolves up until Muro-san's death, but Kaori Oribe-san didn't approve.
だから今回の騒ぎを起こしたってことですよね。これがどう広がります？
Which is why she caused this commotion, right? Where are you getting at with this?
つまりムロさんを殺害することを主張し、昨日まではそれで狼を統制していたにもかかわらず、今日手綱を失った。
In other words, the wolves insisted on killing Muro-san, and though they had restrained Oribe-san until yesterday, they lost control of her today.
そんな狼がさっきの4人の中にいることになるんだけど。
Those wolves are supposedly amongst those four, but
正直ピンときません。
honestly, that just doesn't sound right.
すみません。これはある意味で皆さんに人の上に立つ力がないように見えるという悪口になってしまう。
I'm sorry, that could be interpreted as me saying none of you look like you have the power to lead.
しかし、まず女性だ。ここの奥ゆかしい女性がある程度妥当性もある織部さんの提案をわざわざ蹴る気がしない。
But first of all, let's start with the lady. She's an elegant woman who I can't see going out of her way to reject Oribe-san's somewhat valid proposal.
山脇さんはご年配だから力関係は上かもしれないが、それであえて強権的に匠さんを一番に殺すかな。
Yamawaki-san is an elder, so she may have held more power than Oribe-san. But would she really use that force? Would she really use that to force her to kill Takumi-san first?
絶対にせんわよ、そんなこと。
Would never do such a thing.
それは詭弁でしょう。香織さんが最愛の息子を早く殺すことにこだわった以上、同じことになってもおかしくない。
A sophistry. So long as Kaori-san was fixated on killing her beloved son quickly, it wouldn't be strange if things turned out the same way.
どうしたのよ急に。
What's gotten into you?
この人は僕に疑いをかけようとしている。
You guys trying to cast doubt on me.
不妻子くんは黙っていてくれないかな。
Could you keep quiet for Shizu-kun? I had to stop him. I had to stop him from swaying everyone's hearts.
野里さんについては、おそらく安水住人との不仲からそういった連携はうまく取れないんじゃないかと。
I don't know who Darth Vader is. As for Nosato-san, you do not appear to be well liked by the people of Yasumitsu, so I don't think you could have cooperated with Oribe-san that well.
勝手な決めつけだ。香織さんは場の調和を重視する女性で、清之助さんに最初だけ従っただけかもしれない。
Now you're making assumptions. Kaori-san always tend to maintain harmony, so maybe she just went along with Kyonosuke-san's decision the first time. The Fallout guy. Ah, the Fallout guy.
それに私ならば室より安永君を優先して排除する案に同意しただろう。
I can't say I liked hearing some of that, but I suppose you're right. Besides, I would have probably agreed to prioritize eliminating Yasunaka-kun over Muro.
そして、Q ちゃんについては言うに及ばず、よそ者の主張をあなた方が聞くとは思えない。
As for Kyo-chan, this basically goes without saying, but I don't think any of you would listen to what an outsider like her
まあ
wanted.
そうでしょうね。それに私リーダー気質じゃありませんから。
Well, you're right there. Besides, I don't have the makings of a leader in me.
ということは、狼のリーダーはこの中にはいない。
This means that the leader of the wolves isn't one of them. How bizarre.
これまで確定扱いにしていたところに何か嘘があるんじゃないかな。
So maybe someone we assumed to be a confirmed human was lying all along.
そんな
Impossible.
必然的に自己申告に過ぎない蛇のカゴ車が狼。
So that would have to mean that the one who claimed they were the snake is actually a wolf.
そういう想像、いや妄想したってことですよね。
That's a lively imagination. No, delusion you've got there.
気づいてるかい、不妻子くん。君は今日妙に発言が少ない。
How do you
発
know?
言するときは全部僕に難癖をつけるときだけだ。
Haven't you noticed, Fushei-sikun? You barely said a word today, and when you did, it was only to attack my arguments.
自分に濡れ衣着せようとしている人に食ってかかるのは当然でしょう。
Isn't it natural to fight back against someone trying to frame you?
やめようよ。言うならあなたも随分イライラして見えますけど、橋本さんだって不自然じゃない？
Hey, stop it. You say all that, but you seem quite irritated yourself. You're acting strange too.
残念ながら僕はいくら不自然でも狼じゃないんだ。猿だからね。そして僕はイライラしてるね。
Unfortunately, no matter how strange I may seem, I'm not a wolf. I'm a monkey, and yes, I am irritated.
特殊な背景のもと殺し合ってる人たちなら100歩譲ってそっとしておこうと思わなくもないが。
While I can't say I agree with people killing each other, given the special environment they were born into, I could at least understand it to some degree. This is the first time we've seen him open his eyes.
ここの事情に悪乗りして狡猾に殺人をしてるってのは胸くそが悪すぎるからね。
But an outsider who sneaks into the village and takes advantage of the circumstances to commit crafty murders is truly revolting.
だからそれはあんたの妄想だって言ってるんだ。僕が凶悪で狡猾な人間だという勝手な前提に基づいた。
Like I said, those are your own delusions. You base this on the whole insane premise that I'm some
第
slight
一あん
brute.
たは言ってるでしょうが、よそ者は狼を率いることはできないと。
Besides, didn't you say it yourself? An outsider can't lead the
パ
wolves.
ートナーだか愛人だか知らないが、間宮さんをかばって僕を非難するダブルスタンダードもいいところだ。
I don't know if you're partners or lovers or whatever, but those are some pretty ballsy double standards you have to protect Mamiya-san yet accuse me.
聞き捨てならないんだけど、あんたふざけてんの？
Excuse me? I can't let that one pass. Are you messing around?
まあその可能性もなくはないが。
Well, you may not be wrong.
違いますよ。私は橋本さんとは何もないです。
No, there's nothing going on between Hashimoto-san and I. Good, it was a huge risk, but now I'd cast doubt on Hashimoto-san's side. Now I just had to press some more and...
君はもうよそ者じゃない。ここの住人として迎えられている。
You're not an outsider anymore. You've been welcomed as a member of this
そ
village.
こからして君は狡猾さを発揮していたように思うね。強引に新住人となり、最低限の信頼を得た。すべて意図的かい？
And I'd say that was a fairly sly act on your part. You forced your way into joining the village, then gained the minimum amount of trust. Was it all planned?
そうやって堂々と蛇を名乗る肝っ玉と口先があれば、織部さんを束の間言いくるめることもできたかもね。
Plus, if you had the guts and silver tongue to declare yourself a snake, you could have also cajoled Oribe-san, couldn't you?
もっとも最後まで言いくるめることはできなかったようだけど。ああ、これは信頼感が足りなかったかな。
Though it
ご
seems
愁傷様だ。
Though it seems you can't talk your way out, you couldn't talk your way out of this one. Oh, is this what they call a lack of trust? My
き
condolences.
っと君ならばどこかで匠さんあたりが蛇だったと気づいて始末する決断も下せたことだろうね。
I'm sure you realized at some point that Takumi-san was probably the snake and decided to kill him.
そもそも君はどこの誰なんだい？なぜこの集落に潜り込んだ？事情をすべて知ってるんじゃないか？
Who even are you to begin with? Why did you make your way into this settlement? Did you already know about all this? His verbal assault was entirely based on speculation, but it was a well-crafted
だ
story.
から全部が全部推測じゃないか。
Like I said, those are all nothing but speculations. Of course it was, because it was the story I'd actually put together. His deductions just happened to be right on the money, that was all.
じゃあ推測でないことを言おうか。
Then what if I said something that wasn't a
ある
speculation?
ならば言ってくださいよ。
If you've got something, by all means go for it.
なぜ知っていた？
How did you know?
は？
Huh?
昨夜の犠牲者が織部義継くんだったのは消去法で分かったのかもしれないが、
Maybe you figured out last night's victim was Uchitsuku Oribe-kun through process of elimination.
彼の死体のありさまをなぜ君が知っていたのかな？
But how did you know the state of his body?
君は知らないかもしれないが、 君が起きてくるずっと前に遺体は片付けてしまってるんだ。
Maybe you didn't know, but his body was cleaned up long before you woke up.
ちょっとその時の経緯を知らないんですが、香織さんは本当に狼なんですか？
I don't know the details since I wasn't there, but is Kori-san really a wolf?
義継君があんなひどいことになって取り乱した彼女が安永君を殺しただけってことは？
Maybe she simply lost it after seeing the horrible state of Yoshizuka-kun's body and ended up killing Yasunaka-kun as a result? I'd said something a wolf couldn't have known.
何のことですか？
What do you mean?
そうだね。とぼけるしかできないね。
Yes, all you can do is play dumb, right?
何のことか本気でわからないんです。そんな妄想で。
Seriously, I don't know what you mean. Those delusions are...
妄想か。説得力のある仮説かは僕や君が決めることじゃないな。
Seriously, it's not up to you or I to decide if it's delusion or a convincing hypothesis. Just then, everyone stared daggers at me.
投票に行きましょうか。
Let's vote, shall we? I'd been completely defeated.
それでも僕は狼じゃない。
Still, I'm not a wolf. Naturally, everyone voted to hang me. Haru-chan voted for me too, as she was right to. Cleaving off the lizard's tail was a good choice. She didn't need words to cover for me with. At any rate, 2 wolves had been eliminated in the same day. This was all Kaori Oribe's fault. Is that the way I should think, or should I think that I'd handled her the wrong way? Seriously, is there a way for the wolves to achieve victory here? Is there a way to step over that brilliant cameraman's corpse and press onwards? I felt like I was playing a troll game decided to be impossible to win. I continued to lament the absurdity of my situation until the very moment my consciousness sunk into the mist. Bad ending number 25. Watch hint corner. Yes.
やっちまったな大将。
Yudai Hashimoto totally knocked you out.
人狼ゲーム負けのハイライトだな。ともあれヒント言っとくぜ。
This was the highlight of the werewolf defeats, wasn't it? Anyway, let's get to the hint.
今回のバッドエンド25。題してマッドママショックの後で完全論破され死亡についてだが。
Bad ending 25. Mad mummy equals total defeat death.
展開としてはすげえトリッキーではあるが、6暗黒の9血祭り選択2でもう一つの選択肢を選ぶ必要がある。
The outcome will be really tricky, but you need to pick the other choice at 6 Darkness Q who to brutalize 2.
それで起きることは明らかに狼としてはマイナスなことなんだが、今回に限ってはそれがプラスに働く。
What happens there will be clearly detrimental to the wolves, but a preferable outcome to this one.
まあすでにおなじみの織部香織の暴走だから、ここは多めに見つつ、後の展開を見て納得してくれや。
Well, it's one of Kaori Oribe's typical rampages, so you'll understand for yourself when you see the events to follow.
つうわけで、今回はここまで。
Right. Oh my god. I didn't click charts. Yep. Now it's going to start me all the way back to the start. I'm spamming chart. Okay, here we go. Up here. Skip. Kill Yasunaka. We would kill Yasunaka Oribe. If we let Yotsuka-kun, the crow, live, they would find out that Kansa-san was a human, but everyone already knew that. The crow would live another day. Doing the charade at noon, Yasunaka-kun inherited Kansa-san's will. His death would be more distasteful and tragic than anyone else's. The blind people here wanted a leader, and this would shock them immensely. I had no idea how good of a leader he would be, but it would be bad for us if he was actually good.
安永君で
Can we kill Yasunaka-kun?
わかったわ。
Certainly.
兄ちゃんとお別れか。
I guess this is goodbye to Nichan.
ことに及ぶにあたり二人にお願いがあります。
There's something I wanted to ask you two.
何かしら。
Yes?
今日は 二人で手を下してください。
Kill him yourselves this time.
昨日やりすぎたから。
Because you overdid it
土
yesterday.
壇場で後ろから刺されるのはごめんだからだよ。
I don't want you stamping my back while I'm doing the job.
そんなこと
I wouldn't do
しない
that.
わよ。
Liar.
でもまあわかるから。
But I understand. Very well.
徹底的にやってくださいね。
Be thorough about it.
それは
What do you mean?
僕らの痕跡が残ったり、メッセージを残されたりすることを防ぐためです。説明の後なら苦しめることもないでしょう。
We need to make sure we don't leave any evidence and he doesn't leave any messages. He won't feel the pain once he's dead anyway.
わかったわ。
Alright. Don't become
ならないで。
suffer. I filled the bucket with water again and we went into the mist. The water from the faucet repelled the corruption just fine, though it was from a well, so maybe it didn't count as tap water. Haru-chan went in front and Kaori-san was right behind her. Haru-chan was waving around a flashlight.
はるちゃんはああいうのが好きね。
I see you like that a lot, Haru-chan. Who cared about that? We headed for the dorm. Not long after, we arrived. This reminded me of the first night when we tried to kill him and Chiemi got in our way. This time, it was something else.
どうしたんですか？
What's the problem?
早く。
Hurry up and open it.
開かないわ。
It's not opening.
私もやってみる。
Let me try.
他の部屋はどうかしら。
What about the other rooms? I tried touching the cheap looking metallic knob too. I didn't feel anything unlock and I couldn't open it either. We then went around all the houses that had living people in them, but none of the doors opened. After a moment of thought, I reached a conclusion. The spider got the better of us.
つまり雲は兄ちゃんのドアを守っていて、それで私らがドアを触った瞬間鍵開けを防いだ。
So the spider protected Nichan's door and prevented it from unlocking when we tried to open it.
そんな。
Oh no.
いや。
No, we should have expected this.
あの状況で
Anyone living in
休みず住人ならば、安永くんが一番重要な椅子に座ったことを理解して彼を守る。当然の決断だ。
Anyone living in Yasumitsu would know that he's in the most important position right now. Of course they would protect him.
どうすればいいの？
What do we do?
どうもこうも感受するしかありません。
We have no choice but to accept it.
僕らは一晩無駄にした。香織さんは息子を殺せない。そして雲には僕らが安永くんを狙ったことがバレる。
It's a night wasted for us. Kori-san can't kill a son and the spider will know that we targeted Yasunaka-kun.
それってどうなの？
Is that a big deal?
いや、別に。むしろいくつか分かったわけですが。
No, not really. In fact, this gives us some info. The spider was from Yasumitsu. If Mamiya-san was a spider, she'd have protected either Hashimoto-san, me, or Yotsusuke-kun. The only locals whose roles we didn't know were Tei-san, Kyonosuke-shi, and Rikako-san. Yasunaka-kun couldn't have been the spider since they couldn't protect themselves. Meigo couldn't be it either. If she was the spider, Rikako-san would control her like last time. She was clearly the badger. That meant that one of these three was the spider. It wasn't completely unlikely that it was Kyonosuke-shi, but I couldn't imagine him making this choice. He'd probably protect Rikako-san every single day. In order of likelihood from highest to lowest, it was probably Rikako-san, then Tei-san, then Kyonosuke-shi. Worse than that.
明日は必ず殺せるのかしら。
Tomorrow, will I get to kill them tomorrow? This woman had abandoned all hope to keep her mind intact. That now came back around to undermine her sanity if she didn't get to kill her sons. And it looked like the situation where we couldn't let her have the kills she was promised would continue. Oh man. I wanted to reset. Right now, actually. Maybe I could just walk off the cliff and...
ごめんなさい、不謹慎で。
Oh, sorry, that was imprudent.
サイスさん、あなたやっぱり狂ってるのね。
Fushai-san, you really are insane, aren't you?
僕が狂ってる？
Me? Insane?
いやいや、そりゃずるいよ。
Hey, that's not fair.
先に狂ったのはそっちじゃないか。
You're the ones who went insane first. I told the others to, if they were in danger of getting hanged, pretend to be the crow, avoiding the spider at all costs. The spider wasn't an option. Claiming the spider meant death on the next or the following night. And if that didn't happen, it would mean that the spider was a fake. Yeah, he really said, you guys sound so insane right now. With Yotsutsuka-kun's reveal, pretending to be a crow became a lot harder, but it was still safer than pretending to be a spider. Yasunaka-kun and Hashimoto-san would also find it suspicious that a spider reveal even happened in the first place, so that was another reason. Though I would follow Yasunaka-kun's idea and tell everyone that my snake power said that Haru-chan was a human, so she wouldn't be suspected. I was in way more danger in that regard. Also, I would see how the voters work, and if possible, hang Rikako-san. However, our vote would go different ways. We couldn't force it. You're ordering a burger right now? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Tomorrow's vote would be on hanging one of the 6 unconfirmed humans. Tei-san, Kori-san, Kyonosuke-shi, Rikako-san, Meiko, and Mamiya-san. You think so? You're not sure now? That doesn't sound like being sure to me. I would try to make sure it wasn't Kori-san. After I provided that course of action, we went our own ways. I said goodbye to Kori-san and went uphill. What the fuck is this picture? What the hell?
Haru-chan.
Haru-chan.
何？
What? I was the one who started the conversation. That was a loss for me.
僕は狂ってるのか？
Am I insane?
さあ、
Maybe?
私はあなたを知らないから。
I don't really know you.
あなたがえげつない方法で人を殺しながら人に道徳を説くのが理解できないだけかもね。
Though maybe I don't understand how you can brutally kill a man then talk about morals. She had a point. Another loss for me.
神様。
God.
なんじゃ町のお方。
What is it, city dweller?
僕は
Am I insane?
ここに最初においでになった頃、貴様はやり直すために死のうなどと考えるような御人であったか？
When you first came here, were you the kind of person who would think, I want to die to restart?
ま、決して善人というわけではあらせられんかったようじゃが。
Well, I certainly would not call you a good person. That wasn't fair. Third
だ
loss.
から全部安水が悪いんですよ。
It's all Yasumitsu's fault.
悪かったわね。それでも私らはここに住んで生きて死んでいくのよ。
Well, sorry. I'll still live and die here, though.
やりにくいな。
This is hard.
何が？
What is?
なんでもないよ。
Nothing.
あのさ。
Hey.
何？
What?
本当に肝臓さんのことを何とも思ってないの？
Did you really not feel anything about Kanso-san?
なんとも思ってないわけないじゃない。
Of course I did.
織部兄弟のことも。
Same for the Oribes and
モッチー
Mochi.
のことも。
誰も殺したくないよ。
I want to kill anyone.
じゃあどうして平気で振る舞うの？
And why are you acting all normal?
そうするのが正しいからかな。
Because it's the right way to act?
正しい。
Right.
正しい？
Right?
私
しっかりしてる。私は汚れてなんかない。私は狂ってない。狂ってなんか。おかしいのは。
I am not corrupted. I'm not insane. I'm not.
おかしいのは藤吉全部よ。おかしいのは神様の方よ。
It's Fujiyoshi that's messed up. It's God that's messed up.
神様とは状態のことなのか？
Is God some state of being? Crazy. Right. State of being.
何か気づかれたのかの？
Have you realized something, city dweller?
いえ。
No. If that were the case, I could understand it, but no. Even then, some things wouldn't make sense. No, that wasn't right either. It wasn't that I couldn't understand. It was just so absurd and way too hopeless. But I wanted to tear off all these masks and examine them to my heart's content. There's no more terrifying or thrilling moment than the one where you were about to expose the ugly face of the unknown. And apparently the role of a wolf wasn't fit for this. The wolves were way too right. Basically, I had to change my line of thinking.
はるちゃん、一つ提案がある。
Haru-chan, here's an idea. I turned back to the small wolf.
何よ。
What? Alright, it was Haru-chan.
僕らは悪役に徹しよ
We should give our all to be villains.
悪？
Villains?
う。うん。
Yeah,
超悪い人だ。
the bad guys. She tilted her head in confusion.
超悪いので人を殺す。超悪いので仲間を裏切る。超悪いので好きなことをする。
We're bad guys who kill people. We're bad guys who betray their own. We're bad guys who do what we want.
なぜなら、僕らが超悪いからであって、正しいからじゃない。
It would all be because we're evil, not because we're right.
悪は、あらゆる正義から自由だ。
Evil is free from all forms of justice.
悪役。悪。
Villains. Evil.
そんなの、いいの？
Are you sure it's good to be like that?
よくはないさ。もちろん。
No, it isn't good, of course.
でも、知ってるか？
But you know
はるちゃん。
something?
人間ってのは、やろうと思えば、悪いことができる生き物なんだぜ。
If they set their minds to it, humans are animals that can do bad things.
人殺しは悪いこと？
Killing is bad?
もちろん、悪だよ。
Of course, it's evil.
友達や家族やいい人たちを殺すことは？
And killing friends, family, and good people?
輪をかけて、最悪だね。
Even worse, it's pure evil.
どうして？
Why? Reasons why we shouldn't murder? It was perhaps the hardest topic in morality. However, when you thought about it, it wasn't too difficult to find a logical answer to that too. You simply ignored the concept of good and evil. If ignoring such ideas was an integral part of evil, then I would teach her and through it pose her a question about how flexible she really was.
心や体が不自由になるからさ。
It inconveniences both mind and
よ
body.
くわからない。
I don't understand.
人の嫌がることをすれば、人から嫌がられる。それは思う以上に心を縛りつける。
If you do something people don't want, they will start not wanting you either. That binds your mind and heart more tightly than you'd think.
人がひどく嫌がることをする人は、体だって縛りつけられる。
People who do things others really don't want might even find their bodies bound too.
縛られて、不自由な人は安心して生きられないし、安心して死ねないんだ。
Bound, inconvenienced people can't live in peace or die in peace.
人間は誰しも悪くない生き方を、良い生き方を誰かから強いられる。
Most humans are forced to live well and be good.
それはお互いに安心して生きて、安心して死にたいから。
And that's because they all want to live and die in peace.
誰かが誰かを縛ったり、縛られたりし始めれば、それは連鎖的にすごい数の人を不自由にしてしまう。
If people begin binding others, the chains grow to encompass more and more people.
だからみんな、そんな生き方は嫌でしょってことで、よく生きろって育てられるんだよ。
So people grow up being told to live well to avoid that.
でもね、
But get
はるちゃん、
this.
そういうのを全部諦めれば、
If you give up on all that,
周りを全部不自由にして、自分も不自由な人生を送り、不自由な最後を迎えることを心に決めるなら、
if you inconvenience everyone as well as yourself and prepare to have a discomforting end,
人間は悪いことをやっていいんだ。
you can do bad things.
ねえ、それって外だとみんなそうやって習うの？
Hey, does everyone outside of here learn that?
いいや、今考えた出任せさ。
Nope, I just thought of it myself.
ひど。
That's mean.
でも案外、正解かもしれないぜ。
But I think I'm surprisingly correct.
君が賛同するなら、僕も付き合う。
If you agree, I'll join you.
とことん、悪に生きてやろうじゃないか。
Let's be as villainous as we can be.
私、テレビでやってる洋画劇場好きでさ。
I like the Western movies they show on TV.
へえ、何が好きなの？
Really? What do you like?
フォースがどうってやつ。
The one with the Force. Is that Star Wars? She really did love that series, huh?
どのキャラが好き？
What character do you like? Is she gonna say Yoda? Yoda dunking the bull? What does this guy's morality do when he runs into people that like bondage? I don't know.
金ピカのやつ。
The golden one. What? The golden one? Is that why she liked androids? Oh! Oh, right, okay. That guy. The one that goes around with R2D2 C3PO or something. Was that why she liked androids? Did I remind her of him?
ああいうのってさ、基本正義の側の気持ちで見るじゃん。
When you watch movies like that, you normally support the side of justice, right?
私も言ったら恥ずかしいけど、かっこいいナイトが助けに来てくれたら素敵だな、なんてさ。
Saying this is kind of embarrassing, but I sometimes think about how great it'd be if some handsome knight came to save me.
とてもまっとうな楽しみ方じゃないか。
That's a perfectly fine way to enjoy something.
悪いやつになるなんて考えたこともなかった。
I never thought about becoming a bad guy.
悪いやつが主役の映画もいっぱいある。
There's lots of movies with bad guy protagonists.
そうなの？
Really?
あ、
Yeah.
悪
Can
泣いてもいいのかな？
can a bad guy cry?
もちろんだ。
Of course. I'm not gonna start crying. As she began to intensely cry, I spread my arms out. She plunged into my chest with surprisingly little hesitation. There's no cry command. Oji-chan? I embraced her damp body and looked up at the sky. It was evil to grieve about parting ways with Yomibitu, huh? Then perhaps she, no, everyone here, wasn't actually insane. Well, I was an exception. We then walked around Yasumitsu, barely saying a word. Then we reached the fork in the path. One led to the dorm, the other to the construction side.
ここで
Here.
うん。
Yeah.
何かな？
What?
なんて呼べばいい？
What should I call you? A new name for a new relationship? I had a good idea for this.
じゃあ、春秋って呼んでくれ。
Just Haruaki is fine.
春秋兄ちゃん？
Haruaki Nichan?
いや、呼び捨てで、春秋だ。悪の相棒は対等な関係だからね。
No, no honorifics. Just Haruaki. Partners in evil are equal.
呼びにくいよ。
That's a bit hard for me.
みんなの前で呼んじゃダメだぞ。香織さんの前でもだ。
It's only between us, though. Don't even use it in front of Kaori-san.
香織さんも？
Not even Kaori-san.
だって、彼女は善人だ。
I mean, she's a good person.
そっか。そうだもんね。
Yeah, you're right.
悪として香織さんも殺すんだもんね。
We'll kill her because we're evil, right? Exactly.
わかった。春秋。
Right, Haruaki.
おう、春ちゃん。
Oh, yeah, Haru-chan.
そっちだけちゃん付けはずるい。
Why do you get to call me with a chan? That's not fair.
可愛い女の子をちゃん付けで呼びたい性分なんだ。
It's in my nature to want to call cute girls with a chan.
私
I'm cute.
悪になったことで6割増し。可愛くなった。
Becoming evil made you at least 60% more cute. That's an oddly specific amount.
じゃあ許す。
I guess I'm fine with it then. She extended her hand to me. I grasped it tightly. We would no longer be wolves of justice, but wolves of evil.
おやすみ、春秋。
Good night, Haruki.
おやすみ。
Good night. I turned around.
よく眠れるとよろしいな。
Hope you sleep well, city dweller.
悪党殿。
No, villain. A cold voice.
神様。神って一体何ですか？
Say God. Just, what is a god?
白々しい。
Do not act like you don't know.
まあ、こういうのも悪くはありませぬな。
Well, I do not mind this too much. The intensity is not unpleasant.
火遊びまでたしなむとは刺激的なお方じゃ。
You are the sort that enjoys playing with fire, aren't you? I walked off as if to get away from the laugh, which sounded strangely infuriated. I just remembered that the protagonist of that movie was actually the princess's brother. Wait, but then it took a turn where the princess got together with a wandering rogue. Maybe it was safer to let her call me Nichan. Dong. What the hell? We immediately jump into this. The old fart was a human. The spider did a good job, so no one died last night. That all fine with you all? The next feast of the Yummy Purge began with Yuchitsuku-kun saying those words. Since they couldn't let themselves relax, we all gathered in the hall early in the morning. Everyone was still on edge. I knew it. Teisan's sentiments were shared by everyone present. Of course, everyone already knew that no one had died last night. Even so, no one was resting on their laurels. They were all hard at work thinking about what had happened next and what they'd do about it. At this point, no one was stupid enough to suggest that the wolves were just being merciful.
牧島勘三さんの退場が自発的なものであった以上、僕らはそれを前向きに生かしていかないとならない。
Kansu Makishima-shan left voluntarily, so we have to try to just take it positively.
善悪はすべて終わった後に考えよう。狼を皆殺しにするまで、もう後には引けない。
We can consider whether it was good or bad after this is over. We can't turn back now.
ちゃんは大丈夫？
Are you okay, Haru-chan?
大丈夫だよ。
I am. Despite her words, she didn't actually seem fine yet. It didn't feel unnatural, though. I could only assume that turning to evil freed her of any misconception about how she had to behave. She was now free to present herself however she wished. I didn't know if it'd be good for us in the long run, but I didn't mind. Evil could look even at defeat with a positive spin. Consider my looping, though it wasn't something I could rely on all the time. Coming back after every defeat was one of the good things about evil. That promise was an unexpected boon for my own sanity too. Bushaisi-san.
はるちゃんは人だった。
Haru-chan is human.
よかった。
What a relief.
おじいちゃんも私も人だった。
Both Oji-chan and I were human. Yeah.
人なのにあんたらはくくった。
He was human, but you'd hang him.
まだ納得はできないよ。
Yeah, I still haven't come to terms with
とにかく。
it. Anyway, Yasunaka-kun forcefully moved the conversation along.
これで狼じゃないと確定したのは僕とはるちゃん、モッチーに橋本さん、それに久石さんと吉次の6人。
Now we have 6 confirmed non-wolves: Haru-chan, Mochi, Hashimoto-san, Bushaisi-san, Yutsusuku, and I.
さらに僕はメイコが無地なだという意見に賛同する。これで人は7人。
I also agree that Meiko is the badger With that, we have 7, leaving just 5.
どうして？おじいちゃんが言った狼がわざと目立つ言動をさせてるって可能性は？
Why? What if Oji-san was right and the wolves are actually just making her say things to distract us?
4つ5つの女の子にいろいろ喋らせるのは余計なことを言ってボロを出させるリスクの方が大きい。
Trying to get a girl no older than 5 to say what they want seems far too risky. She could easily reveal too much.
それと安水の住人ではなく幼い彼女をくくることは必要ならともかく積極的にすることじゃない。
Also, she's an outsider and a little girl. Unless it's absolutely necessary, hanging her is something we shouldn't do.
肝臓さんをくくったことだって完全には受け入れられない人がいる。彼女ならなおさらだろう。
We have people who still can't accept that we hanged Kanso-san. It'd be even worse with her.
本当にそうなのかな？
Really? Apparently Haru-chan had decided to play subtle opposition to Yasunaka-kun. With her there to annoy him, he would feel less confident in his course of action. Also, by presenting herself as a victim who'd lost her grandfather, she would never be suspected by the others. Basically, she was doing a good job.
詭弁のような気もするが、まあ、子供が怪しいかと言われれば微妙かもしれん。
Sounds like sophistry to me, but I admit I question the guilt of this child.
候補から外す必要はないが、単に票を投じなければいいだけの話ではないかね。
Perhaps instead of removing her from the list of candidates, let the people decide whether they want to vote for her.
そうですね。
Fine by me.
まだ私たちに発言権はあるかしら。
Do we still have the right to speak?
無論です。何でしょう？
Of course, what is it?
残り5人なのよね。
There's only 5 left, right? Yes.
じゃあ、雲が名乗り出ればゲームクリアになるかもしれないわね。
Then perhaps the game would be over if the spider revealed themselves. Yeah, that was something to be wary of. Progressing based on such optimistic idea would actually make it difficult for us.
もし雲が残る5人のうち誰かを守ったとすれば、雲もその人も確実に人だった証明ができる。
If the spider protects someone among the 5, they can vouch that the person is human too.
狼は狼を襲わないから。
Wolves don't attack wolves after
そ
all.
の過程は正しいんですが、それを期待するのはちょっと楽観的じゃないかと。
You're not wrong, but that sounds a bit optimistic.
まあ、あくまで家庭だから。
Well, it is just a thought.
楽観的？どういうことかよくわからん。なんでそうなるのだ、ヤッスン。
Optimistic? I don't think I get it. Explain it to me, Yasun.
狼にとって残りの未確定者から血祭りの対象を選ぶメリットがあんまりないからだよ。
Because it's not worth it for the wolves to target one of the 5 that aren't confirmed humans yet.
未確定者が死んで減れば狼は絞り込まれる。彼らとしては確定者から殺していくべき。
By killing them, they would reduce the amount of potential wolves. They should start with those who are confirmed.
特に蛇と猿とカラスが名乗り出てる状況で彼らを狙わない理由がないから。
With the snake, monkeys, and the crow revealed, they have no reason not to go for them. Exactly. After all, the spider protected Yasunaka-kun, confirmed human. Even so, I didn't want the spider to out themselves and leave only 4 candidates. It would increase the odds of the humans realizing there were imposters among them.
僕は狼が雲を嫌がったから雲を殺そうとして正体不明の中から狙ったのかと思った。
I thought they'd go for the unconfirmed humans because they want to get rid of the spider.
その場合だってわざわざ未確定者から狙わなくてもいいんだ。僕やハルちゃんだって雲かもしれないんだから。
Even then, there's no point in going for the unconfirmed. Even I and Haru-chan could be the spider after all.
まあ、そういうわけで多分これで一発クリアってことにはならない。
Welcome, Frosty. Let me add... Bazinga. There you have it. It probably wouldn't lead to an immediate victory.
ただ、もし万一雲が名乗り出て残り3人まで絞り込める状況なら。
But if it actually is a situation where the spider revealing themselves reduces the unconfirmed humans to just 3,
雲には名乗り出てほしい。
I would like him or her to do it.
しかしその場合、実際に狼を特定しても全員処刑するために3日間かかるわけだよね。
But even then, you would need 3 days to execute all the wolves, right?
そうです。
Right.
雲はまず間違いなく殺されるよね。
So the spider would die for sure, right?
そうでしょうね。
Most likely.
それで名乗り出てもらうか。もし Q ちゃんなら絶対に名乗り出られないだろうな。
It's hard to expect them to out themselves in this situation. I'm sure Kyo-chan, for one, would never do it.
そうですね。私が雲なら名乗り出ないでしょうね。
Yes, if I were the spider, I would keep it a secret. No one played their cards.
皆さんは無実でも時に処刑されるかもしれないということをすでに了承してるってことですよね。
You people all understand that someone can get executed even if they're innocent, I assume. The silence said it all. Of course they did. Kansa-san had died just yesterday after all. The peer pressure was too strong after all.
まあ、死ぬことが覚悟の上なら名乗り出てくれさえすれば多数派を作ることはできるんだけど。
Well, if the spider is prepared to die and reveals himself, we could create a majority.
そうですね。票を合わせれば投票で確実に
That's true. Our
勝てる
combined
ことになります。
That's true. Our combined votes would lead to certain victory. Right now it was 6 versus 6. It didn't feel right to consider Mako as confirmed, so right now the sides were
そ
tied.
れに残る4人のうち3人に絞り込めるわけですよ。
Also, the remaining 4 can be reduced to 3, correct?
4人のうち狼でない方には自分の他が狼だと確実にわかる。
The wolves among the 4 know who the other wolves are, so we would know for sure who they are.
その方の反応からまた何かが見えるような気もいたします。
We would have to watch their reactions and remain observant for other signs.
じゃあとっとと雲のやつは名乗り出ればいいじゃねえかよ。
Then come out already, spider. Silence.
腰抜けが。
Dumbass. The spider didn't reveal themselves. Perhaps my assumptions were wrong and the spider was Mamiya-san, who was just being careful not to get hanged. The spider was wary of the potential wolves among the humans, and they were absolutely right about that. In the best case scenario, we would win the day after tomorrow. If the wolves and Mako were alive when there were 8 people left, the wolves could reveal themselves and take in the badger as another vote. However, since we would lose Kaori-san after she would kill the Oribe brothers, the best case scenario was probably impossible. I would have to focus on trying to hide the fact that there were humans among the wolves. It would all be over for us if they somehow determined the 3 final suspects today, hanged one of them, and the crow declared them as humans tomorrow. They would immediately realize that the snake was lying. Thus, we needed a situation where it took longer for the rest to be confirmed. The spider acting cautiously worked in our favor. Of course, the spider themselves remained a major threat to us. But still, we now had no choice but to use our nighttime kills to prevent a fixed majority. Identifying the spider and leading people to be executed required a subtle hand during the feast.
これ以上の絞り込みはできないようなので、未確定の5人からくくる人を1人選ぶことにしたい。
It doesn't look like we can lower the number even further, so we will have to hang one of the remaining 5.
子供も入れてもらえんかね。口うるさいようだが、こっちとしては命がかかっておるのだよ。
Count the child. I know I might sound annoying, but our lives are on the line here.
そうでした。立つのは6人です。
Right, it's 6, not 5. Stand up.
立って。
Mako, stand. Don't tell me what to do. She still stood up. What a good girl. She was followed by Kiyonosuke-shi, Rikako-san, Kaori-san, Tei-san, and Mamiya-san.
上座から順に2つのことに答えていただきたいと思っています。
Starting from this side, I would like you to tell us 2 things.
自分に投票すべきでない理由。そして自分以外の誰が人だと思うか。
Why we shouldn't vote for you, and who other than yourself do you believe is a human? Clever.
タイバー、お願い。
Taiba, please start.
私は人よ。
I'm human.
それしかわ
That's
か
all
ら
I,
ん。
that's all I know.
じゃがね、見てみなさいね。
But look at this.
年寄りばかりが死んでおる。
Only the elders are dying.
若い子らが汚れを呼び込んだんじゃないんかね。
Doesn't that mean that the young ones brought this corruption upon us?
なんだと？
What? It definitely wasn't only the elders, but it looked like the spaces around her were kind of empty. That must have been especially hard to her, who'd lost both Kanso-san and Takumi-san.
残念だったなババア。そっちに残ってんのはてめえの好きな長者様とうちのババア。中年ばっかだぜ。
A big shame, huh? All that's left on your side are the village heads you love so much and my old hag, all middle-aged.
若い方から見て、記者の女とガキがてめえの言うように読み人だってなら数が足りねえな。
If you're saying that the journo woman and the brat are Yumibito, you ain't got the numbers for
あ
it.
んただって自分でカラスじゃって言うとるだけでしょうがね。
What about you? You just said you're the crow like that's
な
enough.
んだぞクソババア。
The hell did you just say?
義継、やめて。私も今くくられるかどうかの瀬戸際なんだから。
Yoshitsugu, please stop. I'm in danger of being hanged too. Shh.
言うたら座ってもええんかね。座った方が腰が楽じゃ。
Can I sit now? Standing's hard on my
もう
bones.
少し立っていてください。
Please stand a bit longer.
やすくん、あんたもろくでもない子になり下がったね。
Yes, good. What a bad child you've become.
すみません。混乱を避けたいので。もういいです。
I'm sorry, I don't want any further chaos. Next. Tei-san must have felt pretty concerned. She didn't have to hold such a grudge.
私は狼ではありません。二人の息子に誓って。
I'm not a wolf.
そう申し上げます。
I'm not a wolf. I swear it upon my two sons.
他にはないですか？
Do you have anything else?
私は室匠さんのことを悪からず思っておりました。
I had a decent opinion of Takumi Muro-san. Taking that angle, huh?
息子たちとも一度再婚については話したことがあります。
I even talked about remarrying to my
マジ
sons.
でか、やっすん。
Seriously, Yasun?
ああ、僕は母さんに任せるって言ったよ。
Yes, I said it was up to her.
向こうがこぶつきのババアなんざ本気で嫁に欲しいわけねえだろって言った。
I said that he wouldn't want a hag with brats for a wife.
そりゃこのクソみてえな場所で匠兄よりマシな野郎はいねえけどな。親父になるってのも変な感じだし。
Well, Takumi was the best guy left in this shitty place, but I'd feel weird having him for a dad. From the way he put it, it was safe to say he approved of the man.
言ってくださればいくらでもお受けしましたのに、私から言うのはさすがに厚かましいでしょう。
I would have easily accepted if he asked, but thought that approaching him myself would have seemed overbearing.
こんなことになるなんて。
I never expected things to turn out this way.
私が狼なら匠さんを最初に殺したりはしないでしょう。
If I were a wolf, I certainly wouldn't kill him first.
以上です。あと他に人だと思うのは冷静に人のための意見を出し続けている間宮久子さんです。
That is all, and the person I believe is human is Hisako Mamiya-san. She's remained level-headed and has provided our side with good advice.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
あんたも結局はよそ者か。
In the end, you're just an outsider too. Kori-san was basically implying that Tei-san, Kyonosuke, Shi, and Rikako-san, the village head aligned, were the wolves. It was an emotional argument, but with the additional layer of logic she'd added, her idea showed merit. Man, that woman sure was something. This was the same person who'd applauded when I killed Takumi-san.
次は野里さんです。
Masato-san, you're next.
私が生き残るべき理由か。
A reason why I should stay alive, right?
確かに諸君からすれば、私はこの中で最も不要な人間だろうな。
I understand that you consider me to be the most unnecessary person here.
しかし、それ以外にくくられる合理的理由もまた見つからん。私が何か諸君らに迷惑をかけたかね。
However, I don't see any other good reason to hang me. Have I ever troubled you? Well, he was relatively laid back this time. He should have been more conscious of the ire his words had drawn for
た
him.
だ一つ言っておきたいことはある。オリベ夫人のおとといの言動について。
There is one thing I wanted to say, though. It's about what Madame Oribe said 2 days ago.
何でしょうか。
What is it?
お忘れかね。芹沢千恵美の自殺についてあなたは無根拠に芹沢千恵美狼説を唱えたのだ。
Have you forgotten? When Chiemi Serizawa died, you made the baseless claim that she was a wolf.
そしてそれをもって芹沢千恵美の自殺の原因を推測しただけの植松里香子さんに疑いの矛先を向けただろう。
Then you used it as justification to suspect Rikako Uematsu-san, who had merely proposed the reason for his suicide.
人畜無害な想像を悪意的に解釈して立場の弱い長者に票を集めさせた。
You crafted a negative interpretation of a harmless suggestion and then directed votes against someone in a difficult position.
それは狼の所業に見えるがいかがかね。長者からの視点も状況の打破には必要ではないのか。
That seems like the actions of a wolf to me. Don't you believe the village heads are crucial to surviving this situation?
私はまだ疑いを持っています。あなたから見て理不尽でも私が狼でない以上あなたの読みは間違ってる。
I was simply suspicious, even if it seems unreasonable to you. Since I am not a wolf myself, I see your assumption as mistaken.
私からは以上だ。言い忘れたが、人だと思うのは当然リカ子さんだ。
That is all from me. And before I forget, I believe the human is Rikako-san. Thank you very much. Wow. He was actually completely right. How would they react to that?
ありがとうございます。では次へ。
Thank you.
最初
Next.
に申し上げたいことが
There's something I must say first. Yes?
私はまだ27歳です。
I am still 27. Oh, this was her reply to being... This was her reply to the idea of being middle-aged. As everyone realized that some cleared their throats awkwardly, while others stifled some chuckles. The tense air dissipated a bit, but she looked as serious as ever. If this was intentional humor, I'd say she had some talent. And 27? She was still in her prime. From what Chiemi had said, I'd almost assumed she was almost 40 or something. What a shame that I'd have to kill her. Ahem.
私は長者として富士吉村の決して清廉ではない歩みを
As one of the village heads, I am fully aware of Fujiyoshi's misdeeds and his very dark
その
past.
ことから私を宴の主家たる長者の一味などとお思いになっても仕方ないのは
I understand that you would consider me to be one of the conspirators behind the feast. However, I must continue fulfilling my role as a spider.
それはあなたが雲の加護者だという意味ではありませんか。
Are you saying that you are the spider, as in the one who's received the power of the spider?
いえ植松家という意味です。
No, I refer to the Uematsu.
紛らわしいんだよ。
Quit confusing us.
わかりました。
I see. Continue.
私が目障りであればあるいは疑わしいなら
If you consider me an eyesore or suspicious, please vote for me. Taking in your feelings is one of the spider's roles. That approach worked for Chiemi, but Rikako-san, not so much. So who do you think is human?
私には立っている皆様の
I do not believe that a single one standing is a wolf. What?
リカ子さん
Rikako-san, I appreciate that, but even Kaori-san, she slaundered you thoroughly.
誰をも
I understand wanting to be suspicious.
事実
And it is true. Oh my god, she speaks so slowly. And it is truly not impossible that Serizawa-sama was a wolf. But from what I see, the five of you seems to believe that the feast shall end if we hanged everyone standing.
それだとカラスを自己申告した義経や
That would mean that either Yoshitsugu or Fushigi-san are fake crow and snake. You would be suspicious too, since you would have been proven innocent by a false snake. Seriously? She was saying that there were wolves among the confirmed humans, which turned the Kirin assumption on its head. Of course, both Yasunaka-kun and Hashimoto-san were suspicious of that too. But I certainly didn't expect her, of all people, to bring it up now. Fushisa-sama,
あなた様のことを
I have feelings for you.
お慕い申し上げております。
That caused a stir. Yeah, I knew that. For some reason she believed I was some heavenly savior sent to rescue the town from its true problems. She'd even risk her life on that conviction.
しかし
However,
もし
if you were actually a wolf,
新内様の言う通りあなたをも
I will do as Shinai-sama says and hang you. But if it opposed her sense of right, even I would become an enemy to her. I might have taken her too lightly.
それは彼を一番疑っているという意味でよろしいんですね。
Are you saying that you doubt him more than anyone else?
いいえ私はただ
No, it is simply my personal worst-case scenario. I have nothing more to say.
わかりました。次、間宮さんです。
I understand. Next, Mamiya-san.
本当はとっとと蛇のお墨付きをもらって楽になりたいんですけどね。私は後ろ暗いところがないので。
I would love if the snake finally confirmed that I'm clean. I have nothing to hide after all.
ただ多分私よりも怪しい人が何人か出たと思うので、その人たちを優先的に処刑や調査することになる。
But since there are people who act more suspiciously than me, the investigations and hangings will surely be directed at them first.
だから私は自分を調べろと強弁はしません。
That's why I won't insist that you investigate me.
この状況で冷静に優先順位をつけてることが私の自己弁護。
My justifications this time is simply encouragement to prioritize those more suspicious than me.
あともう一つ。私が狼なら橋本さんを真っ先に殺してる。
Another thing, if I was a wolf, I would have killed Hashimoto-san before anyone else. Her statement hit everyone with the force of a hammer.
おお、これは怖いな。
Now that is scary.
あなたたちが気づいてるかわからないけど、橋本さんは宴の内外で冷静で適正な進行に尽力してらっしゃるわ。
I don't know if you realize this, but Hashimoto-san has been helping guide the feast, even outside of these discussions, keeping everything stable all the while.
この人がいなければ、もっと無茶苦茶な宴にできたはず。それをしないし、恐れてる私は狼じゃない。
Without him, the feast would have been far more disastrous, since I'm neither afraid nor has been killed. Nor has he been killed. I'm no wolf.
それは買いかぶりすぎだ。でも、心配してくれてありがとう。
You overestimate me, but thank you for your concern.
一つ、はっきりさせておきます。僕は橋本さんのヘルプを非常に頼りにしています。
I will make one thing clear. Hashimoto-san is an extremely huge help.
間宮さんのおっしゃる通り、僕らが単なる烏合の衆にならずに済んでいるのは、彼のおかげによるところが大きいです。
Like Mamiya-san says, he's one of the main reasons why we're not just an unruly mob.
ただ、狼が彼を軽視してるなら、わざわざ目を向けさせる必要もないと思って黙っていました。
I just figured that if the wolves were underestimating him, it wasn't a good idea to draw attention to their mistake, so I kept quiet.
間宮さん、あなたの指摘には賛同しますが、それは黙っていた方が良かったかもしれません。
Mamiya-san, I agree with your words, but maybe you should have kept quiet.
あなたを含め、ほとんどの人は彼のことを軽視してると思ったから、それは損だと伝えたかったのだけど。
Oh, I only said that because I thought all of you were underestimating him.
僕は軽視していません。
I'm not.
昨日、彼の仲裁も聞かずに処刑を断行したのに。
Even though you didn't give him a chance to speak and insisted on the lynching yesterday?
僕らにも譲れない一線があったというだけの話です。それについてはこれ以上の意見はいりません。
We have our own lines that must never be crossed. That's it. That's all I need to say about that.
あらそう。最後に人だと思う人？ノーコメント。
I see. As for the people I think are human, no comment.
人だと思う人を一人選べば、残り3人は狼って話なんでしょうけど、植松さんの言うように そうは思えない。
If I decide that one of them is human, then the other three would be wolves. But like Uematsu's son said, that doesn't seem
人
right.
だと思う人はあげやすいけど、結果的にやっていることは水かけ論の魔女裁判。
It's easy to
いいとは思わないわね。
It's easy to present someone who might be human, but this would be basically a pointless witch hunt, which I don't like. I don't like it personally.
ええ、僕もそう思いますね。
Yes, neither do I.
自覚があるならもう結構。
At least you're mindful of that.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Lastly,
みんなくくるの。お腹すいた。
hey everyone, I'm hungry. And that was it, huh?
誰が怪しいんだ、兄貴。
So, who's shady?
人だと思う一人をあげなかった二人は、僕としては怪しくないと思う。
I believe that the two who didn't present a candidate as human aren't suspicious.
ね
What?
それは
安永、あなた。
Yasunaka. That seemed like a bad move to me, Yasunaka-kun. I could understand relating to the level-headed ones, but the other three were just following the process provided. I could also understand trying to appear objective enough to suspect even your mother, but I couldn't blame anyone for thinking he was just acting biased.
私は別に一人選んだ残りが必ず狼だというつもりで一人を選んだのではない。
I did not choose because I believed the rest were wolves.
まあおっちゃんはりっちゃん一筋を貫いてるしね。あんま怪しくはないかな。
Well, you're all in on Richan, so it's not like anyone will suspect you.
貴様。いや、もういい。
You... No, that's enough. The fact that Mochi said that right after Rikako-san's declaration just showed how bad he was at reading the mood. It was awkward for everyone, human or wolf.
他に何かありますか？なければもう投票に入りたいと思うんですが。
Anyone else have anything to say? If not, I would like to start the vote.
随分と世話しないね。
You sure are in a hurry. You're sure in a hurry.
これ以
I
上
simply do not
役に立つ証拠や証言が出てくるとは思えません。
I simply do not believe there is anything left worth discussing.
すべきことは早くした方がいい。
We should just do what needs to be done.
君は随分人命についての認識を軽くしたんだね。
You seem to be treating this pretty lightly.
違います。僕は自分が関わる殺人については
No,
自分がすべて責任を負うつもりでいるだけです。
no, I am simply ready to take responsibility for any deaths I cause. So that was his brand of righteousness this time, huh?
皆さん、
Everyone.
よそのことにあまり口を出したくはないけどね。高校生にそんなものを背負わせるのは普通酷ですよ。
I do not want to bring outside values into this, but making a high school student bear such a burden is normally considered cruel.
じゃあどうするんですか？確定者の中で最年長であるあなたや不妻子さんに押し付けろって言うんですか？
What else can we do? Leave it to you, the eldest confirmed human, or Fushaisi-san?
なるほど。では、不妻子くん。
I see. Then Fushaisi-kun?
何でしょうか？
Yes?
君が進行役を引き取ってはどうだい？
Would you like to take charge of the feast?
昨日の出来事でこの場の進行は安永君に一任されたものだと思っていましたが、
I thought that the role was entrusted to Yasunaka-kun yesterday.
その責任感は持っているつもりです。ただ宴を乗っ取るつもりはありません。
And I accepted it.
肝臓さんとは違う。
And I accepted it. However, I don't intend to take complete control over the feast. I'm not Kansu-san.
そうだね。兄ちゃんは違う。
Yeah, Nichan's different.
同等の責任感を持っていただけるなら、ええ、不妻子さんでも橋本さんでも年長者にお願いするのは構いません。
If you can be sufficiently responsible about it, then yes, I don't mind giving this role to Fushishi-san or Hashimoto-san.
お二人とも 僕よりずっと分別も頭もありそうだ。
They seem a lot wiser than I am.
卑下する必要はないよ。君はよくやっているけど、そんな若い美空で大人と喧嘩をするのは大変だろう。
Don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing a good job. It's just hard for you to fight adults, right?
そして実際、僕は初日に自分の生存が第一義だと言ってしまっているからね。責任感と言っても説得力がない。
And I'm actually prioritizing my own survival above all else. No one would believe me if I claimed to take responsibility here.
命のやり取りを経て、休みずに移住を決め、蛇として直接的に人命を左右する立場にある彼ならば、その説得力がある。
Now him, a man who struggled in life, found a place here and bears the burden of the snake, a role that measures lives, would be far more convincing.
どうかな、皆さん。
What do you say, everyone?
カンちゃんはヤス君にやれと言うたようなもんだわ。
Kanchan gave the job to Yasukun.
山脇様。しかし、房石様は公平に。
Yamawaki-sama, but I believe Fushaisi-sama would judge us fairly.
りっちゃん、ハッサンが狼だって疑ってるんじゃないのか。
Don't you suspect that he might be a wolf?
鴨志田様。そこまでは申していません。
Kamoshida-sama, I never said that. I merely said that I was prepared for it.
私は好かん。
I don't like it. Tei-san, that wasn't a good move. She was helping you out here.
クソババアはどうでもいいが、兄貴が進めるべきだ。
I don't care what the old hag thinks, but Aniki should be leading this shit.
私は息子はまだ若輩者ですから、房石さんはしっかりされています。
My son is still young, while Fushaisi-san seems to be well adjusted.
私も賛成だ。主導する立場の方が皆によく見られることだろう。
Agreed, he'd be a lot better at taking charge.
私も房石さんはおじいちゃんをくくるのに賛成はしなかったから。
I also think it should be him. Fushaisi-san was against hanging Oji-chan.
僕はよくわかんないんでパス。
I don't get it, so screw
意
it.
図はわからないですが、橋本さんの提案なので信用します。
I don't get where he's going with this, but I trust Hashimoto-san's judgment.
さんはバカ。
Fusayuki-san's a dummy. Why?
明確な反対は2つ。いや、3つかな。房石君、君は信任を得たよ。
Only 2, no, 3 are against it. Seems like you have a lot of support here, Fushaisi-kun. No, my avatar is not a pig. That's an image layered over my avatar. Here's my avatar. Here's the image layered over it. It is someone requested adding it to the screen, and then someone else was like, "Hey, you should put that over your head," and I was like, okay." And now it's over my head. Now I look like a pig. I'm not a pig. This is not kind of a horror game, I guess. It's more like a social deduction game. So yeah, welcome, Big Tech. It's more like a social deduction game. Like I guess I guess it's actually pretty close to Among Us. Like Danganronpa, Your Turn to Die, all those sort of games. I wanted to listen more, but I forgot. But yeah, it's a social deduction game, very close to Werewolf, where there's no pick off command and there's no pick permanently on so that I'm right command. Neither of those exist. Only, I think I read this. This wasn't the time to worry about Tei-san.
進行をよろしくお願いする。
We're counting on you.
むちゃくちゃじゃ。
Nonsense. One thing I do actually I didn't realize, because I compare this to I compare this social deduction game to a lot of similar games in the series, like Your Turn to Die and Danganronpa and all that. One thing I never realized when I compare it to those games, which Raddy made me realize, is that this game has no gameplay. Well, I mean, it's a visual novel. It's directly a visual novel. The gameplay is specifically visual novel style. There's no, like, in Your Turn to Die, there's the little mini games. In Danganronpa, there's the trial part, which is sort of like like gameplay. I'm trying to think of other social deduction games. I guess in Among Us, there's the tasks you have to do and stuff like that. There's no gameplay in this. This is completely visual novel. You can jump. Oh, in Zero Escape, there's the rooms you can do. That's also a social deduction game. You can jump between these and collect keys, which unlock new routes. But there's no gameplay. Like, there's no having to guess anything or doing puzzles or anything. This is exclusively visual novel. Nonsense. Kyonosuke was probably right. The leader of the feast had no special rights. Their vote held no weight over anyone else's, and like Yasunaka-kun said, it was a heavy burden to carry. Everyone's eyes were on the one at the top, and if there was some cause for concern, they would readily tear them apart for it. Basically, this was just a very well-intentioned trap.
わかりました.
Alright. Yeah, pure visual novel experience. It's more like the old-style social deduction games, like games like Danganronpa and stuff. They're more like modern-style social deduction games, but this is more like a actual old-style visual novel, exclusively visual novel, and just twists and turns on the story. Thus, I would take the bait. I was evil after all. I would take control of the feast and play the hero, yet so chaos like the villain I was. I couldn't fail with my partner in evil watching me after
と
all.
言っても、今日はもう票を取るだけだと思っています。
Though all we can do right now,
宴の中止とかを求めてるなら申し訳ないんですが。
though all we can do right now is vote. If you want to call off the feast, though, well,
それは無理だろうと承知してるよ。
I now realize that's
わかり
pointless.
ました。いつもリカ子さんにやらせてばかりだとあれなんで、初期は僕がやります。
Very well, I don't want to make Rikako-san do it every time, so I would be the one writing it down this time.
筆はお使いになるのですか？
Do you know how to use a writing brush?
小学校以来ですけど、ミミズ字でも読めればいいでしょ
I haven't touched one since elementary school, but I'm sure I can make it somewhat
う。
readable.
少しは手も動かしたいんでね。
My hands are restless, you see. I was tempted to act like a chief secretary, but passed when I realized they probably wouldn't get it.
その前に今夜は誰を調べる？
Before that, who will you investigate tonight?
今立ってる6人のうちの誰かです。
One of the 6 standing.
特定しない理由は？
Any reason you're not saying which one?
先回りして対処されないためです。
To make sure the wolves don't get to them before I do.
狼は人確定の人間を増やしたくないでしょうからね。
The wolves don't want there to be more confirmed humans after all.
なるほど。
I see. I would twist logic into knots if that's what it took for an advantage.
では書いていきますので、悪いですがゆっくり進めてください。
I'll start writing, so let's just begin.
橋本さんは記録に小細工がないようにちょくちょく見ておいてくださいね。
Hashimoto-san, keep an eye out in case there's something wrong with the records.
なるほど。
Alright.
では上座からどうぞ。
From the eldest,
織部義継に入れるわよ。
one for Yotsusuku Oribe.
あのな、一応言っとくが、俺は絶対投票で負けねえから。つうか、クソババアの新章、今最悪だぜ。
Hey, just so you know, I can't lose this vote. Hell, you got any idea how shitty you look right now?
ならくくればええわ。
Hang me then.
てめえのために言ってやったのに、ほんとろくでもねえな、ババアはよ。
I'm saying that for your sake, damn it. What a rotten old hag.
ろくでもないのは若いもんじゃ。
You young ones are the rotten
2人
ones.
とも黙ってください。
Shut up, you two. I'll kill you. Huh?
穏やかじゃないね。
How rough.
ギャグですよ。
I'm kidding.
そんな
Such poor taste.
ギャグってのは黙らせられればいいんだ。
The joke was meant to shut people up, you know.
投票に一言添えるのはいいですし、一言反応を添えるのも結構。
Feel free to give a few words
それ以上の争いはいらない。
along with your vote and comment on them if you want, but don't waste time bickering.
場外乱闘には相応の対応をします。秩序と責任を持って発言してください。
I will deal with disorder appropriately. Choose your words carefully.
あと、喧嘩がしたけりゃ外でやることをお勧めします。喧嘩のノリで人を殺すと後々後悔しますよ。
If you want to fight, take it outside, and if you want to kill anyone in the process, and if you kill anyone in the process, you'll regret it.
僕らがやってるのは殺し合いです。もう一度それを肝に銘じて以降ご発言ください。
We're talking about killing someone here. Keep that in mind next time you speak.
なんだか眼蓄があるね。
Sounds like there's a deeper meaning to what you said.
橋本さんほどじゃありませんよ。この進行に文句があれば早めにどうぞ。
And you're more than meets the eye. If anyone else has objections to how things are going, please speak now.
殺すなどとは言わないでください。
Please do not say that you will kill someone.
わかりました。では次、香織さん。
Very well. Now, Kaori-san.
山脇多江さんに、息子は義継は間違いなく本物だと思いますので。
To Yamawaki-san, because I sincerely believe that Yoshitsugu is the real crow.
次、
Sato-san.
山脇のご婦人に、残念ながら安水のご老人方には宴に臨む協調性が足りないと申し上げざるを得ない。
Lady Yamawaki, unfortunately it appears that the elders of Yasumitsu lose the ability to cooperate whenever a feast comes.
私は夫妻子君の提案する秩序には賛同するが、そうである以上は
I agree with Fushisi-kun that there must be order and...
そのくらいでお願いします。
Leave it at that, please.
失礼。次、織部安永君だ。
I'm sorry, Yasunaka Oribe-kun, you're next.
山脇多江さんに。
Tei Yamawaki-san.
あんたらは
You people.
目隠しをしたって。狼を引く可能性は5割を超えてる。大丈夫。
You have more than half the chance to pick a wolf even when you pick at random. This is fine.
山脇さんが3人目と。次、モッチーね。
A third vote for Yamawaki-san. Mochi, you're next.
香織ママかな。なんからしくない感じがする。
Well, Mikori, I guess. She's not acting like herself right now.
ババアが狼なわけね。
There's no way our hack's a wolf.
いろいろ考えるだけ損かしら。
I suppose trying to think things through was a mistake.
投票の禍根は宴の外に持ち越さないようにしてくださいね。次、義継くん。
Please don't take your grudges from the votes outside of the feast. Next, Yoshitsugu-kun.
山脇多江のクソババアに決まってる。
Obviously, Tei Yamawaki, the old
4票
hag.
目で現在トップ。次、はるちゃん。
For a vote, she's in the lead. Next, Haru-chan.
香織さんに。
One for Kaori-san. What a power move from Haru-chan.
母さんがそうなら、とっくに料理に毒でも入れて、汚れ覚悟で全滅させてる。
If she was a wolf, she would have already poisoned the food and killed everyone, even if it meant being killed by the corruption. He really knew her well.
それ、ただ大丈夫かもくらいだけだよね。なんで絶対大丈夫にまで引き上げてるの？
That's just a maybe, isn't it? Why are you talking like it's
お
confirmed?
じいちゃんは怒りすぎただけで殺したくせに。
You're the one who killed Oji-chan just because she got mad.
そんなに言うなら、あの時もっと反対すればよかっただろう。孫娘が説得すれば、肝臓さんだって思い直しただろうに。
You could have objected to it when he was still alive. Even he might have changed his mind if his granddaughter asked him to.
誰でも言いたい時に言いたいことが言えるわけじゃないもん。
Not everyone can say whatever they want whenever they want.
二人とも
Stop it, you two.
そこまでね。
I was worried that this would continue after the feast.
危険ですが、はるちゃんの言うことには一理あります。誰もがその時その時に適切な判断と言動ができるとは限らない。
If you ask me, Haru-chan has a point. Not everyone can say or do the perfect thing when it counts.
でも、それを強いるのが読み意味の宴。判断と言動の結果は、票という形でダイレクトに現れてしまう。
But the feast demands that we do our best. Our decisions and actions are directly related to the results from the voting.
残念ながら肝臓さんの言動は多くの人がアウトだと思ったからああなった。そう考えるべきでしょう。
Unfortunately, what Kansa-san did yesterday was unacceptable to most people. It's best to consider that the cause of what happened to him.
ろくでもないが、判断は迫られ、言動には究極的な責任の取り方を求められる。これもよく考えてください。
It's awful, but there are heavy responsibilities involving your behavior here. Keep that in mind.
あと、個人の判断が過剰に身内びいきになっていないかどうかには言及を避けます。皆さん、勝手に考えてください。
Also, please avoid accusing others of biases. Think for yourself instead.
次、リカコさんです。
Rikaku-san, you're next.
メイコに
One for Meiko.
投票いたします。
Now, this I didn't expect.
メイコはおそらくは無事なです。
Meiko is most likely the batcher. She's the only one here who's obviously working against us.
メイコ以
With
上
no one else being an obvious threat, I believe I should prepare to get rid of her just in case. I hate you.
次、メイコちゃん。
You're next, Meiko-chan. Sayuki-san? If this wasn't a serious subject, I'd have fallen to my knees in exasperation. She didn't change even in this situation. It probably didn't matter to her at all. She'd have seen me as an enemy regardless. Though maybe fighting the badger wasn't so bad. It reinforced the idea that I wasn't a wolf.
次、
I'm
僕です
next.
ね。
I had to use the voting order to my advantage
メ
here.
イコに。
One for Meiko. What? Why was she shocked?
現状はギャグとして流せますが、今後複数の票が入るようになると、僕も命が危ない。
We can laugh it off now, but if she'd voted for me when I had multiple votes, my life would be in danger.
次、
Next.
どうぞ。
There's another reason for my choice. We had 2 voters left. Tei-san was the current top with 4. Then Kaori-san and Meiko were tied for second with 2. If Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san joined forces, they could bring either of them to 4 and take it to a final vote. By forcing them to make this choice, I would cross their ability to remain neutral. Also, I was pretty sure at this point that Tei-san would die. As I was the current leader of the feast, I would be given the role of pushing her off the hanging pine. If I voted for her, she would hold a grudge, making the whole process a bit harder.
ちょっと投票状況見せて。
Show me the votes so far.
どうぞ。
Here.
橋本さん、山脇さんと織部さん、メイコちゃんの中で怪しいと思う人いますか？
Hashimoto-san, which of these do you think is the most suspicious? Yamawaki-san, Oribe-san, or Meiko-chan?
君は自分の意見で
Shouldn't you
投票
vote?
しなくていいのかい？
Shouldn't you vote by yourself?
票は入らなかったけど、私も容疑は晴れてませんから。猿のカゴ車である橋本さんに票を委ねさせてもらえないですか？
I didn't get any votes this time, but I'm still not confirmed to be human, so I want to give it to you, a monkey.
ふむ。それで信用が得られたらいいが。じゃあ、言おうか。
Well, I hope that makes you more trustworthy. I'll say it then.
僕は、不妻子君に投票する。
I'll vote for Fushisi-kun. Everyone was shocked.
理由を伺ってもいいですか？
Can I have a reason?
理由はね、まだない。
I don't have one yet.
は？
Huh?
僕は君に対して1割とか2割の疑いを持っているけど、それは難癖レベルの疑いでしかないから。
I'm a bit suspicious of you, but my foundation for that is very weak at this point.
本格的に疑いを向けるには材料が足りない。それが集まってから言わせてもらおうかな。
I don't have enough reason to truly suspect you. I'll mention it once that changes.
わかりました。
Okay. Was that a bluff or?
ね、これに票を合わせても微妙でしょ。
No point in voting like I
いい
did,
で
huh?
すか？結果が決まりましたよ。
Are you sure we have a result now?
他の人たちの投票の結果だよ。
It's the result of other people's votes.
わかりました。前言撤回は不信を招くでしょうし、一貫して票は委ねます。
Right, well, it'll look bad if I went back on my statement, so like I said, I'll vote the same as you.
あ、僕は言動と投票に責任を持つべきっていう不妻子君の仕切りには 全面的に賛成ですよ。いいリーダーだ。
Oh, also, I fully agree with letting Fushisi-kun be in charge. He even said we should be responsible for what we say and do. An excellent leader.
それはどうも。僕に2票ですね。
Thanks. 2 votes for me? Yes.
結果、最多得票数4票の山脇大さんがくくられることになります。
The results are in. Tei Yamawaki has the most votes at 4, meaning she will be hanged. Sigh.
安水はもうダメだわね。
Yasumitsu is truly damned now. No, it was your attitude that damned you. Though I would end Yasumitsu anyway.
あんたは蛇の仕事
Do your job as a
ちゃん
snake.
と最後まで
As I held
果
the
たす
rope, she
の
told
よ
me that.
もちろんです。
Certainly. I'd work as a fake snake, though. I gave her the usual rise not spiel and pushed her. The moment she fell, she let out a sharp sound like tearing cloth. No! Of course she would. No one wanted to die. Yasumitsu people, old people, no one at all. Perhaps she wasn't as prepared for this as she was last time. The tense rope seemed to shake from her struggling longer than last time. And then Tei Yamawaki died.
僕、今日ご飯いらない。
I don't need food today. That was what he said after the feast ended.
なんでだよ。
Why?
香りママ疑っちゃったし、気まずいからね。
I suspected Momikori, so it'd be kinda awkward. It really didn't seem that way. He said it with Kori-san nearby, and with a full smile at that.
気にしなくていいのよ。全部を疑うのは大事なことだから。
I don't mind. It's important to suspect everyone.
ありがとう。でも決めたからいいや。明日はもらうよ。ごめんね、香りママ。それじゃ。
Thanks, but I've already decided. I'll have some tomorrow, though. Sorry, Momikori. Bye.
待て。どこに行く？
Wait, where are you going?
もう寮に帰っとく。
To the dorm?
霧の中は危険です。
It is dangerous in the mist.
それなんだけど、本当になんかがいるなら、夕方帰るときに、もうなんか起きてないとおかしくないかな。
About that. If there really was something there, I think something might have already happened when we went back to our rooms in the evening.
まあ、それはそうだけどさ。日中は全員で過ごせとか、そんな掟そもそもないんだし。
That's true, and it's not like there's a law that says we should all spend the day together.
僕も、それはあまり心配してないかな。
I'm not worried either.
なんと。
What?
ならば私も帰らせてもらうぞ。付き合いきれるか？
What? Then I shall go back too. I'm not wasting time here.
不吉なセリフだな。
What an ominous line.
ただ、やっぱり集団行動はすべきだね。なぜなら近持くん。君が霧に潜んで何かしないと。
His eyes have started opening a lot more
他の人が
frequently
心
now.
配になる。
Though I do think we should be in a group. After all, other people might start to worry that you'll use the mist to do something.
おお、なるほど。僕がみんなを襲う可能性もあるのか。
Ooh, so it's possible that I'll attack someone.
理解してくれて助かる。
I'm glad you understand.
じゃ、バイバイ。
Okay then, bye bye. He pranced into the mist.
おお、やられた。
Oh dear, he has me beat.
すいません。周りの迷惑とか考えないんです、モッチーは。
I'm sorry, Mochi's the kind of person who doesn't care if he bothers someone.
野里様は大人の分別を。
Sato-sama, you should be more adult about this.
ああ、いや、もちろんですよ。
Oh, yes, of course.
私も今日はいらない。さよなら。
I'm not hungry either. Bye. Oh crap.
はるちゃん。
Haru-chan.
待ちなさい、さっきの話を。
Wait, were you even listening? People protested, but no one jumped out to stop her, so she ended up running away. This wasn't her just distancing herself from Kori-san. This was the breaking up of the high school trio. Mochi was no longer comfortable around Yasunaka-kun or Haru-chan. I didn't know which. Either way, they were through. And Haru-chan was still awkward about what she told Yasunaka-kun in the feast, or at least acted like it.
気にしてんじゃねえよ。後ろぐらいところがなきゃ、後で向こうが謝ってくるっての。
Don't mind it. Unless they're hiding something, they're gonna apologize later.
そうね。 義継、ちょっと手伝ってくれるかしら。
Yes, Yoshitsugu, can you help me?
は？めんどくせえ。いや、いい、やる。
Huh? What a bother! Screw it, I'll do it.
夫妻さん、ちょっとあの二人を見に行ってもらえない？
Fushigi, can you go check on them?
それなら僕が。
I can do that too.
安永、今はやめておきなさい。
Not a good time, Yasunaka.
いいですよ。
Sure, I'll do it. I accepted it, then waited for a moment for any objections, only to get none. Last time Takumi-san had said that the snake shouldn't go outside. Did they just not think about that at all, or had I already lost everyone's trust?
あの子たちに気にするなって言ってあげて。
Tell them to not worry about this too much.
わかりました。リカ子さん、ちょっとだけ外出しますね。休みずの大人としての働きをしてきます。
Alright. Rikako-san, I'm going out for a second to try and be a responsible adult.
ずるいです。
This is not fair.
すみません。
Sorry.
違います。
No. I didn't really know what she meant by not fair, but now I was even more confused.
子供はずるいです。
Children are not fair. They are worried about even if they do whatever they like.
心配しても
What
ら
a
えて。
simple emotion.
なんか今の言葉で、リカ子さんも心配になってきました。
Hearing that made me kind of worried about you.
本当
Really?
ですか？
Well, my heart is throbbing quite wildly right now.
大丈夫ですか、リカ子さん。さすって差し上げましょう。
Are you okay? Should I give you a massage?
いえ、
No, it went
今
away
収
just
まりました。
No, it went away just now.
どんな神経してるのよ、この状況で。
How can you behave like that in this situation?
じゃあ、行ってきます。
I'm going. The order of things had begun to crumble. I took some items from the prefab and went to the dorm. Standing in front of Haru-chan's room, I knocked on her door.
誰？
Who's there?
不妻子だけど、
Which is she? She opened the door.
何の用よ。
What do you want? She sounded moody, but there was none of the harshness from before. It felt more like she was perplexed. She was probably thinking that I might come here as a wolf.
いろいろ言うべきこともあったんだけど、君の格好を見て全部吹っ飛んだ。
I was going to say something, but seeing your outfit caused my mind to go blank.
これ？部屋着よ。悪い？
What about it? This is what I wear inside my room. I figured no one wore this kind of thing since the war. Oh, I just remembered that Yasumitsu people frequently survived on hand-me-downs. This was probably from someone else here. It was the exact opposite of her usual weird fashion, but it was strangely fitting. It was probably her face. It went well with the distinctly Japanese fashion, no matter the era.
とりあえずこれ、あげるよ。
Anyway, here, eat up.
何これ？
What's this? In my hands I had orange boxes of food, the same kind Chiemi had given me the first time
クッ
around.
キーみたいなやつ。結構腹持ちがいいから、3箱くらい持っていくがよい。
They're like cookies, they're easier on your stomach. Take 3.
へえ。食べたことないや。ありがとう。助かる。
Oh, I've never tried these, thanks.
お腹減ってるんでしょ？無理しなきゃいいのに。
You're hungry, right? You shouldn't force
気
yourself.
まずいもん。
But it's awkward.
まあ、わかるけど。
Yeah, I understand.
香織さんには後で謝る。
I'll apologize to Kori-san
明
later.
日、安永くんにもね。
And to Yasunaka-kun tomorrow.
そうだね。
Yeah,
それじゃあ、また。
yeah. Anyway, see you. She closed the door.
僕にもくれるのだろうな。
You're
ハッサ
sharing
ン
with me too, right? I turned around but didn't see anyone.
こっちだ。
Over here. He sure was. His face was right outside the railing on the second floor. Almost right next to my feet.
え？ 1階からジャンプしたの？
Huh? You jumped from the first floor?
そんなわけないだろう。階段のところからこっそりと侵入し、懸垂状態でこっちまで横移動してきたのだ。
Like I could. I just grabbed on from the staircase and climbed my way over.
器用だな。猿か君は。
Wow. Are you a monkey?
ところが、降りられないし登れない。
But I can't get down or up.
何をやっている？
What are you doing?
ハッサン、ヘルプ。
Help me, Hassan. I went down to the first floor, waited until he let go, and caught him. He was pretty light for a guy, so this wasn't a challenge.
ドキッ としただろう。
Made you blush, didn't I? Well, he did look like a small, cute girl, but I'd seen something I'd rather not while I was looking upward, so he didn't really.
なんでこんなことを受け狙いか
What are you doing? Fishing for
い
laughs?
や、ボロを出すかなと思って。
No, I just thought you would spill the beans. Huh?
これまでのはるちゃんならあんな変な突っかかり方をしないと思うんだよね。
I just think Haru-chan isn't the type of girl to go on the offensive like that.
はるちゃんのじっちゃんのことがあるにしたってあれはやっすんのせいって感じでもなかっただろう。
I know there's the whole thing up with her grandpa, but it's weird to make it Yasun's fault, right?
なんだろうな、じっちゃんに向けてたイライラをやっすんに向けたのかな。
Was she
でもそれも変だな。
was she just redirecting her frustration with her grandpa at him? But that'd be weird too.
僕の知ってるはるちゃんならじっちゃんもやっすんもどっちもけなさずに済むようなこと言ってなあなあにする。
The Haru-chan I knew wouldn't say anything that'd make it seem like she's blaming them. She just shrugged it off.
そこで、ああ、もしかしてハッサンあたりがはるちゃんをたぶらかしたのではないかという推理だ。
That's why I thought you might have done something to her. What do you think?
全然違う
No way. Well, actually, it was hard to say that I didn't. What the hell was up with this guy's intuition?
僕は単に君らを軽く叱りつつ今日の分の食べ物を分けに来ただけ
I just came here to scold you guys a bit and give you some food.
そうだそれだ、食べたい。
Oh yeah, gimme. I did that and he instantly opened it.
おー、スイーツだな。
Oh, sweets, huh?
おほー、粉っぽいけどおいしいぞ、おいしいぞハッサン。
Whoa, it's sweet, but really good. I love it,
お
Hassan.
腹減ってんなら無理するなよ
Don't force yourself if you're that hungry.
にゃー、そろそろマジで毒を盛られるんじゃないかって気もしてさ。
I just thought I was in danger of being
香
poisoned.
織さんはそんなことしないだろ
Kori-san wouldn't do that.
誰かが抑えてなきゃとっくにそうなってる気がする。
I feel like it would have already happened if someone wasn't there to stop
な
her.
んだろうなんなんだやたらさっきから危ない過程をしまくってないか君は
What are you getting at? Can you go a minute without making weird assumptions?
香織ママは狼だと思うんだけどな。
I do think that Mommy Kori is a wolf.
多分さ、そういうこと言ってるとみんな僕のことを鬱陶しく思うのだろ。
If I said that with everyone around, everyone would just think I'm a bother,
だか
right?
らハッサンだけに言ってるのだ。
That's why I'm saying it to just you.
僕は信用してもらえてるんだ
So you trust me?
ハッサンは汚れを受けるようなことはしないだろう。
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't do anything that'd earn you the corruption, right?
なんかずっとカマをかけられ続けてるような気分になってきた
I feel like you're hinting at something with every sentence you say.
もしそうならもっちそこまで露骨にやるとあんまり効果的じゃないからね
If you really are, let me tell you. If you really are, let me just tell you that's not getting across. I'm starting to get to the point where reading is hard.
難しいな、人間社会って。
Really? Human society sure is difficult. What a child of the wild thing to
と
say.
にかくそれ食べてしっかり物意味して寝るんだよ
Anyway, eat up, shelter, and sleep, and apologize to Kori-san tomorrow.
気が向いたらね。
If I feel like
じ
it.
ゃあね早いけどおやすみ
Anyway, it's early, but good night.
ハッサンさ、
Hazan,
ハッサンとハルちゃん、狼？
are you and Haru-chan wolves? I couldn't let that question trip me up.
ああ、いいのだ。別に。会ってても、会ってなくても、殺しても、殺さなくてもさ。
Oh, it's fine. I don't care if you are or not, or if I'll die or not.
ただ、ハルちゃんがハッサンあたりと組んで、悪かろうがなんだろうが、強くなってくれてさ。
I just had a hunch that she grew stronger thanks to teaming up with someone. What they're after might be a good thing or a bad thing, though.
それがハルちゃんの幸せならさ、僕的には大歓迎だ。
But if it makes her happy, I'm okay with that.
おーいもう確定なのかよ
Hey, why are you acting like that's true? Huh? It isn't?
なんでこんなに疑われてるんだろう。そりゃ違うさ。
Why are you suspecting me? Of course it isn't.
別になんでとかはないぞ。ミスとかもしてないだろう。ハッサンは自信を持つといい。
There's no reason, I'm just thinking aloud. Be more confident. I really couldn't.
学校だとさ、証明とかあるじゃん。僕がいくら正解当てたって証明がないと先生は点くれないんだよね。
You know how you have to show your work at school? Well, I get a lot of answers right, but I don't show my work. I don't get credit. But if I don't show my work, I don't get
し
credit.
ょうがないじゃん。証明とかわからんけど、なんかわかるんだから。
I really don't understand proof or whatever. I just know things.
だから、
So...
まあ外れてるかもしんないし、ほんとどうでもいいんだよ。
Well, I could be wrong, but I don't really care.
殺すとかやったことないけど、くくるの見てる限りそんなに面白そうじゃないし。
I've never tried killing anyone, but from what I saw in the hangings, it really didn't seem all that fun or interesting.
やっすんにも生き残って幸せになってほしいけど、きっと無理だよね。
I want Yasun to survive and become happy, but that's probably impossible. Yeah, Kaori-san was a wolf after all.
だから、
So, yeah.
僕は適当に思ったことを言うだけなんで、頑張れ、ハッサン。
I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. Do your best, Hazan.
お、忘れてた。
Oh, I almost forgot.
ハッサン、ありがとう。墓にはぜひこいつを備えてくれい。
Thanks, Hassan. Leave some of these on my grave. He tore off another aluminum package, all smiles. After that, I left the dorm. Which he knew. There was no logic behind it, he just knew. Despite that, he said he wouldn't do anything. That was a lie. He'd already voted for Kori-san, so he was definitely following intuition. He'd probably vote for me at some point just because I seemed kinda shady. However, like he just said, no one would take his baseless accusations seriously. Even so, a vote was a vote. I was getting more and more of them. Would I survive? What did she mean by that? I really didn't understand.
香織さんごめんね。昼は投票までしちゃって。
Alright. We are at the wolf part, so I'm going to save here. This is like the perfect time to save as well. Because we are at Q, Who to Brutalize 3. I get to choose once again who I would like to violently murder. Just gonna check the gallery. See if I've gotten anything new. Yeah, this one. This one's really good. Oh, this one's really good as well. Oh, you can see her face through it. I didn't notice that. We're getting close to the end though, aren't we? We look at the endings we've got. We're missing 1, 3... Wait, these aren't the endings. I think. No, these are the endings. Okay. I thought they were the keys. So, 1, 3, 11, 12, this row here, 18, 22, 24, and then 26 and... Yeah, 26 and then 27. Although there are some that I can go back and get that I didn't get because they were really obvious endings. These two I have. This one, no, this one I can't do yet. That one I need the keys for. This one I could, there's one I can go for that I didn't. This one I already got. I'll probably get an ending here as well because there'll be 2 there. There's probably more along the way somewhere here. This one I can't do. This one I can't do. This one I got. I sure wish it was easier to scroll. The alternative is using the scroll wheel, but as you can tell, that's not much faster. There's probably along here as well somewhere. This one I can't do because I'm missing 20. This one I got. This one I can do. as well. I'm missing that one. This one I can do as well. I'm missing that one. Wait. Can I check? Can I check? Can I not check the keys that I have? Because I can see I have 10. So, I was just noticing. No, okay, this one gives 10. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so that one I can do. This one says it also gives 10. This one I can do. This one I can do. This one I can. So there's a lot of endings. I'll go back and get those at some point as well. And then, of course, these two I've already got. So there's a lot of endings I'm missing that I want to go back and get just so I have the whole row filled. And these are the... Yeah, okay. I don't know why I can't skip. So these ones are the endings to the full ones. So I've got 2 full endings, 2 big endings. And these are, okay, so these are just the bad endings, these are the true endings up here. So I'm missing 2 true endings, and then I'm guessing there's like 2 smaller true endings of some description. Maybe if I get all the bad endings or something. And something else. All the true endings, and I don't know. Alright. So we are at nearly 45 hours into the game, and there's still seemingly plenty of game left. I'm gonna boom, jump here. Because it's time to end the stream. I'm gonna play one last 500. 500. 500. We are gonna rate Choco Jacks. A very easy pick. Don't think I've rated her in a while. It's been a while since I rated her at least. But she was in the stream earlier, and now I'm gonna rate her. I'm a bit of a gamer. 6 hours of gaming. 6 hours, 13 minutes of gaming, actually. 6 hours, 13 minutes, and 48 seconds of gaming, Roger, if you'd like to add all the numbers, just making you aware. And I actually have 44.5 hours on Raging Loop so far, Roger. I'm a bit of a gamer. You know, you always say that I don't play games, but now you have proof that I actually do play games. 44.5 hours on Raging Loop. There's proof that I play at least 2 games, 2 whole games, 500. I'm pretty big gamer. I do a lot of gaming. I play games such as Raging Loop, but not limited to Raging Loop. All right, the raid is about to go. Thank you all for dropping by. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you probably relatively soon. I've streamed a fair bit these past few days. I'm gonna keep. Hey now, Pump. There's plenty of gameplay. I'm gonna keep streaming. I want to see if I can beat Raging Loop in my vacation. All right, raid's going now. See you guys. Bye bye. Where's OBS?